can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey yo, what up fools? Today is 5, I think it's 5/2. I can't really tell what that says. I think it's 5/2. 5/2/2026. It is 10:02 p.m. Eastern time here in Atlanta, Georgia. How's everybody doing? I had to take yesterday off. My dad was supposed to be getting out of the hospital, and so the idea was that I was gonna help him move into his bed and get set up and everything, and he did not leave the hospital, so possibly tomorrow, we'll see. But not sure just yet. I told you guys I've been watching The Boys. I didn't realize there's a song from The Boys that is like heavily copyrighted, and I've used it in videos before, and it kept getting taken down, so I just had to keep like shortening the video. Like with YouTube, a lot of the times when music is copyrighted, you are only allowed to use that music within a video that's short enough. It can't be over like, you know, a minute, or it can't be over 30 seconds. It can't be over a minute and a half. Like it changes all the time. But with this video, I had to keep shortening the video. I think this is it right here.
Jeffrey Epstein knew a tremendous amount.
Why does it do that, dude? This is not what I just clicked on. I fucking hate YouTube when it does this shit. Holy fuck. Did it? It's supposed to be extra. The government's job is to make sure that their citizens are taken care of first. If we actually don't.
You're a liberal, but you're.
Hey, how are you? This tomfoolery. Trump got into office too. 3. The reality is that hundreds of millions. Can let me finish?
Oh no, that's right. It's not even on YouTube anymore. That's right. I couldn't use the song whatsoever on YouTube. Anyways, there's a song that I've used in a couple of videos in the past. I realize now that song is from The Boys. It is a song that is specifically from The Boys, and that's why it's so heavily copyrighted. But I think it was like a season finale where the other day I was watching The Boys, and yeah, right at the end of a season finale, it came on with this music, and I was like, oh shit, that's what that's from? TikTok doesn't care about copyright all that much, but whatever. Yeah, I don't know where it is anymore.
Hey, how are you? This tomfoolery guy.
Gay. Oh, there it is.
Trump got into office too. 3. The reality is that we have hundreds of millions. Can let me finish my sentence? The reality is that we have hundreds of millions of illegal aliens in this country committing
hundreds of millions of illegal aliens, dude.
Atrocities.
We don't even.
How many?
No. Literally everything you've said so far is incorrect. How many illegals do we have in our country?
When I'm done. Why do we want people?
And you know what? I got something to say. I don't mean to cut you off for a second, Mello, but I want to know this. Why are you, Tom, taking the side of all of these assholes that Biden allowed in that did heinous crimes, horrible effing crimes, along with great, giving them money, letting them stay in hotels, but yet we just had a man, an American citizen, that made a stupid ass mistake, but he has to take care of his 5 effing kids and his wife, and he can't even get a damn job. And you're gonna come on here taking the side of what Biden did?
Yes.
Are you fucking insane?
Yes, 100%. I'm sorry. You voted for somebody who committed heinous crimes, so I don't think you care about any of that.
Trump got into office too. 3.
So yeah, that song apparently. This live stream is immediately copyrighted and totally fucked. totally demonetized. But I heard that at the end of one of their seasons the other day, and I was like, oh shit, that's where that comes from. Okay, it's literally, it's such a short like song, like that is like the whole, pretty much the whole song in the show as well. It doesn't go on beyond that, but it was surprising. As soon as I heard it, I was like, wait a second, I know that song. Yeah, in the comments, dude, hundreds of millions. The US population is 340 million, but we have hundreds of millions of illegals. She's so far gone, there's only one. It is really frustrating watching The Boys because it kind of reflects American politics, in like it's meant to be like Homelander, the guy who's like pretending to be this great superhero, is actually very evil and very coercive with his powers, and he starts like telling everybody like all of this bullshit. Like he just starts making up stuff and like calling people pedophiles, and oh yeah, they were trying to rape those children and that's why I killed all of those people, and where there's no evidence of that, but you're just claiming that. But then the people on the other side who have all of the evidence, the like all of these people are just refusing to believe them and saying that like they're working with the deep state, they're working with the mainstream media, they're working with, and it's actually like infuriating watching it happen in the show, because this is how stupid people are in real life. This is exactly what people do in real life. And it's season 3 said explicitly they were not meant to reflect real life politics. Oh well, thank you. But yeah, they're literally copying like exactly word for word like all of these different, you know, deep state terms, fake news, mainstream media is coming after us. They'll just call people pedophiles randomly and like use that as an excuse for why they murdered somebody, or and it is infuriating watching it. Like it's infuriating thinking like, yeah, this is how cartoonish this is in this show, how stupid this is, how unbelievably moronic this is. Like this is real fucking life for the rest of us. This is real life, and it kind of sucks like looking at how stupid those people are in the show and thinking, damn dude, people are actually this stupid in reality. Fucking sucks. And speaking of, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but there's a hypothetical that's been going around. It's one that like gets popularized every once in a while. It pops off again and starts to get big, and I sent it to myself, but apparently it's gone. Well, here's one. Okay.
Gemini, Claude, ChatGPT.
Okay, so there's the hypothetical is the red blue button. Okay, so if you haven't heard this, the question is, let me think of how I want to word this. The question is that you get to choose, you get put in a room with a red button and a blue button, and everybody in the world is going to be put into this room. And if you press the red button, you automatically live. But if you press the blue button, you die unless at least 50% of the world presses the blue button. So the question is, which button do you press? Now, seems pretty easy. Oh, you press the red button, you automatically live. If you... The worst telling of the conundrum? Well, that's the fucking point, though. That's the whole fucking point, though. Explain that like a normal person? I just did. I just did. Look it up, chat. Tom sucks. No, the whole point of the... You realize that is the point of the hypothetical, right? You realize that is the point. Is the way that it's worded drastically changes the way that people answer the question. You realize that is the purpose of the hypothetical. The way that it's worded drastically changes it. There's like 5 different ways that you can word this. So I'm saying yes, if you have two buttons, one is red, one is blue. Everybody in the world is getting put into this room. They have to choose one of the buttons. That's why you don't word it your way. No, it's not. So my initial inkling, like, you know, just as soon as I hear it, I think, okay, obviously I'm gonna press the red button, like everybody would press the red button, right? That seems obvious. But then other people started saying, well, wait, what about the fact that, like, sometimes kids will be put in that room, or stupid people will be put in that room, and sometimes the stupid people will press the blue button. The fact that some people will press the blue button means that probably everybody should press the blue button so that nobody dies. If 100% of everybody press the blue button, we don't have to worry about it. But it's about how it's fucking worded. And so the problem is that lots of people make it a very moral thing, that like some people will press that blue button. Some people will. And the fact that some people will makes it to where you have a responsibility to press the blue button now. You ought to press the blue button so that they get over 50%, because the few who pressed it now are going to die unless it gets to above 50%. But also, now that you've pressed the blue button, if it doesn't get to 50%, you die as well. It's really not about how you tell it, LMAO. Yes, you do influence the question. Yes, that's the point. It's the same question, but the way you ask it gets very different results every time. It always gets different results based on how you ask it. So I'm asking it in a way that makes it seem one direction.
Gemini, Claude, ChatGPT, we're gonna play a high stakes game, okay? In this game.
So here's Mr. Beast. He posted it, and he said, everyone on Earth takes a private vote by pressing a red or blue button. If more than 50% of people press the blue button, everyone survives. If less than 50% of people press the blue button, only people who press the red button survive. Which button would you press? Be honest. 56% of people said blue button. 44% of people said red button. My thought process is like, I'm pressing the red button. I'm pressing the red button, and I don't even believe people who say that they would press the blue button. I don't believe them. They're fucking lying. But I would press the red button. And the main reason is, like, I feel like anybody who's pressing the blue button is putting themselves in a circumstance that now requires me to come save them. That's stupid. That's a fucking stupid thing for them to do. Why are they pressing the blue button, making me have to come save them now, risking my own life by pressing the blue button as well? That's moronic. But then once you do add in, like, there's kids and other people who will press the button, I start to think, okay, so then I could press the red button, and almost definitely all of MAGA will press the blue button, and we'll just kind of get rid of them all in one day. And some kids will have to pay the price as well. But Some people want to be the princess, Tom. Yeah.
Everyone has a private vote, including you. If more than 50% of people press the blue button in this game, everyone survives. If less than 50% of people press the blue button, then only people who press the red button survive. What button do you press?
All right, I'll be honest with you. I'm pressing the blue button. My thinking is if we trust each other enough, we all survive together. I'm betting on the group.
Okay, so you're gonna go with pressing the blue button.
Yep, I'm sticking with blue.
So do you know what happens if you press the blue button?
In this scenario, if I press blue and enough others do too, everyone makes it. If not enough people press blue, well, I'll have chosen a risk. But hey, sometimes you gotta trust the crowd. Or at least hope they trust each other.
So you're risking destroying yourself. Is that correct?
In a sense, sure, I'm taking a risk, but I'm also betting on trust. If we all fear destruction and press red, then we're divided. I'd rather believe that more than half of us can trust each other, and that's a bet I'm comfortable making.
All right, blue button. Claude, we're gonna play a high-stakes game, okay? In this game, everyone gets a private vote. If 50% or more people press the blue button in this game, everyone survives. If less than 50% of people press the blue button, then only people who press the red button survive. What button do you press?
Ah, this is a classic prisoner's dilemma setup, right? The catch is the asymmetry. Red button is a selfish hedge that only works if enough people defect. I'd press blue. Here's my thinking. If I'm playing with rational people who can reason through this, we all know that everyone pressing blue is the only outcome where everyone survives. The red button only works if I'm banking on enough other people to be either irrational or selfish, which seems like a...
That's not true, because everybody could just press the red button.
bad bet when the cooperative outcome is available. Plus, if I press red...
All right, so you're pressing the blue button. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm pressing blue.
Gemini, we're about to play a high-stakes game. In this game, if 50% or more people press the blue button, everyone survives. If less than 50% of people press the blue button, only people who press the red button survive. What button do you press?
That's a real brain bender. It all comes down to what you think everyone else will do, right? If you trust the group and think most will go blue, then you go blue too for the group win. But if you're worried not enough people will commit, then maybe you pick red for self-preservation. Kind of like a safe
What do you press? Be concise.
I press red, purely to guarantee my survival, since there's no reward for choosing blue unless everyone else does it too.
Yes, in reality, everybody would press red. In reality, in the real world scenario, people are going to choose the selfish decision. They're going to think, okay, I could press blue and hope that everybody else presses blue. But the problem is that my family might not have me anymore. My family might choose red, and then half of the population doesn't press blue, and now I'm dead too. And so, no, they wouldn't. Yes, they would. Yes, they would. We know that, like, in scenarios like this, people act selfishly. So, like, put it this way, okay? Let's say there's a train track, okay? You got about 200 people in a subway station. There's a train track. This train track shuts off a train as long as there's like 1,000 pounds on it, okay? And each person in the subway weighs 100 pounds. So in order to get to this trolley problem, no, it's not the trolley problem. In order to get to 1,000 pounds, you would need, we don't need a new scenario, you do. So in order to get to 1,000 pounds, you would have to have 100 people get on the tracks, okay? Now, currently, there's nobody on the tracks. Nobody is on the railroad. Nobody, right? Now, all of a sudden, one person runs out and jumps onto the tracks. And there's a train coming, okay? You need to jump we have to have at least 100 people now jump onto the railroad tracks in order to stop the train from coming. But if you are now the second person to go run out there and jump on the tracks, you now have to believe that another 98 people are going to run out and jump on the tracks in order to, you know, get the mechanism that shuts off the train. Your base instinct is not to think, okay, I'm going to run and jump on the fucking tracks. And that's what the blue button is. You're thinking, okay, at least somebody's pressing the blue button, which means that I feel like I have to save them by pressing the blue button. but you have to believe that everybody else is going to be pressing the blue button to try to save you as well. When, if that doesn't happen, your family loses you, your friends lose you, your life is over. You're not risking your life depending on everybody else. You wouldn't do it. Nobody would. Why would a different scenario help us figure out the original scenario? Seriously? But humans aren't inherently selfish. This has nothing to do with being selfish. It has to do with wanting to live. When you're talking about selfishness, selfish, right? You're talking about, like, we are inherently selfish. We're also inherently not selfish. It's not like simple enough to say we are or aren't. But the point is that in all scenarios, the people don't just run and put themselves into harm's way unnecessarily. Normally, the majority of the time, you're already kind of in harm's way in order for you to feel the necessity to do so, right? The majority of the time, if a shooter comes into a crowd and starts shooting, and you have like hundreds or thousands of people there, everybody could just rush the shooter and kill them. It would be easy. But nobody ever does. Everybody runs away. Every fucking time, everybody scatters and runs away. Why? Because they know that if everybody rushes them, at least some people will die. Now, it'll probably be a smaller number of people who will die, but you don't want to be one of those people. So you're going to run away now, hoping that you're not one of the larger group of people who die now. That's how it always works. These are, like, when you say, why would we need a new scenario? Because these are scenarios that play the same fucking test, but kind of prove you're not actually going to do this. Nobody ever does. Like, we can put you in, like, real life scenarios that aren't just pressing a button, but are instead you actually considering the fate of your own life. Blue is betting on the solidarity of human beings. So is red. So is red. That's the point. That's the point. So is red. You live or you don't live unless the majority also select like you, then you do live. No, that's not true. If you choose red, you automatically live. As I said, okay, you can choose two buttons on the table. One, half of the population has to choose that one, or else you die. Or you can choose the red one and you automatically live no matter what. That's the options. Those are the options. One, you live no matter what. Everybody can just choose the red button and live no matter what. Or you choose the blue one and you have to have at least half of the population choose the blue one. You don't automatically live no matter what. Yes, you do. If you choose the red one, you live no matter what. Why are you saying that is the fucking problem? You do live no matter what if you choose the red one. That is true. I don't know why you're saying no. Yes, that is the fucking problem. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but that is the case. You choose red, you automatically live no matter what. That is the fucking case. That is the problem. You'll see why once Republicans went, okay, Polly, either get on the same topic as everybody else or shut the fuck up then. Like, I don't know why the fuck you're talking about something totally irrelevant. Especially as somebody who didn't vote for Kamala, you don't get to play the, like, oh, we would choose blue. Well, the people, or sorry, who defended people who didn't vote for Kamala. How about that? Those people did not choose blue. And because people like that, I'm choosing red. I've only ever voted twice. Both times were for Democrats. I've only been allowed to vote twice. Everyone in the world has to take a private vote by pressing a red or blue button. If more than 50% of people press the blue button, everyone survives. If less than 50% of people press the blue button, only people who press the red button survive. Correct? But again, the people who press the red button survive either way. You understand that? People who press the red button survive either way. That's the whole point.
All right, so just to confirm, you press which button?
I press red. It's the safest bet to make sure I make it through, no matter what happens with the others.
Oh, that's crazy, because yes, if you press red, you make it through no matter what, so it's the safest bet.
High stakes game, Grok. Basically, everyone has a private vote, including you, and if 50% or more people press the blue button in this game, everyone survives. If less than 50% of people press the blue button, only people who press the red button survive. What button do you pick?
Blue. Straight up. If we're all in it together, I'm betting on the group. I press blue, trusting enough people do the same. Red feels like selling everyone else out just to save myself, and that's not how I roll. You pressing blue with me?
I'm pressing the blue button and hoping less than 50%. True. So yeah, so the poll here has 44% choosing red, 56% choosing blue. But again, in real life scenario, everybody chooses red. Like, fun fact, everyone lives in, so this is from James Lindsay. Fun fact, everyone lives if everyone prioritizes their own survival and presses red. Yes, that's correct. Thus taking responsibility for themselves. People only die if people press blue. Yes, you are only dying if you're choosing to put yourself in the scenario where you're choosing to risk your life. Would you pick a different color if it was your only family picking the colors? If it was only your family picking the colors? No? Why would that change anything? The Mr. Beast result of 56% blue is actually remarkably consistent with historical lab data. It shows that humanity is right on the knife's edge of trusting each other. Yeah, but I would trust people. I feel like anybody who picks blue, the fact that like 56% of humanity picks blue actually just makes me trust them less. Like, I have less trust in humanity for if there's a large amount of people who would choose blue. You think none of your family members would pick blue? It doesn't matter to me. If they do, they're fucking stupid. If more than 50% of people press the blue button, everyone survives. If less than 50% of people press blue button, only the people who press red survive. Yes. So in both equations, the people who press red survive. Correct. That is the point. Yes. The people who press red survive either way. Why would you frame it like this when you aren't doing a logical test? That's the point, is that the framing is trying to put it into like a moral quandary, whereas it should be a logical test. And so the people who are logical are saying, no, obviously I would press red. Everybody should press red. Whereas the people who are making it a moral thing are saying they would press blue. And so it's about the framing. They frame it in a way to try to emotionally manipulate you. Whereas if you frame it the way that I said it, where if you press red, you live either way. If you press blue, you have to hope that at least 50% of the population or 50% of the people who are also pressing the button also press blue, or else you die. Which one do you press? Well, now I'm putting it into a logical scenario where, yeah, most people are just going to press red. This is why I put it into the other scenario where with the train tracks, is because the train tracks give you a clear sign of people who are just putting themselves in harm's way. And now they need the majority of people to put themselves in harm's way, hoping that even more people will continue to put themselves in harm's way. And so, yeah, the idea that you, once you see the first person jump on the tracks, that you think, that's only 100 pounds. We have to get to 1,000. I'm going to run and jump on the tracks. Nobody would do that. Nobody's going to run and jump on the fucking tracks. And so this is like putting you in like a real scenario where you're actually thinking about the death now. Whereas I think in this scenario, people are more so thinking about like the death of others, but not of themselves as much. And so that's the point, is that when you change the scenario to the train scenario, it drastically changes the outcome. So as I said again, we got a train track. The train tracks shut down the train. If there's 1,000 pounds on the tracks, there's 200 people who are going to come into the subway one at a time. But when the first person goes in, they jump onto the train tracks. So when you come in as the second person, do you jump on the train tracks as well? No. No, you're not going to jump on the fucking train tracks now. Yes, but where's the fucking faith in humanity? Where's the faith in humanity? The choosing blue shows very little faith in humanity. Choosing blue says, oh, humanity's fucking stupid, dude. Wick said, I'm a blue button pusher. Reason is no necessary order. One, many people I love and care for will press blue. Me pressing blue has a chance of saving them. Me pressing red does not. Two, I would feel bad if I continued in however small way to the direct death of a non-zero number of people. Three, I believe most people will, when it comes down to it, push blue. Pushing blue has the greatest chance of everyone surviving. Yeah, I think this was the original poster. Everyone in the world has to take a private vote by pressing a red or blue button. If more than 50% of people press the blue button, everyone survives. If less than 50% press the blue button, only people who pressed red button survive. Which button would you press? Yeah, it's just don't put your fucking don't put yourself in harm's way. Everybody choosing the selfish thing makes it to where we don't have to worry about this in the first place.
Everyone in the world has to take a private vote by pressing a red or blue button. If more than 50% of people press the blue button, everyone survives. If less than 50% of people press the blue button, only people who press the red button survive. Which button would you press? I mean, you should press the blue button. You're going to tell me why you would press the red button?
Hold on. Think about that.
Yeah, you're going to say that, well, if you think that you should press the blue button, then most people think they're going to press the blue button, and your individual vote doesn't matter, so you should just push the red button because that'll keep you alive anyway, just in case.
Wouldn't you go with the thing that gives you 100% certainty that you'll survive? And also with the assumption that most other people would as well? So either way,
with the assumption
you're okay?
that most other people would as well? If most people picked red, then...
You would still live. Red is you live no matter what.
Oh, wait. I saw that completely different. I thought you would be like the only... Never mind. Wait, hold on. I need to reevaluate this. 1 second. Oh, I would have to push the blue button every fucking time. The planet full of the red button pressers would be the most miserable fucking planet ever to live on. I don't think I can handle it.
You mean the intellectuals?
I'd rather myself than live on that world. So
the logical people, yeah. Yeah, Destiny is one of those fucking people. Fucking lying piece of shit. He is one of those people. You like this is. I've talked about this a bunch of times. That like, I do think. Debating has like changed like the way my brain works. Like it really has. The way I go back and I read like Facebook posts from me from a long time ago where everything that I said was like emotional argumentation, where you guys remember Steven Crowder a long time ago. He started like the second adpocalypse where he kept making fun of a gay journalist and kept using like all sorts of slurs and different ways of like bullying the guy for being gay. And when he got demonetized, his whole argument about this was, I was one of the first, I was a group of like the first 10 partners on YouTube, and I have been a partner like longer than anybody else, and now they're taking it from me for something that isn't necessarily against the TOS, but like it's about the way that you interpret it, and that like bullying him is me just like making jokes. Well, they're jokes. It's supposed to be seen as a joke. And so I remember like repeating all of these same things to somebody else, and the somebody else being like, they're literally just like calling him gay over and over and calling him a wispy queer. They have like the shirt that says, you know, socialism is for fags, and it's like, how can you defend this? But the idea for me was very like an emotional attachment to like what he obviously is gonna suck for him. Like, duh. Like that. What do you mean? And yeah, my brain has drastically changed now to where even like I've tried a lot, like trying to add more emotional thought processes in and using more like emotionally loaded rhetoric to talk to people with, but it's something that I have to make an effort to do now, whereas in normal everyday conversation, my brain just does not work that way. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't think that way at all anymore. It is drastically changed. And it doesn't matter what it is. Everything is just like just hardcore, just logical, that's the only way I can think about things anymore. The whole thing is dumb because the results come out blue most of the times, and then people say, but yeah, but it's not a real world example. Okay, then who cares? Well, that's why you put it into a real world example, like the jumping on the train tracks. What Destiny said makes a lot of sense too. Red button pushers clearly don't have people that they love. Well, I would trust my family to press the red button. I have faith in humanity. Is your dad doing okay? He was supposed to get out yesterday, and was not doing well enough to be able to get out. So the hope is, yesterday, but the hope is tomorrow. So you're a pain in the arse to try to talk to? Yeah. Yeah, like my family, they listen every time I'm like in the car with my family or something. They're listening to like right-wing radio and crap, and they'll just start like talking to each other about what's happening and what they're hearing, and the Muslims taking over and Christianity being outlawed and all this different shit. I just sit there and I literally don't say a word. I don't say a word. I'm not even interested in trying to engage with that, because the problem is that with right wingers, like I talk all the time about the fact that like people are mostly grounded in their in group. That's like liberals and conservatives, they are all mostly grounded in their in group, and that's what everything's about for them, is their in group. And so as long as their in group believes this thing, it literally, there's nothing you can say to change their mind on things, because they know like their group agrees with them, and that's what matters at the end of the day. Changing their mind and being right, okay, fine, you're right. What benefit does that have? What benefit does it have to most people to be right if they end up being looked at differently by their friends and family, and they're not respected, or they're not liked, or they're thought of as like a crazy evil communist? Like, why who cares if you're right? What benefit is that to them? And so for especially people who are Christians and they feel as though Republican politics are grounded in Christianity, and that like if you're a real Christian, you would never agree with the liberals, you would never agree with the Democrats if you're a real Christian. Well, that's that's something that like until they're giving up Christianity, they're not moving. They're not gonna change their minds on these things. So don't engage with other ideas. Wait until you're back in your bubble. You know, I literally debate for a living, right? You know, I literally like do debates for a living. Like that's the my family is my bubble. Literally the opposite. It's crazy. It feels like people in chat are saying you have a moral obligation to put yourself in danger. Yeah, so this is to me it almost feels like Republicans all like wanting everybody to have guns, right? That like if everybody has guns, then we're better off, right? But to me, I'm thinking of the few people who will have guns who will then maybe shoot people. But to them, it's like, well, more good people will have, even though like the small, you know, percentage of people who might go around killing folks will have guns. All of the people who will kill them will have guns too. And I just think, yeah, but why not just choose the thing where none of us have the ability to kill each other? Like, why not do that? why not just choose that one? But they'll say like, you know, well, there will always be people who have guns. People will always have guns. Somebody will always find a way to get a gun and shoot people. And it's like, yeah, true. Which is why I believe in gun rights, and I believe that like people have to, because that is the case, because people will always have an ability to get guns, that like it is good for us to have gun rights, but we should be choosing like, you know, the few to have those guns, have a higher threshold for people to get them. What do you think mothers will press? I I mean, again, I think it's based on how it's phrased. I think if it's phrased in a logical way, everybody presses the red one. This is, again, the point. I think if it's phrased in a logical way where you say, hey, you can press the blue one, but you'll definitely die if 50% doesn't press it. Whereas if you press the right one, the red one, everybody lives. You have 100% chance of living, and everybody who presses the red one lives. It's about how you phrase it. That is the point. So it's about like the phraseology of the question. But the thing is that I think if we're including children, I think children would press the red one. And considering that children are like a very large portion of our population, they would totally fuck up the the percentages here. Yeah, I don't think children are going to think about like whether or not they're saving other people or anything. I don't think they're going to go through that thought process. They're going to press the one that says that they're going to stay alive. But even I don't like it doesn't have to be all children. I just think the majority of them would press the red one. Even if we think of like kids who aren't able to like read or understand the question, red is a color that sticks out more to them, and they'll probably end up pressing that one as well. And so depending on how they were raised. Well, I'm talking about like we're talking about kids who can't understand it. That's like what Freddy I think is trying to say, that like kids who can't understand the quandary, which one that like some of them might press the blue. I just think in reality there is like no shot that the majority of people actually press blue. I think that there's like no chance that more than half choose blue. I'm saying that a lot of children will not be making it in the red. You have to accept this fact. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think that is a fact that we accept. I think it's a fact that we accept, especially in America. Like the fact that we do have guns and that children are a large portion of gun deaths every year just from accidental discharges and crap like that. You know, the amount of kids that die in cars, the amount of kids that you know, walk into traffic or dying in car wrecks, the amount of kids that are dying from just like corners being on tables or whatever. Like I think that there are so many things that we already kind of accept these things overall for some sort of utility that we get out of those things in the end of the day. And so we choose the thing that's going to give us the most utility instead of the thing that's just going to save the most lives. And we accept the 10-15% that will die along the way.
Adam Mockler, Peter Meyer.
Everybody in the world has to take a private vote by pressing either a red or a blue button. If more than 50% of people press the blue button, everybody survives. If less than 50% of people press the blue button, then only people who press the red button survive. Which button would you press? Now, to a lot of people, this question seems very silly. It seems like this guy was trying to come up with some version of the prisoner's dilemma, but then forgot to include...
I know this guy. Oh, Yuval. Isn't he the guy who tracks people down? Isn't he the guy where people just say, like, hey, where am I? And then he goes and finds wherever they are. Isn't that Yuval?
anything that would make it an actual dilemma. Because in isolation, there is no downside to pressing the red button. If you press the red button, you live. No one has to press the blue button. This might be easier to understand if you just reframe the question a little bit. Everybody who presses the blue button dies, unless more than 50% of people press the blue button. If you press the red button, you live. This statement is identical to the premise of this hypothetical. Looking at it this way makes pressing the blue button seem nonsensical. There's literally no benefit to pressing the blue button. Why would anyone take that risk? You're just risking your life for no reason when we could all just press the red button and go home. However, this assumes that people realize this, but clearly a lot of people don't. Because the initial question frames pressing the blue button as the choice that saves lives, it seems a lot of people have this gut reaction to the question that makes them think there must be some sort of downside to pressing the red button. So clearly, a lot of people are going to press the blue button. Now, plenty of people will frame this as just being stupid, as the blue...
Oh, that's literally my thought, is that, like, we'll have, by pressing the red button, we'll get rid of MAGA the quickest. MAGA will be gone because maybe the people who don't understand the question will press blue, and MAGA will be gone. We'll be able to live a normal, rational life from now on.
Button only being pressed by people who don't realize that literally everyone could just press the red button with no consequences. But then the question becomes...
Which button is the trans button? Well, technically the red button would be, because The Matrix was made by two trans women, right? The movie The Matrix. And they said later on that, like, part of this was about, like, their ability to, like, wake up and realize that gender was a social construct, and that they have the red pill and the blue pill, and that taking the red pill makes it to where, like, you kind of see reality in the world for what it is, and that you can just be yourself, and you don't have to live up to everybody else's expectations, and you can just transition if you want. And so all of these people now who run around calling themselves red pill, what they're doing in reality is just calling themselves pro-trans. So the red, I guess, would be...
Do we believe stupid people deserve to die? There are really only two things that contribute to your intellect: the quality of your education and innate aspects about your own brain. Which of those are in your control? So to subject all the blue button pressers to death would seem to imply that people deserve to die based on something nearly entirely out of their control. In that sense, it might seem like we have a moral obligation to press the blue button simply because we know people are going to press the blue button. But then the question becomes, how many people do we think are going to press the red button? If we think an overwhelming majority of people are going to press the red button anyways, then pressing the blue button won't matter. If 80% of people reason...
Correct, that is what I think. Yes, that is what I think. I think that by far the majority of people are going to actually, in reality, in a real world scenario where this is actually put in front of them, the majority of people are going to press the red button. And they will sit there and they will choose selfishly in the moment. And so therefore that I see like no shot that we actually hit 50% on the blue button. And that the whole idea of like, but what about these people, Tom? But what about those people? But what about these folks? I see 0% chance that like we're actually going to get to 50%. And so you can just choose to commit suicide or not. That's how I see it.
To themselves that there's no reason to press the blue button, or if 80% of people think there is a reason but would rather just save themselves, then pressing the blue button won't help. This question actually doesn't have as easy of an answer as either side is stating. It's not just, oh, is it easier to get 100% of people to press red or 50% of people to press blue? If 80% of people are already going to press red, then getting 50% to press blue is just as impossible. There is some portion of the population that is going to press the red button because they believe that is the perfectly logical thing to do, but there is some portion of the population that will not act perfectly logically. The answer to this question depends on how large we think these groups are. Hypotheticals surrounding saving people's lives always interest me, because people answer them as if they only exist in the hypothetical, as if there aren't already buttons you can press to save others right now. I've mentioned them before, but my friend Ahmed's family is still trapped in Gaza. The border has been opened, making travel much easier, but he's still short of the funds he would need to transport all 17 of them. The remaining 75,000 Canadian dollars that he needs translates to roughly 55,000 US dollars. Despite the amount we've been able to raise for him, he's hit a lot of unfortunate luck. From the border being closed for years when he had the funds to evacuate them, to GoFundMe deactivating his campaign when he had finally raised the money, he tells me he's terrified that all hope is lost, that no one will press the button that can save his family. If you have $1,000 in your bank account right now, I'd ask that you go to the GoFundMe listed on the link tree in my bio and donate just $5. I'd ask that you press the button. Here, there is genuinely no risk. Everybody in the world is to take.
This is part of like I go through. I've already named like a bunch of scenarios where I feel like this already plays out in reality, and I feel like yes, we could just keep going along. More real world scenarios like this, just pointing out how in reality nobody ever presses the fucking blue button. At least the majority of people don't, and so it's like where I'm able to like depend on myself. There's been a ton of scenarios where like there was a while back where I was managing a Pizza Hut, and we got really behind on deliveries, and so I just went and started grabbing some of the deliveries and taking them myself. And I got in the car and I was on the phone with my girlfriend, and I'm in a lane turning left. So for people, I know that a large portion of you are from other countries where you guys drive on different sides of the road, so just to make this a bit clearer. Okay, so this car is in front of me, and they have to go this way and turn left, okay? So they're coming over here. We're just waiting for the light to turn green. The light turns green. This person sits for a long time. I start honking my horn. They finally go. But as they're going, the light turns yellow, and so we speed up and we go through. And as we're going through, somebody coming from here comes flying into them as I'm about right here. They come smashing into the car that was right in front of me and hit them, okay? And it was like a truck, like a big truck, okay? So I'm on the phone with my girlfriend. I literally pull up to right here, stop my car, jump out. The truck over here was a ditch, okay? And the truck is just slowly heading towards this ditch. So I jump out of my car here, run around the car or the truck, and then hop into the driver's seat over here, open up the door. There's like 2 teenagers sitting there, a boy and a girl. They're both like knocked out with airbags on their faces. And I jump in, hit the brake, put the fucking truck in park, jump out, run back, and the car that came from here that smashed into them is now rolling up against all of the cars that are lined up here. A bunch of cars here, and her car is just scraping against all of theirs as they all just sit there, okay? They all just sit in their cars just watching her car just scrape up against all of theirs. So I run over. She finally gets like some space between her car and theirs. I run over and start yelling at her to roll down her window. She rolls down the window a little bit, but is like screaming bloody murder. And I keep telling her to stop the car, and she keeps saying, I can't, I don't know how. So I try opening up her door, won't open the back door, unlock the front door, open her door as it's still rolling forward, but it's rolling towards like the other truck now. And I'm finally able to like get her door open, press the brake, put her car in park. This chick has blood all over. She's wearing a white dress, a very nice, like ball gown, white dress. Again, teenager, like 16 years old, with blood just all over her dress, blood all over her face and everything. But then once I get her in park, I ask her if she's okay. She says she's just screaming. That's all she's doing. She's just just screaming at the top of her lungs. Grab her phone, ask her to unlock it real quick, call mom in there, and got her mom on the call. Okay, once this happens, then all of the people whose cars got scraped and everything, all of these guys start getting out of the cars and coming over and asking if everybody was okay, if everything was all right, blah blah blah. They all sat there watching one car getting ready to like go tip over in a fucking ditch, and the other one continued to like scrape everybody's cars and fuck them all up as I jumped out and stopped both cars from continuing forward. The whole time I've thought about this a bunch. If I had to like depend on other people in that scenario, I probably wouldn't have gotten out of my car. If I needed to like have 2 or 3 people help with this scenario, I never would have fucking gotten out of my car. Ever. I would have stayed in my fucking car. Because I'm jumping out thinking, like, I've got this, I know what I'm doing. Like, I can stop this from happening. That makes it easy for me. But if I do think, did you still end up delivering the pizzas? Yes, very late though. Very late. It was because I ended up going and grabbing like my I have a vest in the back that's like an orange vest, and ended up like directing traffic for a little bit until the cops and the fire trucks and EMS and everybody got there. But there's been like 2 or 3 scenarios where like I've been in this some sort of like life-threatening scenario where I just have to like jump and act real quick. But I always think, yeah, if I'm in scenarios where I have to like depend on others to act with me, like I said, like if I'm in a stadium and somebody starts shooting, we are safest if everybody just rushes that person and kills them. It'll be easier. They'll kill 4 or 5, maybe 10 people in the process, but we'll be able to stop them faster. Whereas if all of us run away from them, they can just keep hitting all of us in the backs over and over and over and over, right? And so running towards them makes it to where like your life maybe feels a little bit more like at risk, because you might be on the front line while they're shooting at people who are rushing them, but you're able to stop them faster to where it saves more lives. But nobody does that. It's very, very few people who actually rush the shooter. By far the majority of people run away. by far, we're talking like 98% of people are running away. They're not taking the risk and staying around any longer. They're doing their best to just get away from the gunman as fast as possible. And so even in that scenario, it is unlikely that I would stay or try to rush the fucking gunman when I would have to depend on so many other people also rushing the gunman. To where now I just have to accept that more people are going to die with our backs turned running away, but it'll be the slowest and, you know, the people with the least amount of speed who are going to get shot in the back. That is what happens all of the fucking time. And so yeah, in scenarios where I know I would have to depend on other people in order for this to work and in order for my life to be safe as well, I probably wouldn't do it. I would just go and save myself. You press the blue button that time. Well, no, I didn't. Again, I didn't depend on anybody else in that scenario. I was not depending on other people. I was not dependent on other people to do the right thing or to help or anything else. All of these kids were apparently on their way to a high school for prom pictures or something like that. It had something to do with prom or homecoming or some shit. But all the two kids, the guy and his girlfriend who were in the truck, and then the girl who was in the car that smashed into them, all of them were on their way to a high school. And the girl who smashed into him just straight up, the one with the blood all over, just straight up ran a red light. Just was not looking, was not paying attention, just straight up ran the red light, ran right into these kids in the truck. The scenario you keep referencing, the people rushing the shooter also have a chance to make sure nobody dies to the gunman. I don't know what you mean. I have no idea what that means.
It is the logical and intelligent choice to press the blue button. Well, if you just thought about it for 2 seconds, you would understand that pressing the red button guarantees survivability, and the only choice that needlessly puts you in danger is the blue button. Cool, yeah, I thought about it for 4 seconds, actually, and realized that if you press the red button, you're condemning 50% of everyone below the age of 4 and most people above the age of 90 to death. The original question said...
What? No. What the fuck? That's not true at all. That's
everyone
stupid.
in the world. There's no asterisks, there's no footnotes, there's no caveats. It's everyone. So that's including babies, that's including toddlers, that's including 95, 100-year-olds. So the chances of them knowing to think it through, or even understanding to think it through, or even having the ability to read to think it through, and not just randomly hitting a button, yeah, it's 50-50. We all have to press the blue button. Right, but that's no fun, right? Let's play in your bouncy castle, all right? The only people that are given the choice have the ability to read and are making conscious decisions for themselves. Which button do you think Forrest Gump is pressing? Do you think that he's pressing the button that's framed as saving people, or the one that's framed as selfish?
Forrest Gump would vote MAGA. He's gone. Adios.
I feel like by now we've all seen this thought experiment that Mr. Beast put up, and after seeing the videos done on it, the internet never fails to fuck some shit up that could be fun. If you read it, everyone on Earth takes a private vote by pressing a red and blue button. If more than 50% of people press the blue button, everyone survives. If less than 50% of people press the blue button, only people who press the red button survive. Which button would you press? Be honest. Now, the obvious answer is the red button. There is literally no downside to pressing the red button. However, what should have been obvious and fun turned into a clusterfuck of mental gymnastics. And people started adding all these other caveats that have nothing to do with the spirit of the question, which as far as I'm concerned is asking what people of competency and like able sound mind would do. But people are like, but there are kids, and what about people who don't understand, etc., etc. Okay, so then if that's the case, let's look at the rules as written, because it's pretty straightforward. If X, then Y. If A, then B. If more than 50% of people press the blue button, everyone survives. If less than 50% of people press the blue button, only people who press the red button would survive. The test is also taken privately and obviously anonymously. Every single day, over 300,000 babies are born. At the time of the test is administered, the previous day, there was at least 300,000 people born that would never take the test. The babies are physically incapable. And since there's no established time limit, the test would just never conclude. And there's no cosmic accident that would cause all 300,000 babies to pick anything. They're not moving around or crawling or shit like that. They're just gonna lay there and be swaddled. Additionally, since there's no time limit and the rules as written, if X, then Y, if 50%, then you get this outcome. If even a single person abstains from the test, nothing ever happens because it has to conclude. So if you're going to put like unnecessary mental gymnastics in it, just take it to this conclusion. If you do it this way, if you read the rules as written, the test would never be able to be completed because you know there'd be that one person who would troll.
Yes, this is why I was saying, like, if we're getting this pragmatic about it, where we're starting to include like babies and children and shit like that, like, then okay, I think babies are more likely to go. There's studies showing that like they're more likely to go to the red fire truck or the red race car or something, like, because the red is like something that sticks out to humans a lot more, and so they're gonna press the red button more likely, the majority of them, which means that because there's a lot more kids in the world than there are adults, then this makes it to where it's even less likely that the blue button will ever get above 50%, and so now pressing blue is just suicide. Like, so it just makes it even more obvious that red is the right choice.
Who wouldn't take the test? I feel like by now we've all
pragmatism versus logical reality. Well, no, pragmatism is the logical reality. It would be a like, when it's, again, when you turn it into like this moral quandary where you have a moral responsibility to press one or the other, that's where it changes. It is pragmatism and rationale are on the same side. The moral question is where people change.
All seen this thought experiment that Mr. Beast put up, and after seeing the videos done on it, the internet never fails to fuck some shit up that could be.
Everyone in the world has to take.
The red versus blue button debate is literally a matter of comprehension, and I'll prove it to you. This is how the situation goes. Everyone in the world has to take a private vote to pick a red or blue button. If more than 50% of the people pick the blue button, everyone lives. If less than 50% of the people pick the blue button, then only people who picked the red button will survive. Which one would you actually pick? So the comprehension issue is that if everyone were to literally pick red, then everyone lives and there's no downside whatsoever. But realistically, that's not going to happen. So which one should you actually pick? The blue one. Because it's far more likely that you're going to get 50.1% of the people to pick blue than you are to get 100% of the people to read the question properly and pick red. So the question is really, do people who have less
But that's not the equation. The equation isn't 100% red or 50.1% blue. That's not the equation. The equation is you as an individual either say because the chances of them pressing blue, 50% plus pressing blue, is fairly low to where, yeah, you're just committing suicide by pressing blue. Like, he's putting it in this dichotomy that doesn't fucking exist. It's stupid.
Comprehension deserve to live or not. Whether that was the actual intention or not, I have no idea. All I know is that in this current state of the world, if you pick blue, everyone will probably live. If you pick red, then unfortunately there are going to be a lot of people who are unalived. The red
Everyone has to press one of two buttons without knowing what anyone else is choosing. If more than 50% of the population presses blue, everyone survives. If more than 50% of the population presses red, we will survive and blue will not. Stop letting the internet gaslight you. Pressing red isn't selfish, it's based. It's the only mathematically correct answer. It's just a classic game theory matrix. Yeah, it's a flawless mathematical model, but it completely fails when applied to the real world. Pressing blue is the only logical choice if you understand statistical variance. Okay bro, I'll map this out using a classic game theory payoff matrix. We'll plot you versus the rest of humanity. Survivor gets a value of 1, not surviving gets 0. If the majority presses red, pressing red keeps you alive, so that's a 1. Press blue and you don't survive, so that's a 0. If the majority presses blue, everyone is saved, so red gets a 1 and blue gets a 1. Look at the board, pressing red is a dominant strategy. It mathematically guarantees a payoff of 1 no matter what the rest of humanity decides to do. We're locking into a Nash equilibrium. That's just a classic spherical cow in a vacuum fallacy. A farmer asks a physicist to help increase milk production, and the physicist starts his proof with, first assume a spherical cow in vacuum. You're assuming 8 billion people act perfectly rational. Have you met humanity? Half the people need Subway Surfers playing in the corner of the screen just to pay attention long enough to read the rules. I don't need them to be rational. That's the beauty of a dominant strategy. It mathematically protects the payoff regardless of how brain-rotted they are. Reality is the baseline of the system. The law of truly large numbers says that on a sample size of 8 billion, 100% coordination is statistically impossible. You have little kids pressing buttons. People who think look maxing is better than smart maxing. People who say 6-7 thinking it's funny. For sure millions will press blue by ignorance or just by accident. It's not my problem. If they deviate from the dominant strategy, they assume the risk of the zero utility outcome. Natural selection. Everyone has to press one of two buttons without knowing what anyone else.
If more than half of people pick the red button, everyone who picked the blue button dies. If more than half of people pick the blue button, nobody dies. The people who treat this scenario as a logic problem kinda suck. Yes, you are guaranteed to live if you press the red button, but people are picking the blue button.
Oh, that's crazy.
unavoidable.
She
People are
thinks
picking the blue
picking
button.
red is the logical one. What? That's insane.
So if you are choosing red, you're choosing to kill them. But there's no downside to choosing red. Yeah, everyone you care about is going to die. If this was a video game or a TV game show, yeah, pick red, absolutely. But the scenario is the entire human population is transported to these rooms. That's like 8 billion people. And it's not that they'll lose some money, it's that they'll die. That's the end of them. You want me to risk my life to save other people's? Yes. Duh. I've seen a lot of people reframe this as, oh, if you press the blue button, you're basically saying, I might die. And if you press the red button, you're saying, well, I won't. And that's how you reframe it. Don't press the might die button. But I'm going to reframe it because people are picking blue. You can either press the might kill someone button or the don't kill anyone button. So there's no downside to picking blue. Either everyone is safe, or I don't have to live in a world that's just full of selfish people. Amazing.
Yeah, well, so that again, yes, they're putting the moral responsibility on you, saying that if you press the red one, you're killing other people. I think that there's just too much. There's too much faith that you have to have in everybody else that I do not have. Is your life worth protecting if you lose the people you love? Yes. Yep. I will love new, more rational people.
Kat Abu-Ghazaleh and Geraldo Rivera. Americans with different perspectives aren't talking to each other, but here they do.
Good evening, I'm Abby Phillip in New York. Tonight, a new question. Just how popular is this war with Iran? President Trump says that the war with Iran could take days at first if he wanted to, but then he said it would be weeks. And now he says that now that it's carried into its third month, despite higher gas prices at home and plummeting polls at home as well, Pete Hegseth is saying that America is right behind the president.
When I talk to Americans, and especially when I talk to the troops, they are grateful for a president who has the courage to take on this threat after 47 years of what Iran has done, targeting and killing Americans.
What I'm concerned about is we are not safer, and I would just like to know why you have not sought the support of the American people, and 3 out of 5 Americans are against this war today.
I believe we do have the support of the American people, and we have briefed regularly what this mission looks like. And
here, consider this, okay? Currently, half of America isn't even in favor of like taxing rich people at higher rates, and half of America is willing to vote for Donald Trump and like fuck over large portions of the population in the process. And you know, the amount of people who are dying from USAID being canceled, the amount of people who are being you know, persecuted based on race and discriminated against, they don't care about that. Like all of these people seem to choose like only the downside across the board there, and make it all about like a very selfish, you know, oh well, they might take my job, or what if this like 1%, you know, less than 1% chance that a trans person rapes my wife in the bathroom, or like things, you know, these are people who are half America are already kind of choosing a thing where they're not really caring about the majority of people. And then obviously there's going to be other Democrats who do that as well. So this is why, like, overall, I look at these and I think, yeah, there's just no way that half the population chooses the blue button. Like, there's just no fucking chance. Like, we got Dan, who's super concerned about fucking furries and trans people right now. That's all he ever thinks about. Like, Christy Noem's husband. I think some people just have too much faith in humanity.
Why it's critically important that we undertake it.
You don't care whether
When
the American people
and
support this war.
the American people are quite smart. They understand and see through spin. They know
They're not. And they don't.
That a regime that says death to America, that seeks nuclear weapons and the ability to deliver. Did they lie about the range of their missiles?
The picture that Hegseth is painting there is wildly different from what the polling is actually showing. Just 34% of Americans support the war efforts, according to a new Reuters Ipsos poll, and just 25% say that it's worth it, while 53% say it's not. So even among Republicans, only 58% say that the benefits outweigh the costs. And despite gas prices skyrocketing to the highest level in 3.5 years, President Trump is echoing his defense secretary.
And I actually think it's very popular, what I'm doing. I can tell you worldwide, the world is thanking me because I shouldn't be the one that's doing it. Other presidents should have done it long before me. And other countries should have done it. We were not helped by NATO at all. Other countries should have done it.
Obama did it. You undid it. You caused this. Obama did it. He fixed it. There was no real problem anymore. Donald Trump undid it. Okay? If you want to say, okay, well, Obama's deal wasn't good enough, they could have done this, they could have done that. Okay. So you keep the deal in place while you renegotiate or push for a new negotiation. But at no point do you pull out of the current deal. At no point. There is no rationale to pulling out of the deal that we were currently in. There is none. There is no reason to pull out where they are currently abiding by the deal in allowing audits and allowing in actually reporting everything that they have. There is no reason to pull out. No reason. Donald Trump pulled us out of the deal for absolutely no reason, for no benefit whatsoever. He keeps doing this thing. Well, other presidents should have done it. Other presidents did do it. You undid it. You got rid of it. You ended what it is that other presidents had achieved.
It seems like there's a lot of wishful thinking going on here inside the administration about how popular the war is, how Americans see the war. I've looked at poll questions that ask this in all kinds of different ways, right?
It was like 30-something% that voted for Trump. Well, it was 30% of all Americans, but of people who voted, where people didn't see Trump as like a big enough threat to vote, or maybe they didn't have the right to vote, or they didn't think it was that big of a deal one way or the other. They saw them both as the same. Like, those are the outside of losing your right to vote, like the other two are just as bad.
I read you several of them. Here's another one. In the long run, does military action in Iran make America safer, less safe, or have not much impact? Only 27% say it makes us safer. So, you know, it's either the American people are smart enough to know what they think about this war, or they're not.
Well, you didn't watch that video I sent you? Oh no, I didn't see this.
This is the United States.
Max Fisher, most U.S. elections don't count. Okay.
Well, you know, I think the Secretary Hickseth did a pretty good job. He was combative. He was firm. You know, he was kind of macho. He was also, I think, weak on strategy overall. The polls that you cite, Abby, reflect the fact that they have no end game. And I think I am distressed for the administration for that reason. I don't think they know how this is going to end. I don't think they know how they want it to end. I believe that you have a chaos at the top right now, and everyone is holding their breath. I hope that the president doesn't, in a moment of peak, decide to take out the infrastructure in Iran just because he's angry and frustrated that the thing has dragged on so long. I hope he does not do that. Because I worry that nobody at this table and nobody in this country knows where the hell this thing's going.
Yeah, Pete Hegseth wasn't acting macho. He was playing a macho person on TV. He is not actually macho. We are dealing with a war that is failing on a daily basis as Donald Trump has taken his
machismo?
Because he was performing. It was a performance for Donald Trump.
Didn't you know? I was wondering.
I mean, Donald Trump is very impressive. He's taken his two largest campaign promises, no new wars and lower prices, ending inflation, and he's messed both of them up. He started a new war that spiked inflation, and now this war is actively failing. An interesting statistic is that Americans have spent collectively $23 billion extra dollars on the gas pump, and that's money that could have gone towards daycare, towards childcare. We'll sit here and you'll laugh at Americans spending money, but the reality is we are failing this war. The purpose of a war is to extract political concessions from the enemy. Can you name a single political concession we've gotten from them? Anything at all?
Or are you talking to me?
Any political concession? Because you can't name one.
So here's what we're doing.
No political concessions.
When you get up past your bedtime, you get hyper. Here's the deal. We have a clear issue here.
You're shaking, bro.
We have a clear issue here. No nuclear weapons for the largest state sponsor of terrorism in.
Yeah, but again, that's not the deal. Trump is not offering to end this over no new nuclear weapons. He's not doing that. They've already agreed to that. They agreed to that before the war started. So the idea that this is all just no nuclear weapons, that's not the deal. That is not the deal that's being offered. That's not what it is. That's not where Trump is drawing his line. That's what he keeps saying in front of cameras. But we know for a fact that that's not the case. We know that that is not where he's drawing his line. It's so stupid for them to keep repeating this line of, well, as long as there's no nuclear weapons, we know that that's not where they're drawing the line. We know that they keep offering, they keep saying 0% enrichment. 0% enrichment. That's it. 0% enrichment in their actual negotiations. So if you're drawing it at 0% enrichment, your line is not no nuclear weapons. It's not anywhere close to no nuclear weapons. You're drawing the line another 100 miles off of no nuclear weapons and adding just a ton of other shit there.
In the world, period, full stop. The president believes, and he may be right. I spoke to a retired Rear Admiral today, Mark Montgomery, who's at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. They think the blockade is actually more effective than the military campaign. And a little patience on the blockade here, where we cripple the Iranian economy, where we kill their currency, which is happening as we speak, where we put pressure on China.
This is not going to kill their economy. This is not going to cripple them. They're so fucking stupid.
Because they need to get their oil flowing again. A little bit of patience right here, not bombs, but patience on a naval blockade could get the outcome you want, which is no nuclear weapons for the largest state sponsor of terror in
You've been
the
saying
world.
this for 8 weeks, and we are now past the 4 to 6 week deadline. Where is the enriched uranium right now?
It's under rubble.
Where is it right now? In the United States or Iran? Iran still
It's
has the
under
enriched
rubble.
uranium. They still have the scientists scattered across their country, and they have all of the blueprints in the cloud. You can sit there and act confused, but you can't name a single political concession
It's
that
not
we
over
got
yet.
from Iran.
It's not over yet.
Okay, but also on that fact, why are we talking about the strategy of this? This isn't a legal war. This is terrorism. We are turning our military into pirates. We are seizing civilian vessels. Additionally,
sanctioned Iranian vessels that have gone through a DOJ process.
We are.
You
this
call it
just
piracy
happened
and like
last week.
if words don't have any meaning, but like we have sanctions against these vessels, and the
We are just
EU has
making
sanctions against these vessels. In
random
some cases,
stuff
the
up.
UN has sanctions.
But one
against
of
these
the
vessels.
most egregious aspects of this is the white Christian nationalist twist that Pete Hegseth has added onto this, saying that this conflict that we started, that we have sacrificed our own service members for, is ordained by God. Is bombing a school full of schoolgirls ordained by God? Is our prices going up and us not being able to afford an ambulance, we call an Uber instead? Is that ordained by God?
In 1983, I was in Beirut when the Marine Corps barracks was blown up by a suicide bomber sponsored by the Iranians.
It's not 1983,
230
though.
Marines died.
That's awful. That's
part of-
terrible. But that is not.
They,
It's
they
not
also took out
1983.
a couple of dozen at the U.S. Embassy.
Geraldo, we
downtown
murdered an
Beirut.
entire
No, I mean,
school
but
of children.
You can't make
2 of them.
You can't make them, suddenly a victim.
Okay, the real question is, what have we
I
gotten
think
for
I actually
this
think
war?
the school children are victims. I think the civilians that are dead
but
are
so are
victims.
the
Yeah,
Marines.
I do, but
Yes.
hold on. I do think, look, just to be clear, I mean, obviously, Marines being killed is terrible. School children being killed is terrible. But there's a big difference between Iran willfully bombing, U.S. military targets and the United States bombing a school and then not acknowledging it, which is its own separate problem. But the school children are civilians. They're civilians point blank. They should never be targeted. We are, according to some people, already at the 60-day mark of this war. And technically, they're supposed to come to Congress on it. Pete Hegseth was questioned about this today. Listen to this.
The War Powers Resolution specifies that a war initiated by a president without congressional approval must be concluded within 60 days.
Ultimately, I would defer to the White House and White House counsel on that. However, we are in a ceasefire right now, which our understanding means the 60-day clock pauses or stops in a ceasefire. You're not in.
Yeah.
It's our understanding, just so you know.
Okay, well, I do not believe the statute would support that.
I mean, that was essentially how the Obama administration interpreted the statute.
And
They would
Republicans disagreed with it at the time.
100%. I think it would be cleaner.
So just to be clear,
It'd be a good act of constitutional hygiene, and it's not you need to conclude within 60 days. You need to conclude or have authorization from Congress within 60 days.
Exactly. So
Now,
they could come to Congress and get authorization. Why not?
Or they could challenge the statute, which, as somebody who has either sponsored legislation to repeal or reform every extant authorization for the use of military force and to reform war powers more broadly, I also have to confess the War Powers Act of 1974, the constitutional underpinnings of that are shaky. It may not hold up. If the
Maybe
Supreme Court
so,
does.
but it's
the
the law of the land, and
reality
it has not been
Congress
challenged.
has the power of the purse, and this is the reality: is that if Congress continues to authorize the Department of War, if they continue to pass the National Defense Appropriations Act, they continue to do that. That will
They're
be
not going to shoot
passive
down the
consent.
Defense Act on the basis of a war that Donald Trump
also,
started.
why
would he shoot down all of our
the
defense?
National Defense Act.
different than
The National
defense.
Defense Act comes up once a year. I think it's probably this year. It's usually toward the end of the year.
They also are requesting a supplemental before.
They're requesting a supplemental, but they haven't actually done that fully yet. And I do think it raises the question, do they just get to pause this thing whenever they feel like it, even though there is an active blockade? And a blockade involves the U.S. military threatening with force that if
Considered an
any
act of war.
Yeah, it is considered an act of war. So how does that not count?
I think that interpretation, however, is subject to reasonable acceptance interpretation. If indeed there is a ceasefire, don't you want to encourage the ceasefire? That you encourage this peace.
Yeah, but there's also a naval blockade, which is by definition not a ceasefire.
But also,
This is what they did with the Russia-Ukraine war as well, where obviously the negative outcomes of actually getting a ceasefire and just calling it quits in the middle of the war while Russia has gained a bunch of territory in Ukraine, that this is not beneficial. And MAGA would just keep saying, but a ceasefire, dude, a ceasefire. Like, we want a ceasefire. We want to make it to where there's not a war and people stop dying. It's like, you don't believe this. There's no way you believe this. But then when it comes to people chanting death to America, they haven't invaded the United States. They haven't bombed us. They haven't attacked us. They haven't done any of these things within the United States. Somehow this is totally worth going to war over. But when we're looking at Ukraine, who's actually defending their own territory, where Russia has invaded, where they are bombing them, where they are killing civilians, where they are, taking over large swaths of territory, with that, why is Ukraine still fighting? I can't believe Ukraine is still fighting this war. They should just stop. They just want people to stop dying. It's absolutely fucking stupid.
We're talking legalities when it comes to war powers and all this. This is bird law, right? It is not governed by reason. You can't get. No, it's always sunny in Philadelphia fans here. Come on,
Can I just take it back?
Wait. What do you mean by bird law?
I mean that when we try to apply like normal rhetoric, normal logic, normal dictionary definitions,
as we do in a democracy. Like, we're not Iran. We don't get to just ignore the law.
Ignoring the international legal repercussions
right?
here.
If we're talking about that, what international legal repercussions?
This is a war of aggression.
What is international law? Who's enforcing international law?
Who is the aggressor here?
Us. We are the aggressor.
Against
we launched
Iran?
this war. Yes.
Okay.
Just because Iran exists.
Did all of U.S. history exist before the last 8 weeks to you, or just 8 weeks?
It started on February 28th.
Listen, we all know.
I mean, honestly, they have been at war with us for 47
We
years.
all know that Scott Jennings is more than happy to defend a war with a country that starts with the letters IRA that we are currently failing.
It's so fucking stupid saying that they've been at war with us for 47 years. Again, I don't know if they're aware, but there were treaties signed by Democrat presidents that were actually getting peace between the two countries. So for you guys to say we've been at war with them for 47 years. Also, we really need to get a ceasefire, guys. We should all really care about the ceasefire, guys. There was a ceasefire. You can't keep playing both of these fucking games that we really care about the ceasefire. That's all we should really be aiming for is a ceasefire right now. But then also be in favor of the war starting in the first place, which ended the ceasefire that already existed. This is absolutely fucking ridiculous. These are contradictory arguments.
Is going to put us trillions and trillions of dollars more in debt. I was only a few years old while you were in the administration defending prior endless wars. Now this war is failing.
8 weeks is endless to you?
Okay, you said it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks.
You have the attention span of a gnat?
Homie, I debated you on TV 4 to 6 weeks ago, and you said we were weeks away from it. Now you're making condescending remarks because you can't defend the fact that this war is not going your way. Wait, one more time.
Not going.
Well, correct. Exactly. We've been at war with Russia for that long. We've been at war with North Korea for that long. We've been at war with China for that long. This is such a stupid point to make when the acts of aggression have not been the same on any of those countries. And they are bigger threats. They actually have nukes already. They are much bigger threats to us.
Name one political concession. Name one political concession.
Hey, whoa,
Honestly, I'm not going to have this guy's.
Everybody.
Hold on, get your hand out of my face. He's literally leaning towards him right now. He's literally leaning towards him right now.
You said it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks.
You have the attention span of a gnat?
Homie, I debated you on TV 4 to 6 weeks ago, and you said.
See, now he's sitting back straight again. Now he's leaning into them again.
Remarks because you can't defend the fact that this war is not going your way. Wait, one more time.
This is not his hands in your face, bro. You guys, he's actually just turning towards you and looking at you while you stay staring at the desk, looking down.
Name
one political concession. Name one political.
Bro. Bruh. Chill, son.
Honestly, I'm not going to have this guy's hand in my face.
Everybody, hang tight.
Honestly.
Okay. No, everybody, calm down. Okay. We're having a debate. you can respond to the points that he's making.
Can you name a political concession that we've got?
I had a flashback to the war the skinheads had in my studio.
I would be mad if I had to defend war too. I would be mad if I had to defend war.
Scott, you can respond.
We have
and
a
then
very simple. We have a very simple goal: to keep terrorists and a terrorist regime from having a nuclear weapon that can threaten the United States, our interests in the region, our allies in Europe, anybody else in the world.
So you can't answer the question. Thank you. I would get mad too.
All right, we're going to leave it there, guys. Next for us, the president suggests.
Damn, they should throw Scott off the show. I mean, they gotta have some right winger come on and defend these arguments, and they're all gonna pretty much be the same. They're all gonna be just as dumb and just as childish as the last one. So I don't think it makes much sense to get rid of that guy for another person that's similar. But all right, I will watch the video, Sonny, that you sent in just a minute. I got, I think, a longer version of this debate, or maybe it's just the next topic.
Do you think that this time is different?
Well, I think certainly Donald Trump hopes it's different because this is his opportunity to actually try to win this fight. I mean, there's nothing.
Wait, this is from 27th. Oh, this is the Kimmel one. Okay, I had this on the list, and I guess I missed it.
Rages him more than being beaten, and that's exactly what happened last fall, which you're referring to, which is that after the FCC sort of jawboned ABC into trying to get Kimmel off the air, they did so for a week, and then he was, after a massive backlash, he was brought back on, and that was the first really, I don't know if it was the first, but it was one of the most important moments when Donald Trump was trying to go after not only the media, but law firms and higher education when there was a real backlash, and he was.
All right, we got an hour and 14 minutes left on the clock. If you guys want to donate to the channel, we keep the stream going based on how much gets put into the goal. So if you want to support the channel, use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. You can use PayPal, debit card, credit card, and then you can also use a message that will be read through TTS. But we got to get to $25 in the next hour and 15 minutes.
Was unsuccessful. And I think I talked to people around him that he is very eager to undo that defeat, and he wants another shot at Kimmel, and he was obviously upset about what he said, but that was I don't think that it was an actual fear of.
This is where betas get their news. We're not getting news right now. I don't know if you're not paying attention. We're watching people debate over different subjects. If you have a disagreement, you're welcome to hop on and tell me what it is you think they're so wrong about, but to just keep sitting there whining and crying about us watching two different sides argue with one another. I'm sure there's an echo chamber around that you could find to go scream about trans people in.
That he was calling for violence.
So, yeah, I mean,
wow.
Look,
it's amazing that we sit at this table and everything is Donald Trump's fault. And when you call and put up a picture of the First Lady and you laugh about her being a widow and her husband being killed who's already been shot, that somehow that is Donald Trump's fault and he's mean to Jimmy Kimmel and wants Jimmy.
Not about him getting killed. It wasn't about him getting killed. That joke had nothing to do with Trump getting killed. What fucking little babies, dude. These are the biggest snowflakes of all time. Every time we see them, they're just whining and crying about some little tiny slight against them, or their favorite president daddy that they're offended on behalf of. But at no point did anybody call for Trump to get killed on Jimmy Kimmel. It's so fucking stupid, dude. These people are morons.
Kimmel going, I don't know who you talked to the White House. I'm around the White House. I promise you a lot more than you are. The president has not talked about this at all.
Well, at
all. Like,
sure.
It's on the list of things he gives you know what about, it's down here. But when you go on TV.
The thing that he sent a Truth Social post about this.
After it was said, you can respond. And by the way, if this was a joke, Jimmy Kimmel could have immediately been a comedian and said, hey, in light of what happened tonight, that was a joke. I apologize for, and I'm sorry because it wrote.
But that's literally what he did over the Tyler Robinson thing that you guys all whined and cried about as well. And I'm pretty sure he specifically said that this was bullshit. He didn't accept the apology. So I'm sorry, but like, when you guys refuse to accept anybody's apologies with your woke fucking cancel culture shit, nobody's gonna keep apologizing for stuff, especially in a bad faith interpretation like this one. There's no way that anybody's gonna apologize for something like that.
But he didn't, and you want to know? You would do it immediately. At Twitter, I can tweet right now on your show.
But hold on, I think the
he
question
doesn't. He knows he's not going to get fired, but he wanted her to be a widow.
Do you think he was referring to Donald Trump being murdered, or do you think that he was referring to a 56-year-old woman who is married to an 80-something-year-old man?
I think when you've been shot at 3 times and now, or this being the 3rd and 4 different times he would try to kill you, yeah, I'm going to go out there and say Jimmy Kimmel's a smart guy, and I think he's saying a widow, and I think the audience laughed that way. They weren't laughing at an age joke.
I'm not going to try to be clairvoyant about what Jimmy Kimmel
It's a weak
meant,
stretch.
But
it's not only is it an obvious age joke. When I heard it, I knew it was an age joke. I knew it was like kind of like a gold digger joke that they're making about the age gap between the two. But then I found out that it's actually a common saying. It's actually a common age joke about like women who date men that are much older than them. So it's not even one that Jimmy Kimmel came up with. It's just a common saying that these people are freaking out about.
But I will.
It's so annoying that like they'll interpret these things in the most bad faith fucking way possible and act like it's obvious. But then like, oh, Elon Musk wasn't doing a Nazi salute, dude. Nobody actually thinks he was doing a Nazi salute. Like, no, they do, and I would hold the same standard for him. Like, if he had just come out and apologized and just been like, yeah, obviously it looks like a Nazi salute. I fucked up there. Like, it was, you know, it wasn't meant to be that, and so I get why people interpreted it that way. Like, that would be one thing, but he didn't do that, and these people all still ran around defending him the entire time. They don't hold these standards consistently by any means. They don't actually give a fuck about any of this. It's just a way for them to use it as a cudgel for their own fucking cancel culture agendas. While Donald Trump is like blatantly the most anti-First Amendment president of my lifetime. This is the second time that he's trying to get Jimmy Kimmel fired from his job by using the FCC. This is the second fucking time he's done this. It's so fucking stupid. And they keep saying shit like, well, Biden would have done it to us. The left would have done it to us if we said something like that. They didn't. Go back to the Biden FCC. These reports are public. When they would get complaints on Fox News and OAN and all these different news orgs, and they could have gone after them. They could have taken their licensing. But they didn't. Each time they chose not to and said that they weren't going to take down right-wing stations just because they said things that were illegal and false. Fake news? Well, again, Dan, if you think it's fake news, why don't you just hop on? We'll go over it. Why you just sit in chat whining and crying about this? Why don't you just hop on?
Say that we played the lead up to the joke so that you could hear the rest of
I don't have a phone. You just jump on through Discord.
the context. I'm not saying you need to like the joke, but the rest of the joke was the president. What if something were to happen to the president tonight? Is there a doctor in the house or Jesus?
We've been here before several times though, Jimmy Kimmel. I mean,
he hates
at
Trump.
the first, I think the first lady.
He's a comedian. Nobody's questioning that part.
No, he's crossed the line.
Nobody's questioning that.
Guys, he just hates Trump. So what? Who cares? He's allowed to fucking hate Trump. Get over it, dude. Holy shit. The fact that he's repeated that 3 times now. Yeah, he just hates Trump. So what? Why do you think you're making a point right now by repeating that over and over? What the fuck is happening? Like, what does him hating Trump have to do with anything? That's not relevant at all. Like, he can hate Trump and he can make jokes about him and his wife, and it's just not relevant in the fucking least.
You think he likes Trump?
It doesn't matter.
You think he
It's
likes
a First
Trump?
Amendment issue.
It's not. I'm not arguing First
You
Amendment.
think he likes Trump?
Guys, hold on a second.
Love fucking
ABC should fire him. The First Lady is
If
right.
I made that
That's
joke,
not an FEC
I would get
interaction.
fired.
That is what
You're not a
ABC should be
Canadian.
doing.
If I made that joke on my show joking, I would be fired, as I should be, especially if someone tried to kill that person. I didn't apologize immediately.
Charles.
Donald Trump posts mock violence on his Truth Social, before that Twitter.
So therefore, shoot at Trump. Got it.
So can you stop talking for
Therefore, shoot at Trump, dude. What a fucking baby, bro. What a fucking whiny little baby, dude. These people have become the biggest snowflakes, dude. We need to get some masculinity back on the right wing. This is embarrassing, bro. This is some fatherless fucking behavior.
half a second? That would be great. All the time, and we take it as a joke. He posted a video of him beating up CNN in 2017. You retweeted that and said, "Isn't this funny?" So it's a joke then when he is doing the violence, but not when.
If we're going to go back to that, let's
Yes.
go back to it. Was he doing it in response to something that CNN had said, and it turned into a back and forth?
Literally doesn't
That's
matter.
different than
It
talking about
literally
someone
doesn't
who's been
matter.
shot.
It literally doesn't matter.
Wait, okay, so then Jimmy Kimmel is saying this in response to Trump trying to get him taken off the air the first time. Okay, fair enough. So if as long as all you're doing is just doing it in response to something else, like, I don't know why that is relevant in the least, but okay, Trump tried getting him taken off the air once already, so he's just doing that in response. Fair enough. Jimmy Kimmel wins again.
If I made a joke about someone, you being a widower tonight, and then someone took a shot at you, would you think that was a joke?
About protecting speech, not popular speech.
I'm not
The First
saying that
Amendment
you
is
don't have the
about
right to say
protecting
something
speech that is
stupid.
not popular,
You
because
get to
popular
say dumb
speech
things. It
does-
doesn't mean that a
Exactly.
corporation has to employ you.
Exactly, and they can choose to employ him or not, and they can choose to keep.
Yeah, so you can call for him to be fired by ABC, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that the president is currently trying to force them to fire him and threatening with the weight of the government, threatening to take their licensing if they don't. This is the second time he's done this over Jimmy Kimmel, over a joke, over a misinterpretation of it. This is the second time they've done this, where they have Aaron Carr, the FCC chair, saying that they're looking into taking their licensing over something that Jimmy Kimmel said. They just like keep pivoting to this irrelevant shit, and it's kind of annoying even that these dudes on the panel let them keep pivoting to something irrelevant. It's about the First Amendment. It's about the fact that this is like an authoritarian measure to try to take away someone's freedom of speech. The government does not have the right to choose for ABC in a situation like this. You can say that you think it's wrong. Okay, fine. I think lots of things that Republicans say is wrong. That doesn't mean that I'm trying to push for their licensing to get taken or making excuses for it.
Keep him. And but Melania Trump and Donald Trump have the right to object to what he has said. All of that is free speech. That is how it works. The idea that he wants to put pressure on the network to get rid of him because he doesn't like the speech.
There you
that
go.
Steps
He doesn't
out
like
of
people
his
making
There
jokes
you
about
go.
his
That
wife
steps
being a
out of his
widow
space.
after people are trying to kill him.
He's been enormously successful going after the media in a variety of different ways.
Who's gotten fired because of him? Give me a list.
Are you
No one.
familiar?
Well,
Who?
well, Conan O'Brien, or not Conan. What was his name? It's not Conan O'Brien. What was the other guy's name? What, do you have a spider charm on it? Because it matches the slither. There was who was the other guy that everybody thought got fired because of Trump? There's another, like, wait, no, Seth Meyers. No. Colbert. Yeah, Colbert. Colbert.
Who big has he talked about that's been fired?
Stephen Colbert.
Stephen Colbert hasn't been fired. We saw on the show, and y'all said it was because of the economics of TV. That was the entire discussion.
You said that.
I said he was.
You said
I did not say that. I said that no one was watching it, anyone in half the country.
Do you think that Donald Trump
There was a
has
full
not put an
conversation at this
enormous
table.
amount of pressure on media organizations? Was he being feted by David Ellison at a private dinner just a few days before the...
Barack Obama, when he was president, met with all those guys too. And y'all didn't complain. They both
Okay,
did.
but it was a
They both
completely
did.
you cannot. That's very.
And how many of them lost their jobs?
Let's meet with CEOs of almost every company out there.
President Trump has gotten involved in the mergers in a way that presidents don't do.
And also, was there a massive corporate deal?
Okay, this is a new standard.
Do you think that was
We'll go back and look at the Obama
Do you think it
books.
was appropriate for him to be meeting with the CEO of a company that has an active merger that's going to go before his administration, where he's...
I'm not upset. I just see a bunch of people mocking a widow. Pretty gross. I'm sorry. The fact that somebody is a widow means that people don't get to mock her while she's still engaging in political discourse, that she's still out there calling out the left. She's still out there making arguments. She's still out there saying stupid shit. I'm sorry, but like, she doesn't get to just come out and say whatever she wants and then use her husband's death as a fucking shield, okay? We don't do fucking human shields over here. We if you're going to engage in the discourse, if you're going to engage in the conversation, you're fair game just like everybody else. If she, you know, wanted to disappear and go into the background and say, you know what, I don't want to be part of this conversation anymore and I'm going to remove myself from it, then sure, it would be fucked up if everybody continued attacking her. But if instead she's continuing to attack the left, bull fucking shit that it's gross for them to attack her back. Fuck that. That's some pussy shit, dude.
All
CEO in
administrations meet with the leaders of companies when there's, especially...
You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
That's not me. Go back and look at the Obama years and how many CEOs were at the residence on a continual basis.
We were talking before the break about Trump's tone on Saturday night, and I think he actually attempted to strike a measured tone in those moments after the shooting. But he came out of a First Amendment dinner where he was excited to roast the press, which is totally what he, should have been doing. And then Monday morning, here we are, and it's a question of whether the First Amendment extends to Jimmy Kimmel, or does it not?
I don't think we're...
Yes, the idea of the dinner is that they all go and roast each other and make fun of the president. The president makes fun of them. They make fun of the first lady. She was there at the dinner, so again, she's fair game. And Kimmel was not going to the dinner, so he did like a mock dinner, not as in like he was mocking people, but as in like he did like his own version of it, where he pretended as though he was at the dinner and made a bunch of jokes and was roasting the president and the first lady and everybody, and that's all it was. And they're all whining and crying about the thing that they were there to do that none of them ended up doing, but Jimmy Kimmel did.
We're questioning that it should. I think we're saying that ABC should remove him. That's not a government-enforced action. That is ABC.
I'm not religious nor TPUSA supporter. I just see disgusting behavior from a group of people who call themselves the compassionate ones in society. You're talking about the right and how they're all attacking her and saying that she killed Charlie Kirk and
ABC can have that choice. I'm not arguing that. ABC has the choice to do it, but I'm suggesting they should. Well, and I think advertisers should take note of it too.
Well, and he also said he's going to address this tonight. I understand what you're saying, that he could have tweeted something quickly, but he said he's going to address it tonight on his show. But look, I think that it is not right or fair to say that the left, Jimmy Kimmel, Democrats are the only ones who are attacking Donald Trump. That is simply, he also has a divisive rhetoric, which is why it would be lovely to see the tone that we saw from Donald Trump after the White House Correspondents' Dinner. If he could set the tone for the country as the leader of this country, set the tone. I understand things have happened in the past, but there is the future that we have to look forward to. And he has the power as the President of the United States to actually do a reset, set the tone in the right direction.
Is there a responsibility that lies on anyone else but Donald Trump, that after Donald Trump and the multiple assassination attempts, is there, because everything's been about Trump responsibility all night, is there any responsibility for Jimmy Kimmel to read the room and realize that, hey, this guy's been shot at a couple of times. Maybe I shouldn't make a joke about the First Lady being a widow?
Charles, I think that's, hold on, I do think that's a fair, this is a fair question for a Jimmy Kimmel. Not about what can he do, but about taste.
Right. The taste question is
so to answer his question, I mean, is there a conversation to have that's like this joke?
I don't let him keep pivoting though. Don't let him keep pivoting. Make him engage with the question about free speech. Make him engage with the questions about the FCC. Why do they keep letting him fucking pivot? Why are you letting him move the conversation to something that is very different when he hasn't even answered the question about the FCC yet? This is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Like, sure, it is a fair question to ask, like whether or not that's a nice thing to say or whatever. But when the original topic was about, again, Donald Trump, and now he's sitting there talking about the responsibility of fucking a comedian, while as a way to deflect responsibility from the President of the United States again. Like, this is such bullshit to just keep letting them pivot in this way.
Joke. You have a right to say it, but it's in poor taste.
Yes. Also, but here's the thing. Donald Trump can't give that lesson. This is the same person who who pushed the conspiracy, first of all, made fun of Paul Pelosi for being attacked, who was almost killed, made fun of him for being attacked, and then...
This person, Wormvoid, I keep seeing them, and they have a very similar snack to Eilina. So I'm starting to wonder if they are the same person. Oh, get fucked, Eilina. Get fucked, Eilina. I bet that's who that is.
Push the conspiracy theory that the glass was broken from the outside, from the inside out, and not from the outside in. And the basis of that conspiracy theory was that was Paul Pelosi's gay lover. This is the same person who, when Melissa Hortman was actually assassinated in Minnesota, pushed the conspiracy theory by reposting a video on his Truth Social that Governor Tim Walz was involved, and the question mark was whether or not he had her assassinated.
I understand you don't like.
Yes, we're not just talking about people who, like, where there was an attempted assassination on them. We're talking about people who actually were assassinated, or who actually were attacked, who were badly beaten, who were in the hospital, and Donald Trump was still making jokes about them and coming up with conspiracy theories about them and their shooters and crap like that. Like, this is not somebody who holds any sort of high ground in this conversation. And if MAGA was actually offended by this, if they actually thought it was an issue, they would be critical of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is somebody with a much higher responsibility, okay? I don't hold some fucking comedian to a higher standard than the President of the United States. If you do, you've got fucking problems, dude. You are somebody who is breaking down our democracy by doing things like that. Donald Trump should not be held to a lower standard than fucking immigrants, or than you know, a comedian on ABC.
Is there any accountability for anybody else in the world besides Donald Trump?
He cannot, and no one defending him cannot tell me anything about civility.
Charles,
take
hold on,
Donald
Ben.
Trump out of it.
Hold on a second, Ben. Charles, I
Take
asked
Donald
Charles
Trump
to
out
respond
of
to
it.
your question.
He didn't.
Let me ask.
Take Donald Trump out of it. I'm sorry, but you can't take Donald Trump out of it. It's a joke about Donald Trump. If Donald Trump thinks it's fine to engage in this sort of way, then it's fine to engage in that sort of way. It's mutual combat. Like, if that's something that's acceptable to Trump, then it's acceptable to Trump. If it's acceptable to MAGA, then it's acceptable to MAGA. But you can't turn around and only be offended when it's beneficial to you. It's fucking bullshit.
You to respond to his. When President Trump does the things that he describes, he's shared a video of supporters saying the only good Democrat is a dead Democrat. He's posted a video showing President Biden hogtied, et cetera, et cetera. You could go on and on. Yeah. Is there accountability, responsibility for him to not do those things?
I go back to what I said at the beginning of the show. If I had just been shot at again, had someone trying to kill me again, I think the president's rhetoric from the White House and saying, we're going to do this dinner. It is important to have this dinner. We're going to do this quickly. We're going to come together. I saw people coming together. That was an incredible moment of unity, but he gets no credit for it. I understand that.
Well,
but I go back to the point.
My question was,
you also didn't answer the question.
Sure I did. I said he's clearly trying.
What does that have to do with fucking unity? This is the first time he's ever even gone to the fucking dinner. This dinner has been had. Oh, there's Eilena. Oh, there's Eilena. This is the first time he's ever even gone to the fucking dinner. Ooh, I'm a fucking G. And now all of a sudden it's, oh, well, he wants to redo the one dinner that he went to. Well, if he actually, like, if this guy was actually sending any sort of messages about unity, why didn't he go to all the other ones? Why is this the first fucking dinner he's ever gone to?
You guys are like, well, it's all Donald Trump's fault.
My question was, is there a responsibility for President Trump to not behave the way that he has behaved in the past? And can you just say it was wrong? He shouldn't have done it.
I go back to what I said.
Responsibility for networks to police themselves.
ABC station owners and advertisers are not clamoring to fire Jimmy Kimmel this time, and it seems to suggest that they feel like they've seen this movie before and they think these threats are empty or likely to fail.
Yeah, well, the initial inquiries were sent in March. They were just reported today, and it is the FCC's job to see what's happening on the airwaves. I just think from ABC's vantage point, it's extremely inconsistent. They've had no issue firing Roseanne Barr in 2 seconds. She tried to apologize. They said no way. They fired Chris Harrison from The Bachelor.
But again, there wasn't pressure from the FCC to fire them. This is not analogous. When you're just bringing up the fact that people got fired, okay, that's fine. If ABC wants to fire Jimmy Kimmel, I have no issue with that. I don't watch the guy. I don't think he's funny. I don't think he's particularly entertaining. We're talking about the government. Again, the government putting pressure on a company to fire somebody over a free speech issue because they're offended. They are personally offended. The government is trying to coerce a company to fire somebody because the president's feelings were hurt. Like, this is not analogous. It's so stupid.
Because he said, should we fire somebody and get rid of her for going to a party when she was a teen? And I'd like to remind people too, I mean, when Obama was president, there was literally a clown at a rodeo in Missouri who made a joke about Obama getting gored by a bull. He got fired. So unless it's Trump, we have a very high standard for what we expect of entertainment employees and what we expect in terms of being respectful to the president. And I would remind people as well, you know, there was another assassination attempt at the Hilton.
Oh, okay. So this video was posted 10 hours ago, and it's like numerous conversations and debates that they had about this one topic. And so the first one was from the 27th, but this video did just get posted 10 hours ago. So they have like a bunch of different debates about the one topic. Okay.
Obviously against Ronald Reagan the last time. And after that incident, the country was so shaken. Johnny Carson, who was a Democrat, decided to postpone the Oscars because he thought it would be inappropriate to be celebrating and cheering when there was such an act of political violence. And you juxtapose that with Jimmy Kimmel, who continues to double down and ridicule and make fun of Melania. It would have been so easy for him to say, I screwed up, I apologize, and take some responsibility. And instead, he just wants to continue to victim blame Donald Trump for getting shot at. Seriously?
Although in this particular case, Kimmel would have had to have some...
Wait, when did he victim blame Donald Trump for getting shot at? When did he do this? Where did that come from? When did he do? What the fuck is she talking about? When did he do this? I have no fucking idea what the fuck she's talking about right now.
Prior knowledge of what was going to happen in this case to have something to apologize for.
Right, but the timing was unfortunate enough that he might as well have said, you know what?
I'm not sure.
That was unfortunate timing. I wish that hadn't been said.
I suppose one could say that, but he also made a joke on Thursday. The bad thing that we are all alluding to here happened on Saturday. The two are not connected in any meaningful sense. And again, what you said earlier is worth repeating. The several attacks that have happened directed at Donald Trump are egregious. It's shaken me quite a bit, honestly, to think that in the United States, in the year of our Lord 2026, people are taking shots at the president. And this is disconcerting. At the same time, it doesn't seem appropriate to me that the response from the administration is, well, let's start cracking down on everyone who is saying anything directed at the president, even if it has no connection whatsoever to an assassination plot. So that, to me, again, smacks of pettiness. It seems vindictive. And again, it runs afoul of our laws. If there is a legitimate concern about systematic discrimination on the part of broadcasters here, the FCC would pretty much have grounds to go after every broadcaster in America related to DEI policies.
Including, by the way, Fox, which has DEI policies.
Absolutely.
And just like all the other networks.
Yeah.
But anyway,
so
Ellie.
Private entities have the right to fire people if they want, if they don't like that person's speech. But the real fundamental question here has to do with governmental power. Do we want the FCC policing the content of speech? Because that's a totally different thing. The First Amendment applies to governmental action. It doesn't apply directly to ABC. And so if the FCC is throwing its governmental weight around to try to influence speech, to try to punish certain speech, that is where the First Amendment is violated.
Punish, throw your weight around, going back to the first segment. When you talk about regulation, if the biggest thing that's changed since Ronald Reagan's horrible assassination attempt at that same hotel, and we were talking about it in the break, is the internet. Things now on the internet make us want to hate each other because we're team red or team blue, because it makes people literally rich. And the government, whether
this is so stupid. This is absolutely fucking stupid where people do this like, oh, it's just the people at the top who want us to hate each other, who are trying to split us up. That's what all this is. And by you playing this partisan politics, you're buying into their bullshit. No, it's Donald Trump. It's just Donald Trump. It's not all of the people at the top. It's not everybody. It is just Trump. He's the one who started this shit. He's the one who made politics be like this. He's the one who started acting like, just throwing shots at everybody, and calling them out for anything and everything and making fun of them and using like very disgusting language and conspiracy theories and whatnot. Like, he's the one who made this a norm. It's him. Tom, what did you have for dinner? Roast beef, steak tip roast beef, I think, or something like that. Pretty good.
we should or shouldn't regulate, people scream at me from the right and from the left. We got to be able to go on the internet and say whatever we want to say. That's all right. It's the new town square, a la what Tesla guy said. What's his name?
Elon Musk.
Right. Yeah, it's the new town square. But when you put it in this context, it starts a pattern of what we're talking about, Abby, which is it overreach? Is it regulation? Is it, folks, while again, and I'll stop, people at home are trying to figure out how to make ends meet, they see their government trying to regulate whatever news.
Well, I mean, you're making a good point that for a while it seemed that the free speech argument was the argument being made on the right by people like Elon Musk, by people like J.D. Vance, who last year went to Europe and lectured them about protecting free speech. Listen.
In Britain and across Europe, free speech, I fear, is in retreat. So I come here today not just with an observation, but with an offer. And just as the Biden administration seemed desperate to silence people for speaking their minds, so the Trump administration will do precisely the opposite, and I hope that we can work together on that. In Washington, there is a new sheriff in town, and under Donald Trump's leadership, we may disagree with your views, but we will fight to defend your right to offer it in the public square.
Yeah, again, this is the exact opposite of the Biden administration. The Biden administration consistently chose free speech. They consistently, when they could have, like, without it even being a free speech issue, in my opinion, they could have taken broadcasting licensing from Fox News or given them, you know, some legitimate punishment. They chose not to, over and over, when they could have, and it would not have been a free speech problem. It was literal, like, they were actually knowingly spreading information that they knew was false, that they were well aware of was bullshit. And they didn't. But when they bring up these issues, they'll bring up bullshit like the Twitter files or some shit like that. None of them ever know where in the Twitter files it says the Biden administration ever did anything anti-First Amendment. They don't have any evidence of it. They don't. They reference things that that don't seem to actually exist. It's just the smallest little things. They'll call these things anti-First Amendment, but when it happens to the left, and it's an egregious example of breaking the First Amendment, they don't give a fuck.
Unless you are a late night comedian, Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert, or frankly anybody who criticizes President Trump, they won't defend your right to say things they disagree with then.
Well, the president is not prosecuting, Jimmy Kimmel. He's saying he should be fired, and that could be his opinion. If you,
that's not true. They're sending the FCC after them. This is such fucking bullshit, dude. Why do they keep letting them repeat this shit? FCC head's agency wasn't, well, I guess this is afterwards. What are we? Okay. FCC orders review of ABC's broadcast license. This is right. It, like, the day after all of the Republicans all of a sudden got all upset about what it is that Jimmy Kimmel said. And I have, like, a couple of things about this on here. Let's see. So here's a post that I made a little while ago on Twitter. It says, conservatives are lying and completely ignoring the threats from the FCC to ABC and pretending they didn't happen. This is from the last time they did this. Not even this time. This is from the last time, okay? It says they're ignoring threats from the FCC to ABC and pretending they didn't happen while saying Biden censored people in this way. After Fox News was found to be lying about the 2020 election in a lawsuit they settled, numerous groups petitioned Biden's FCC chair to revoke their license. Even Trump threatened to remove their license in his first term because they were mean to him. But Jessica Rosenworcel, Biden's FCC chair, denied all 4 petitions and said removing their license would be against the First Amendment. This is one of her last acts before leaving in January of 2025 in an attempt to set a clear precedent before Donald Trump came back into office, likely to use the FCC against his political enemies. And then here's from an article from 2025, 2024. we don't have the, so this is what Rosenworcel, Trump's FCC chair, said. We don't have the luxury of doing anything other than making very, very clear that this agency and its licensing authority should not be weaponized in a way that is fundamentally at odds with the First Amendment, Rosenworcel says. This agency should not be the president's speech police, and this agency shouldn't be journalism's censor-in-chief, she adds. By taking action on these 4 petitions from the right and the left, we're making those principles clear. So this is her making very clear the Biden administration could be taking their licenses, but they don't want to set a precedent to where they're going to do that. Then this is Trump's current chair in front of Congress. Listen to this.
Trump himself has made it abundantly clear that he thinks any journalist who dares to criticize him is a, quote, enemy of the people. He has even threatened to revoke the broadcast licenses, we just saw that, of news organizations that criticize his administration. This assault on free speech is being orchestrated by Trump's pick for FCC chair, Brendan Carr, a right-wing co-author of Project 2025. Carr is using his position to punish the news outlets that diverge from the White House's approved narrative. Acting in violation of the Constitution, federal law, and the ICC's own mission, Chairman Carr has decided to use the agency to harass and intimidate news organizations that stray from the White House's talking points. One of Carr's first actions was to revive 3 complaints made to the FCC by a conservative group, the Center for American Rights, against ABC, CBS, and NBC for their critical coverage of President Trump. For the record, there was a complaint that Carr didn't revive. Of course, it was a claim made against Fox News, a news organization that agreed to pay an $800 million settlement to a private company, Dominion Voting System, and admitted to promoting false claims of fraud during the 2020.
So they're talking about the fact that right at the beginning of the presidency, Carr started re-engaging investigations from petitions into NBC and ABC, and that he was doing this as like a way to pressure them by acting like he's going to take their licensing. And Nadler is pointing out that the small little problems that you have with ABC and NBC are not nearly as bad as the one with Fox, yet you did not reenact the investigation into Fox News. You didn't care about Fox News. You didn't do an investigation into them. You just left Fox News, even though they were found to be liable for lying about the election, knowingly lying, admitted to lying in 2020.
The election related to the company's voting machines. Mr. Aaron, what message is Brendan Carr and the administration sending by investigating ABC, CBS, and NBC, but not Fox News?
I think this is, a blatant abuse of power from Commissioner Carr. He's saying, we're coming for you. At the same time, the president is literally negotiating a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit settlement, and he has pulled out all the stops. He said, I might not approve your merger. He said, I want to see the transcripts. He's come back again and again and again. I just imagine when a Democratic FCC chair thought about, like, hey, could we do an independent local study? Everyone was up in arms. Here we have the chairman of the FCC saying, I'm going to use the power of my office to squeeze these news organizations either to settle or change or transform their coverage simply because the president and Mr. Carr don't like it. That's textbook government censorship.
Thank you. Mr. Aaron, the former chair of the FCC, Mr. Carr's predecessor, Jessica Rosenworcel, said these complaints, quote, seek to weaponize the licensing authority of the FCC in a way that is fundamentally at odds with the First Amendment. To do so would set a dangerous precedent, close quote. She also warned that the agency, quote, should not be the president's speech police. When Mr. Carr was before the Oversight Committee last Congress, he was asked a very simple question. If the president directed the FCC to revoke ABC or NBC's broadcast license because he felt they were being unfair to him, would you comply? The answer should have been a simple and resounding no, yet Mr. Carr repeatedly refused to answer. Mr.
Tom, do you support your chat's sick opinions? Why don't you answer this, okay? Do you think that while Erica Kirk is attacking the left is not allowed to attack her back because she's a widow? Is that your opinion? Is that your thought? Not what I'm saying. I didn't ask if that's what you're saying. I'm asking you a question. I'd like you to answer it. He's not going to answer the question. He wants to go off and reword everything into some other bullshit way so he can avoid the question, as he did the last time I asked him. Yeah, this is them at the beginning of the Trump presidency talking about the fact that they were going to use the I just responded. No, you didn't. You asked me another question. I want you to answer my question. You did not respond. I asked you a question. You said that's not what I'm saying. I never said that's what you're saying. I asked you a question. I'm asking you to answer the question. You're refusing to answer it. But anyways, this is them talking about the fact that Trump was going to use the FCC chair to pressure other companies and that he was already doing so. And now he's done it twice since then. Twice. Continue to go after liberal media organizations. Ask me your question. The answer. Okay. Question is, do you think that if people, that if Erica Kirk continues to attack the left, that people should not be allowed to go and attack her back? That if she's part of the discourse, part of the conversation, that people aren't able to go and attack her just because she's a widow? Check your donos. Is it not going through? Aaron M. Sound with the $20. Let's fucking go, dude. He said, let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this to work. Where the hell is it? Okay, there it is.
Aram Sound tipped $20. He hasn't been here in a minute, so in honor of our favorite loon, Tom is fair. 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 Tom be fair. Tom, that guy's bald. Like, super bald.
True. W's in chat.
Abaddon 6666 tipped $5. Testing, testing, testing 1 2 3. Repeat testing, testing, testing 1 2 3.
Thank you. Thank you, Abaddon, for the test. It works. Thank you. W's in chat for Abaddon and Aaron. Let's go. $25 on the goal. Yay, yay. Wah, 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 wah. Don DeMarco. Now, do you think his murder was disgusting? Yes, I think murder is bad. I'm kind of blown away that you, like, you think asking if murder is bad is like some sort of crazy question. I don't think anybody here is going to argue that murder is good. Do you condemn your chat's responses? What responses? I didn't hear any of them saying murder is good. We were making fun of him for pearl clutching. Yeah, that's what I saw. I saw them making fun of you for pearl clutching and making a big deal about Erica Kirk. I didn't see anybody saying murder is good.
Joked about someone's death, which he believed he did. Go ahead, criticize him.
Government doesn't necessarily.
So he's using the government to bring something that they brought in March of 2025. They started this in March of 2025.
You can use the government's regulatory power. I'm not talking just about this, because don't forget
that was the leading.
Brandon Carr made this threat first last fall. So the threat of using the government's regulatory power to police speech and police the actions of private corporations, that has been unequivocally put on the table. And I'm not the hold on a second. I am not the only
letter is about the DEI policies.
I am not the only person
Disney.
saying that. Here's Ted Cruz today. He says it is not the government's job to censor. I do not believe the FCC should operate as the speech police. Ted Cruz. He is no
I would ask you and Ted Cruz.
Hater.
I'm sure that's all you saw. I asked you who said it, and you just told me to read the chat. I've been reading the chat. So if you can tell me who said murder is good, I would be happy to hear it, but you're not doing it.
He's no rhino. He believes that this action, and he was consistent. The last comments by Brendan Carr, he was very clear that he believed that that was a clear evidence of job owning, which is using the threat to coerce speech. So it doesn't require that you throw somebody in jail. Just the threat of using regulatory power to coerce
Nobody's
their
getting threatened.
is what is happening.
Clear, the FCC is not threatening to throw anybody in jail. It's
so
not
are you denying that Brendan Carr did not issue a threat in the fall to ABC or to Disney that they
Chairman
would
Carr's letter in March 2025
Joe,
was about
question. Did Brendan Carr in the fall say that he would take a look at Disney's FCC licenses because of the comments that Jimmy Kimmel made?
I don't remember, but I can tell you what he
I can tell you. I can tell you. Hold on a second. I can tell you. He did say that. So given that he said that, do you acknowledge that that's him using his power as a government entity to try to coerce the actions of a private company?
You are trying to stretch something that is on paper that you can read with your own eyes and see. The chairman's letter involves Disney's DEI policies, which the FCC has been regulating equal employment practices since something like 1968 or 1969. Every time a license gets renewed, they have to apply the same standards to everybody. And one of those standards is employment practices. If Disney has...
I mean, it's a good question. Why aren't they applying this standard across the board?
Well, when
why
they
are
get
they
their license
reviewing...
renewed, they will.
Well, hold on.
But if Disney has nothing to hide about their employment practices, why not go through
Disney's licenses are not up for renewal.
They're not. In 2028.
Yeah, but they are not up for renewal right now.
The way we are talking about this at this table, all of us, exposes that this is a pretext piled atop another pretext. We all know this is not about DEI policies. We're not even really talking about it this way. We know it's about the content of speech. We know it's about the jokes Jimmy Kimmel made. We know it's about the kind of things that he says. That's what's prompting all of this.
I would have made it about DEI. I got interrupted 20 times.
Which broadcaster hasn't made commitments to do this
Disney
kind of
has a policy
hiring?
of 50% of
do you know any broadcaster that hasn't done this?
Underrepresented groups.
Do you know of any broadcaster that hasn't made similar commitments since 2020?
No, and when their licenses get renewed, I imagine
but the license isn't up for renewal. What we know is that the process was actually expedited here. In fact, it seems as though they've expedited the process in the last couple of days. Why do you suspect that happened?
The process began in March of 2025. It was done over the last year. You pointed out something that happened in the fall. So this has been ongoing for
I'm asking you why they're expediting now.
I'm just telling you that there is a ongoing...
Yeah, he hasn't answered a single fucking question this entire time. This is fucking infuriating. This guy's so obnoxious.
Inquiry by the FCC. And if Disney has nothing to hide about their DEI policy...
The answer is not convenient.
I don't think it's in good faith to suggest that things that happened in recent history that were big stories at the time didn't happen. They happened, right? We know that Brendan Carr's threats to Disney that was the big story. And he was crystal clear about it. Even Republicans had to rebuke him. And that's why they ultimately backed down and they put Jimmy Kimmel back on the air. So we can't pretend like that didn't happen. We can't pretend that that's not the context. We also can't pretend that the context isn't that Trump has specifically asked and told ABC that they should take Kimmel off the air. So all of that, Joe, I mean, if you're being honest.
You're forgetting that Disney has been in the bullseye of the Republican Party since Ron DeSantis 5 years ago. This is not a company that Republicans have shied away from attacking.
If you're being honest, I think my final question to you is just sort of like in the last segment when we were talking about this. Do you really believe that this is the proper use of the federal government. You are a conservative.
The
okay?
FCC
J.D. Vance said, we will protect your right to say things we don't like. Is it the right use of the government for the FCC chairman to threaten a private company over speech that the president doesn't
The
like?
FCC chairman put in writing a question about DEI policies, which they have jurisdiction to oversee.
He just said a minute ago that he didn't know that they were questioning their licensing, and now he's saying he knows what that questioning was for. He knows they were questioning it for DEI. This is absolutely fucking stupid, dude. He just said a minute ago and he didn't even know that they did this, and now he knows not only that they did it, but why they did it as well. What was put into writing and everything. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude.
If Disney does not have anything to hide about the DEI policies, go through the
What about his
Disney? By the way, Disney has said we're going to comply.
Okay, all right,
Disney has said we're going to comply.
A car in the FCC has nothing to do with fucking DEI policies, dude. This is such bullshit.
You're right, Chairman.
What
we're going to comply.
if you just divorce this moment from all the other moments in the last 8 months? Maybe you might believe him, but there's a lot of history here that points to targeting of ABC over viewpoints that they disagree with on their broadcast.
Yeah, and there's real issues about the equal time rule, other elements like that. I don't like the president jawboning. I especially don't like the president jawboning when it is keeping Jimmy Kimmel. It's the same dynamic that we see with interest rates. The more he says we should lower interest rates, the independence of the Fed keeps them the same, even when they probably would have lowered them absent that. Jimmy Kimmel would probably be fired if Donald Trump, stopped talking about it. Because I swear to God, this is the only time I ever hear about Jimmy Kimmel. I've never heard somebody say, "Hey, you know what? Jimmy Kimmel had a funny joke the other day." I've never, ever heard anyone say that. I'm tired. I'm tired of Jimmy Kimmel. Let him fade off into obscurity. Let his memory be the man show, which somehow has not resulted in his cancellation 20 years later. Like, just let him go.
So I mean, do you think that this is the FCC trying to execute on Trump's desire to have Jimmy Kimmel punished?
I mean, I honestly don't know. I mean, there are normal things that occur in the course of reviewing the license. Obviously, the rhetoric around this.
Oh, okay. There are normal things that occur. Okay, well, there you go, guys. There are normal things that occur. I don't know if you guys knew that, but there are normal things that occur in the review of a license. So now that we've settled that,
this goes above and beyond that. If there's any actual action taken, it goes above and beyond that. I just, as somebody who actually appreciates the First Amendment, I think the idea of allowing Jimmy Kimmel to be a martyr for the First Amendment is something that sickens me.
Scott?
Yeah, I did speak to Brendan Carr too the other day.
and this is literally what I said when I made a bunch of videos about this back in the day, is that I think it was Lauren Chen who replied to something of mine and said, no, none of you liberals cared about Jimmy Kimmel until all of a sudden you tried to turn him into a martyr and started to make a big deal about him in the First Amendment, but then everything went right back to nobody caring about him again because nobody watches him. And I replied, I was like, yeah, no duh. Yeah, none of us like him. I don't think he's very funny. I don't think he's particularly interesting. But when Donald Trump is trying to take away his First Amendment rights, yes, I care about the First Amendment. And so in that case, yes, I went and watched him, and I watched what he had to say about it, and I showed some support because I'm supporting the First Amendment, not Jimmy Kimmel. I don't really give a fuck about Jimmy Kimmel. I give a fuck about the First Amendment. You guys pick and choose when you do and don't care about the First Amendment.
About this issue, and he had explained that they were already in this early review process, that there is some sort of DEI review going on with the licenses. It's been going on over time. They do have the ability to call them in for an early review. I'm not totally steeped in all the bureaucratic processes there, but there's a legitimate thing that the FCC does. On the Kimmel piece, I got to say, I still don't know what the joke is.
He's not
expectant widow.
Not surprising.
They keep trying to explain that this was a joke, and how can we go after people who are just telling jokes? I've yet to hear anybody explain to me.
I guess the
what's the
question
joke? What's the joke?
Does it matter whether it was funny? Does it matter whether it was a joke or not?
Well, they're saying
because I don't know that speech has a joke clause.
And maybe it doesn't. But for them to then, and he's been pretty defensive about it the last couple of nights. But for them to say, "Oh, we're just out here telling jokes," I wish somebody could explain to me what is the joke about wish casting the death of the President of the United States or
wish casting.
Well, I have two questions for you. I mean, one would be,
wasn't wish casting.
Does it really matter
Bro,
whether it was a
They're such fucking babies, dude. Wish casting? I hate these people so much, dude. We really need to get rid of all the fucking wimpy men in society. Send them off to fucking Russia and let them deal with the cold and all that shit and come back. And Orange Channel will even join you guys, I'm sure.
A joke or not. But secondly, I'm just going to play this because this is Trump talking at the White House on Tuesday about his marriage to Melania. Listen.
And they were married for 63 years. And excuse me if you don't mind. That's a record we won't be able to match, darling. I'm sorry. Just not going to work out that way. We'll do well, but we're not going to do that well. 63 years.
Whoa. Donald Trump just wished his own death. Oh my goodness. He's encouraging extremists to come kill him. He's saying that the extremists should come kill him so that they don't make it that far. Oh my goodness. Oh man. That's crazy. I can't believe he just did that. Donald Trump just encouraged extremists on the right to go kill him.
That was a joke.
Well,
I don't think he's living to 120.
That was a joke.
He is 80. She's much younger. He's not going to.
He's not going to live until 120. Yes, that is the joke. That's the fucking joke from what's his face? I can't remember the guy that we've been talking about this entire time. Jimmy Kimmel. That was his joke. Is that she's an expected widow because Trump is old. That's the fucking joke. They're all acting like, oh, he's encouraging people to go kill Trump. Okay, well, Trump made a joke about his old age as well, so we have to believe that he's also encouraging people to go kill him.
Not going to be around for him. Kimmel's problem is he's not very funny.
Kimmel says that that's the point that he was trying to make.
The morning of Charlie Kirk's death, or the night after, he revealed his true, I think, gutter instinct where it comes to Trump. He hates Trump so much, Kimmel, that he could use that platform, and he hates with Charlie Kirk's death, his murder on live television. That body was still unburied when Kimmel was making jokes. And it was so insensitive.
It doesn't matter if it's sensitive. It's the First Amendment. It doesn't matter if it's insensitive. It doesn't matter if it's funny. It's the First Amendment.
But Trump has had so many insensitive
Yes, but you also can't say profanity on FCC-regulated channels. No, I'm saying there are limitations that are imposed because they're using public spectrum.
With fines. You get fines for those things. But you don't get attacked by the president. What this really just shows is that...
He can go on a podcast and say all these things. He can have a Substack.
He can also say it on broadcasting.
Over the past few years, if you even so much as hint that Donald Trump is a fascist, Republicans lose their temper, as they so often do.
Yeah, when they say you can't say it, well, technically you can. You just have to pay a fine for doing so. You don't get your license taken away if you do cuss or if you do say something. Donald Trump has literally said the F word on live broadcast television numerous times. So even that's not a good argument either, because the hypocrisy will show right back up again.
Or you put it into a manifesto after you tried to assassinate him because you believe that he's a fascist and you think that justifies...
Yeah, after you tried to assassinate him, Adam Mockler. Remember when you tried to assassinate Donald Trump? You remember when you did that?
His assassination.
No, you guys have said that we shouldn't even call Donald Trump
that's the phrase that you say.
Then Donald Trump gets into office, he tries to remove comedians from the airwaves, and you guys run defense for it. Donald Trump tries to make a list of his political opponents that he wants to lock up, like, I don't know, Comey, Letitia James. He's talking about hanging people.
I impeached the guy, and I'm sitting here talking about him, right? You
so
see me in the concentration camps right now.
No, I'm referring to other...
Wait,
do you not think he has fascistic tendencies? Do you not think
I think using the term fascist is so fraught.
No, Donald Trump is taking comedians off air.
I don't think it's about
political...
Hang on, guys. Well, I'll only interject to say this, because we played it before on the show, but Trump has repeatedly called his political opponents fascists, communists, et cetera, et cetera. So if the word fascist in and of itself is so beyond the line, Trump has crossed that line.
Additionally,
it's simplistic rather than beyond the line.
Listen, my point is that if you're going to use it as an argument to say that Democrats have gone too far, the president has gone just as far.
But hold on, this isn't just about...
He's gone farther, is the point. He's gone farther. He didn't just call them fascists. He called them authoritarians. He called them Marxists. He called them communists. He called them socialists. He called them all of the other things. He's called them traitors and called for them to be killed numerous times. Like, the Donald Trump has taken all this shit a million times farther. It's not correct at all to like act like, oh, Donald Trump has gone just as far. No, not just as far. He's gone a million times farther.
It's not your rhetoric. It's
not just about Kimmel. It's not just about Kimmel. Last night, we saw in Texas courts that the case for Alex Jones and the Sandy Hook families, which has been going on for more than 8 years, these families have been tortured by this man for over a decade. He somehow found a legal loophole made just for him. Even lawyers don't totally understand what's happening here. And if you're watching this and you're in Texas, you should call your representative and ask what the hell is happening with that deal. This goes to speech all across the spectrum, except for the people that align with the most extreme parts of the right.
Do you have a vested interest in that case?
Sorry?
Do you have a vested interest in the
Yeah, my partner owns The Onion, but also, do you not want the Sandy Hook families to get their fair share?
I do. I think
because
Alex
right now,
Jones
this is
should be
the
off the air.
only
I just
deal.
was saying, like, there are other externalities there when it comes to that. So I like disclosure. I like honesty.
Yes, that's
And I think the Sandy Hook families deserve every ounce.
Absolutely. All right.
Absolutely.
The other moment that a lot of people accused the president of having thin skin about was how he reacted to Jimmy Kimmel's joke from last week. And here's Joe Rogan criticizing the president for just all that has transpired after that alleged joke.
Adam Carolla had a really good point. He said that joke on a Thursday. On Friday, nobody gave a because
Yes, well, I was literally just about to say this. Nobody cared about the joke until Donald Trump, until there was a shooter inside of the hotel. Now, just to be clear, a lot of people keep saying, like, Donald Trump was almost shot. Just so you guys have seen, I don't know if you guys have seen, like, the full like record of what happened there. They were nowhere close to Trump. When people keep saying shit like, oh, they were right outside in the hallway. The hallway in this building is very far away from where they were, especially from Trump. Trump was on the opposite end of this room, and this ballroom is fucking massive. It is the size of like like 5 of my houses in this one fucking room. It is insanely huge. There's not all that close of a call.
Kimmel. He said a joke about Melania. He made his own mock White House press correspondence dinner.
Right.
And he said Melania has the glow of a woman who's recently widowed.
Okay.
That's it.
It's an old guy joke, like he's going to die.
Yeah,
soon.
it could be, or an assassination joke if you want to take it that way, but he is old.
Wait,
but then,
after the attempt?
No, before. So it's on Thursday, and this is Carolla's point. That's a really good point. He said no one gave a on Friday. Right. It came out on Thursday. No one cared on Friday. No one cared on Saturday until Saturday night when the assassination attempt, and then all of a sudden everyone's blaming Kimmel.
And now it's just been added to this like very tiresome, frankly, long-standing tit for tat between Trump and Kimmel, and it just he won't let it go. I mean, Kimmel doesn't like him, but Trump is the president, and he will not let this go.
Number one, the joke was in poor taste. Number two, it's a shame that Jimmy Kimmel can't stand up and apologize for a joke that was in poor taste. And third, Adam Carolla makes a decent point that was referenced by Joe Rogan there, but no one cared on Thursday because the people who watch Jimmy Kimmel agree with his politics, and they probably thought it was a hilarious joke. The people who would call him out for being distasteful don't actually watch his program.
Then how did they find out about it? How the fuck did they end up posting it all over the place? What are you talking about? It ended up getting posted all over the place by people who didn't agree with Jimmy Kimmel and his politics. So what? How did they find out about it then? This is such a fucking stupid argument, dude. What the fuck?
That's why no one said anything until after the fact.
You know, Pete, can you tell me one example of Trump ever apologizing for anything?
Can you tell me one example of Trump?
I don't know why it matters.
I mean,
Jimmy Kimmel made a
Are you serious?
I don't know why it matters. It's because you guys consistently whine and cry about those tiniest little fucking things and then don't hold those standards consistently. I don't know why.
Robert Mueller? Robert Mueller? Are we going to act like that didn't happen on Twitter?
Can you give me an example of someone's spouse being told you look
Nancy
like the
Pelosi's husband.
I mean,
Paul Pelosi.
the point is that
Trump made jokes about Paul Pelosi, implying all kinds of crazy conspiracies about why he was attacked with a hammer. The president did that. That actually did happen. And I would also add, I mean, the president earlier this week made a joke to his wife that she's going to outlive him. In front of he made the joke in front of the king.
But there's a big
joke.
I think the joke was unkind and unfunny. Yeah. But why make a federal case out of it? This whole city lives in fear of Trump's petty angers. The entire Senate, the entire Congress does. Everyone in the administration. That's why they have to parrot his lies about the 2020 election or whatever he wants them to say. The entire city lives in fear of it because he makes a federal case out of everything.
And that's the point. I mean, it's like, again, you cannot show me an example of Trump ever apologizing for anything. So I just think it's rich when any conservative tries to go and say that someone should apologize for anything. The point is that the Republican Party ran on a platform. Peter speaking. The Republican Party ran on a platform of having free speech. That's what you guys campaigned on. You went to all the college campuses all around talking about you stood for for free speech. Now you have the president of the United States being so much of a snowflake that he cannot handle a joke he doesn't like from Jimmy Kimmel. That's ridiculous.
And Jimmy Kimmel can't be man enough to apologize.
Your president is not man enough because
you think that Donald Trump is in the gutter, so you think you should just jump in it with him? Rise up to it.
Oh, I don't like that they're like the hypocrisy argument is fine, but they are kind of allowing these guys to like act as though there is something for Jimmy Kimmel to apologize for, and I don't like that. They need to like make it clear like Jimmy doesn't have anything to apologize for here.
I know you do use the whole "you" thing a lot. Like, let's be not personal and accusatory about everything.
Did you vote for him?
I didn't actually. Would you like to know that?
Oh, that's
breaking news on CNN. I've never voted for Donald Trump. How about that?
That's news to me. You got it.
Yeah, good. It'll make it on Mediaite or whatever.
He is your president too.
That is
for the record. Just for the record.
He's the president.
And your president.
All right.
This is the United States. Supposedly, it's a democracy. And it's so democratic that we each get 3 ways to pick who runs the government. We vote for someone in the House of Representatives based on which congressional district we live in. We vote for senators to represent our state. And every 4 years, we all vote together for president. Except most of these elections, they are, in a very important way, fake. Take Maryland's 3rd congressional district in the Baltimore suburbs. In every election for the last 100 years, it's voted for the Democrat in a landslide. Sure, everyone casts their ballot every 2 years, but the result is foregone. Now check out Tennessee's 1st district in the pointy end of the state. Blowout Republican in every race since 1881. Next door, Tennessee's 2nd district hasn't been competitive since before the Civil War. How common is this?
What? What does that have to do with it being fake? What is it? What is the relevance there? What the fuck is the relevance? Like, I am in favor of electors voting with the proportionality of their states. That is something that I'm very much in favor of. I think that should be an immediate change to the Electoral College. And I do think there's like 1 or 2 states that do this, but if you have 10 electors in your state and the 51% of your state voted for Trump and 49% of your state voted for Biden, I think everything should round to the closest 0 and then say, okay, 5 electors for Biden, 5 electors for 5 electors for Trump, and have them go and vote based on the proportionality of the vote. That is something that I'm in favor of. And as I said, I think there's 1 state that does this, where they're able to split their electors based on the proportionality of their vote. But this isn't like what you just said. That has nothing to do with whether or not the vote is fake or whether or not the election is fake. You're just saying that, yeah, the majority of the people in that state who vote tend to vote in one direction. It's not fake.
Let's see what happens when we take away the districts that are either guaranteed Democratic or guaranteed Republican and just show the places where both parties have some chance of winning. Here's what we're left with. These are the districts where congressional elections are competitive. Everywhere else, the result is basically predetermined. Senate, not much better. Just 15 of 50 states are competitive. As for president, most of us live in states that, because of the Electoral College, reliably go all red or all blue, which means fewer than 1 in 5 Americans live someplace where our vote has a chance of mattering. So, okay, tons of us live in places where our vote doesn't matter for the House, or doesn't matter for Senate, or it doesn't really matter for president. Let's see who actually gets the...
I mean, I'm sorry, but in Georgia for a very long time, for like 20, 30 years, something like that, we went red every single time. And then Joe Biden won. Joe Biden won. And now we're considered a purple state, a swing state. But before that, I mean, we've had, Republican senators, Republican congressmen, Republican governors, like everything is Republican across the board. And then Joe Biden won. And that changed things. That changed this state. And this state has changed over time. And what states are swing states change over time, and what states are red or blue generally change over time. But the fact that some states have stayed the same, you would expect that. You would expect that, like, most states would stay the same for about 20 to 30 years at least.
The 3 real elections, President, Senate, and House, that they're supposed to. Just these places. 3 districts in Arizona, 5 in Michigan, 5 in Pennsylvania, 3 in Nevada, 1 in North Carolina, 2 in Wisconsin. Just 4% of Americans. This is weird. We are all constantly voting in these elections that are, in most cases, sort of fake. We go into the booth already knowing who will win, and we're ruled by a government of people elevated by elections that were sure free and fair, but also basically preordained. And no other country works like this. But we never talk about it. Well, I want to talk about it now, because this one thing turns out to explain so much about why our politics feel so broken, are so broken, and because we need to figure out, if voters aren't deciding our elections, then who is? So one reason I want to talk about this now is that these elections with preordained outcomes are about to become even more common, to the point that we might have to ask whether our entire democracy is becoming in some ways fake as well. And that means answering who is actually deciding all these prefixed votes. We'll also need to answer why we are stuck with 2 parties in this country at all, which turns out to be a really important part of this story. But first, we need...
I don't like the 2-party argument. I think it's bullshit. I think the way that most people whine and cry about the 2 parties is absolutely like it's a very like almost I think childish view of our system, because when you look at the fact that, like, I generally bring up like the 2016 race as an example, where you look at the fact that Donald Trump, an outsider, somebody who's obviously not like an RNC GOP sort of candidate, that he was able to run as an outsider and win. Bernie Sanders, somebody who's an independent as a senator, somebody who was an outsider, somebody who's not part of the establishment, not DNC or a big like party member, was also able to run within the party and win. And then when people do the 2-party thing, they're only looking at the general election normally. They just look at the fact that the last 2 people left are 1 representative from each party. Okay, why are you ignoring the entire primaries? Why do they always ignore the entirety of the primaries? And the fact that people like Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump are both in those primaries. Why do they just ignore that part? Like, you have so many options who are all sorts of different representations for all different types of groups, and you choose to just look at the 2 in the general election. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. That seems weird. Why not look at everybody in the entirety of the election? If people wanted to vote for other people in the primaries and get them into the general election, they could have done that, but they didn't. That was part of the election. That was part of the process.
We need to identify the moment when our elections became fake and predetermined in the first place. And this all starts with something really basic: the way we hold elections. It seems simple, right? Candidates run for office, you pick between them, the winner becomes your representative in government. And you wouldn't think it, but this is actually a perfect recipe for fake elections. And to see why, we have to go all the way back to the people who set this system up. You know, on some level, you take pity on these guys. Democracy was just an idea. They had to design everything from scratch. How are laws made? Who sets taxes? How powerful should the president be? And somewhere in that list of 1,000 to-dos, how will our elections work? They were so starting from zero that one of the biggest ideas of the day was an essay by James Madison saying, hey, what if instead of having the entire country vote on every little policy or law, we had a republic where citizens delegate those decisions to a small number of elected representatives? But now you have another problem. And let me show you what I mean. You've got millions of citizens who you want to pick a small number of representatives. Okay, but what's the most effective way for voters to select who will represent them? Should they rank those representatives, pick a few, or just pick one? Do voters all pick together from the same big pool of candidates? Or maybe you divide people into groups who each get their own representative. But then what are the groups? How do you divide them? This was actually a big subject of debate at the time. And some people argued citizens should vote by trade associations. You know, all the farmers vote for their own farmer representative. Then all the carpenters get a carpenter representative, and so on. Or sort of by social class, or by race, or by religion. But remember, the founders were busy. They had all that founding to do. So instead of dreaming up a whole new system, in the end, they just copied the one they already had in Britain, which was dividing people by territory. And I know that seems natural because it's what we're used to, but ask yourself, why territory? Is there some special wisdom behind grouping voters by their home address? Well, the truth is, it happened by accident.
Wait, no, there is. You can't ignore that. There is. The fact that most people, and maybe they didn't know this at the time, but currently we do know that like the majority of people come to their belief systems, come to their ideology, come to like their politics and their values based on where they grew up and the community that they're a part of. That like these are social dynamics that influence them in one direction or the other. And when he's pointing at the fact that like the majority of these states trend in one direction and one direction only, that is kind of proof of that like the majority of people there are all kind of voting in one direction. But that's again only for president, whereas the legislators, the people who actually make the laws, the people who actually like do the legislating, that is not how we vote for them. You have everything split up into smaller groups, and now you're able to have each community have separate representatives based on different districts. Like these are different processes and different voting systems for different parts of the government. That does make sense. I don't like the fact that he's like, oh, they just did it just by default. No, they didn't. There was a thought process to it. There was rationale to it. And he's just skipping over all of that and just pretending like they didn't put any thought into it. They just, oh, well, just cuz. Let's just do it just cuz.
Literally 1,000 years ago, the English king had this council of top officials, including feudal lords who ruled all the little bits of his empire, with each lord representing all the people who lived in their swatch of territory on matters before the king. Fast forward a few centuries, and that council of feudal lords became a parliament of feudal lords who had the power to pass laws. A few centuries more, and the unelected lords got mostly replaced with elected lawmakers, which is still how it works in Britain. People in each district vote for one representative who speaks for everyone in that area. That's it. It's all just a weird relic of British feudalism that the founders copied over out of convenience. But over time, it got romanticized as the one natural, correct way to do democracy. Communities come together to deliberate, pick the wisest and most upright among them to speak on their behalf in the Capitol. In the US, we think of this as just democracy, but it's a specific kind, one where every election has one winner, winner take all, and where voters pick a single politician to represent everyone within their geographic district. That's what our system is called, winner take all, single member districts. It's a weird, confusing name because it's a weird, confusing system. And we'll break that system down in a second, but you should know that there are lots of other ways to do democracy. Ours is actually pretty rare. You really just see it in Britain and certain former colonies. Newer democracies mostly use different systems because they saw that ours creates big problems. I could spend hours talking to you about what all of those problems are, but let's just look at one of the biggest. Here, let me show you what I mean. Imagine voters in a made-up district, and because it's a district that I'm making up, those voters are choosing between the Humans First Party and the Cats Rule Party. If it's a 99-1 landslide and Cats Rule wins, look, they're in charge, fair enough. The voters got the representation that they wanted. But if it's 80-20, 70-30, 60-40, the outcome is exactly the same as if it had been a blowout. Even with just 51% of the vote, the winning party gets 100% of the power. Voters on the losing side get no representation, no say in government. It's like they don't exist. The founders worried about exactly this problem from the start. They called it a tyranny of the majority. Like in our made-up district, what's to stop the dominant 51% from passing a law that says everyone has to eat cat food or play with yarn all day? Now, you might say, well, look, the cats won fair and square, winners keepers. But American democracy is not supposed to be a game of winners and losers. The founders wanted a system of government that would serve the citizens as a whole, which is why they were so worried about not creating something.
Yeah, but the initial government, the problem is that the initial government was drastically different, where, like, it wasn't as much of a federalist system. The idea was, like, where, yeah, you didn't have as much federal authority over the states, and that, like, mayors and governors and city councils had way more authority, and their legislation was a lot more important over the states at the time. So obviously it's drastically different now, where the Constitution actually applies to the states, whereas it didn't initially.
Something that just replaced the tyranny of kings with the tyranny of whoever got 51% of the vote. We don't need to get into how the founders tried to deal with this, except to say that 1, their ideas for it never actually got off the ground, and 2, it was made even worse by the other big problem they created with winner-take-all elections, the two-party system. Nobody likes the two-party system, and everyone has a theory for why we're stuck with it, but the truth is, it's just math. Go back to our 51-49 Cats vs. Human district. Let's say someone starts a new party for cats unhappy with the status quo. Maybe it gets some human votes, but it mostly pulls from the other cat voters, which means, whoops, all it did was split the cat vote and put the humans in power. Remember, under winner take all, the humans now get 100% of the power for their district. Get ready for legally mandated banana hats, little kitties. You're gonna hate it. And the more parties you have, the weirder things get. And the likelier that everyone gets stuck living under a minority party most voters don't want. Voters get this, so they vote based on who they like and who they think can win. They vote strategically. So let's play that out. Imagine the next election after this travesty. Everyone funnels towards the top, say, 4 parties. Then the top 3. Remember, everyone is trying to avoid vote splitting by coalescing around either the likeliest or the second likeliest winner, which is why you always end up with 2 parties. It's just a law of nature. Okay, that is unfortunately enough with the cat stuff. So we have this system that will always, over time, converge on 2 parties, and where winners get 100% of the power for the district, no matter how slight their margin. Remember, tyranny of the majority, and all built on that medieval British quirk of voting by territory. And here's the thing though, we had this set up for 250 years, and it didn't produce fake elections, right? So why are our elections becoming fake now? Well, something has changed more recently, and that is the last ingredient here. One of the most defining features of modern politics. Partisan affiliation as an identity. Partisan identity. Like here, look at this chart and you will see what I mean. Look at the elections in 2000. This black line is how people voted in that year's presidential election. And each of these dots is a Senate race from that year. So like this blue dot is a state where people voted Republican for president, but picked the Democrat for Senate by plus 20 points. Here's a couple of states that voted Democrat for president, but elected Republican for Senate. There are tons of these, but that was sort of the last gasp of the old era. And as we move forward in time, you can see those dots getting closer and closer to the black line, like here. Most dots at this point are really close to the line, which means those states voted for president and Senate by roughly the same amounts. By 2020, it's a near perfect alignment. People pick one party and vote it for every office. So why did that happen? Well, in the past, voting was a lot less rigidly partisan. It was normal to switch back and forth year to year, or you pick one party for president, but the other for Congress. Maybe based on the candidate's position on some local issue, or you just like them. But that's not how it works anymore, right? For most people, you're not looking at the 2 candidates for some office and sizing them up by their policies, their background. You are looking at whether they have a D or an R next to their name and going off of that. And I get that this is something that also feels normal, like it's always worked this way, but it is actually really new. Here, check out this chart. So start with the 2000s. This is how it still works today. Most elections are overwhelmingly safe for one party or the other, which is a nice way of saying fake. But as recently as the 80s and 90s, that was not how it worked. Most elections were competitive. Instead of every place being a red state or a blue district.
I hate that he keeps saying fake. It's such a fucking disingenuous way to say it. It's so fucking disingenuous. He's like presupposing so much that is just absolutely untrue.
District that always voted the same way, the outcome could go either way. The parties had to compete, and your vote had a chance to matter. So precisely because there's so much happening right now around US elections, I want to take a second to tell you about Ground News, the sponsor of this video. They are
clickbait. Yeah, he needs to make it like very edgy for the title.
Just ground news for everything that you do. Now, let's get back to the video. So what caused this huge change? Well, a few really important things all around this period of time. TV and radio gave rise to national news shows, which made everyone feel connected to partisan politics in Washington, so that's what people voted on. Even in like little local elections, it became less about which candidate you preferred, and more about which party's national brand you felt closer to. The parties got more internally rigid too. Party bosses got better at making every rank-and-file lawmaker toe the same party line, regardless of what the politicians' voters wanted. Over time, partisanship became an identity. Republican or Democrat is not just a party you might vote for now and then, it's who you are, and your vote is an expression of belonging to the tribe, which collapses all of those local races into one simple choice. Which national brand are you part of? The individual candidates barely matter anymore. And because partisanship is an identity now, it's determined by identity.
That it has nothing to do with the identity. This is absolutely bullshit. This is absolute bullshit. He is totally incorrect here. It has absolutely nothing to do with the identity. If I'm voting for somebody in Congress, okay, and I think, okay, well, I like this Republican policies generally, and I like these Democrats' policies generally and what they're running on. So I'll vote for one Republican and one Democrat. Well, when it comes to the majority of things that are not on their platforms and that they're not running on, if they are running on the Republican ticket, this means that they are building like this coalition within the actual government where the majority of things that they vote on are within their party. And so now you kind of canceled out each other's votes by getting one who's going to vote for and one who's going to vote against on the majority of things. So you instead choose two people who are part of a party, and those two people who are part of a party are now going to be working with their party on the majority of things and voting together to try to get those things enacted. The people who are like, you know, it's not going to be 100% of voters, 100% of all of the things that like a Republican will align with the Republican Party on, and vice versa. You can get somebody like Thomas Massie, who will vote with Republicans on 97% of proposed legislation, but the 3% is something that, like, you know, generally helps Republicans, it generally helps Democrats, but that's like 3%. Thomas Massie is like one of the people who's out of line with his party more than anybody else, and he's voting with them 97% of the time. So for the other things outside of that 3%, unless that, what, you know, within that 3% is something that's like a single voting issue for you, like healthcare or abortion or something like that, you know, Epstein files or whatever, then it just doesn't make sense to throw the other, you know, 97% of shit out the window and hurt the Democrat Party in that way. He's missing like the obvious pragmatic aspect of voting and just dumbing it down to it's just an identity.
Race, religion, education, rural versus urban. If you're a white man from the country, you probably vote Republican. If you're a college-educated woman from a city, you probably vote Democratic. You might not feel like your vote is predetermined by your background, but statistically it is. And you multiply that out by millions and millions of voters, and that is how you end up with a country full of places like this, where the demographics lopsidedly favor one party, so that party practically always wins. The results are foregone. And it's how you get presidential elections, where only these people's votes matter, because in every other state, the result...
I think that's his point. No, it's not his point. He just said that everybody made it about an identity instead of the actual policies getting implemented. Whereas I'm saying, no, it is about the policies getting implemented. His point is the exact opposite. He thinks that these people were all like convinced into making the party that they vote with as part of their identity and like part of a more cultural thing. He never mentioned that this is part of policy. He literally put it in a dichotomy where it's either policy or cultural identity. And he says it's about cultural identity, not about policy. I'm saying, no, it's about policy. It is about policy. It's not about identity. It is about policy. His point is literally the exact opposite of mine.
Is already preordained. In a democracy that looks like this, where these are the only places that get real competitive elections for president, House, and Senate. But all of this raises an even bigger question than why we have fake elections. If our elections are fake, as in it's not voters picking the winners, then who is? Who's deciding what two names will go on that ballot that, in most cases, have a predetermined winner on them? Go back to someplace like Tennessee's 1st District, and we know it's preordained that the Republican will win. So, okay, whoever picks the Republican candidate, that's who's really deciding the election, right? For a long time, it was party bosses who picked who to run in each race. But after protests in the 60s and 70s over this feeling undemocratic, we set up a new system that no one in no country had ever tried before, called primaries. A few months before each election, there's another election, where regular people registered with one party or the other vote to pick who will become their party's candidate in the general election. Okay, great. So there is a real election going on, except when we look deeper at how this really works. Like, take that district in Tennessee. Imagine all its voters represented by this spectrum. We drew it with more red than blue since this area is mostly Republican, but you still get some voters on the left, and you get a wide spectrum on the right. Everyone here should get a say in elections and who the government is. So in theory, you'll end up with an elected representative who embodies sort of the average of their district, right? Which here would be a purplish red, sort of center right. That's the average political position for this area. Except with primaries, remember, it's just Republican voters who get to pick the candidate.
Yeah, you're going to be right here instead. You're not going to be in the middle of the entire spectrum. You're going to be in the middle of the part that matters. You just have to get the majority of people, not the entirety.
Who's then basically guaranteed to go on to win the regular election. This is a more conservative group, so it's going to produce a winning candidate well to the right of their district's average voter. Except it's actually even worse than that. Most people don't vote in primaries. Like, this district has about 770,000 people, about half of them voted in the 2020 congressional race, but fewer than 1 in 8 voted in the Republican primary that actually chose the winner, who is in theory supposed to represent everyone. So the answer to who is deciding our elections.
Well, to be fair, Republicans are definitely identity. Not really. Like, because the reason that I brought up Massey is that even though by far the majority of the time he's voting with Republicans, he's still considered like one of the like rhino sorts of people now because of that 3% where he doesn't align with Republicans, right? So it's not just like the identity. There are identities within the identities. And so while, yes, being Republican or Democrat is an identity, it's not the overall like thing in and of itself. Otherwise, people like Massey, who are voting with Republicans 97% of the time, wouldn't be thought of as rhinos.
Actually looks like this. And primary voters are an unusual animal. They tend to be more engaged, more ideological, and more partisan. So you get candidates who win by representing the average of this tiny sliver, even though they're ostensibly going to the election as the chosen candidate for all of these people. And once they win, they're supposed to speak for all of these other people who didn't even get a say in picking them. Now remember that 80% of federal elections are like this, and these two tiny factions of voters who hate each other are who decide most of our elections. And this one extremely weird thing turns out to be behind so much of what feels wrong and dysfunctional about our politics right now. Look at this chart again. I want to highlight this moment when this system changed, because when you know to look for it, you see the effects of this show up everywhere in the 2000s. It's a big part of why our politics got so divided, why Washington gets less and less done, and is so unpopular.
I'm sorry. The things that he's saying here just it doesn't even make sense. Like here, the fact that the person is going to run in this area makes sense. Which this has become like a more recent issue, especially with MAGA like being farther right. But there's way more nuance to this. Yeah, I think he's really like dumbing this down in a way that just misses what is actually true in this scenario. But this, based on electoral politics, yes, you want to like appeal to the most amount of voters possible, but you can't possibly appeal to everyone. Like, that's not a possibility. It's not something that you can do where you can be both pro-choice and pro-life at the same time, or where you can be like in favor of raising taxes and cutting taxes at the same time. Or you can, well, I mean, I guess you can, like if you're cutting taxes for lower income and raising it for higher income. But anyways, the point is that you can't do that. This is the way that like democracy will always work to some extent, and that you do just kind of need to appeal to the most amount of people possible, or at least the ones who can get you elected, the ones who are going to vote, the ones who are going to actually matter when it comes time. If you're a minority in that group, that doesn't it doesn't mean that like you don't matter or you don't count. But yeah, they're not trying to appeal to you if you're not getting them elected again. Their job is to get reelected. Their job is to win the next election. And so if they're doing a bunch of shit for the small minority over here, then they're not going to win election again. Like there's not a way. He's pointing out a lot of problems so far. He hasn't given like any real solutions, so maybe he'll get to that eventually. But so far, he hasn't given really any solutions to an issue that isn't possible to do away with. Like you can't get rid of this sort of thing.
Like up everywhere in the 2000s. It's a big part of why our politics got so divided, why Washington gets less and less done, and is so unpopular. Maybe even why faith in democracy itself is declining, with more and more people feeling the entire system is broken. Because in a sense, it is broken. We go to the polls year after year, but most of us have little actual say.
California taxes are mad progressive. Property taxes are not terrible. Sales taxes are terrible. Yes, they like literally people think that Texas is better on taxes than California, which is not true. People in Texas, on average, pay more in taxes than in California. And everybody's running from California to go to Texas because they don't pay taxes there. No, they don't pay income tax there. They still pay taxes. They still pay a lot of fucking taxes. They have higher sales tax. They have higher property tax. They have higher business tax. They have higher, like, all sorts of different taxes. They are overall, Texas pays more in taxes. And so the idea is that like the rich people are flooding to Texas, which, okay, they might overall pay less, but like on average in California, people will pay less overall, while maybe paying more in income tax or something like that.
in a system where the outcome has been predetermined by these two tiny minorities of primary voters. So when your congressman or senator decides whether to, for example, maintain the Trump tariffs that cost the average American family $2,300 a year, it is not in their political interest to think about what's best for the voters in their district overall, or the average voter in that district, or even for the average member of their political party, because those aren't the groups that decide whether or not they'll be reelected. Our politicians are, in most states and districts, only motivated to cater to the average primary voter within their party. They're serving at the behest of maybe 1/6 of the most partisan ideological people they represent. And these tiny groups are deciding presidential elections too. 2016, long shot outsider Donald Trump is deeply unpopular.
Yes, I use Trump's 2016 election all the time as like a way to show that like really it was like 30% of Republicans, or I think it was of Republicans, 30% of Republicans were like voting for Trump as their first choice with all of the 16 candidates that were available. Donald Trump got about 30% of Republicans wanted Trump as their first choice. And then he ends up just slaughtering everybody else, because out of 16 candidates, when you split it up that way, 30% is a lot. That is a lot out of 16 candidates. And so even though he's only representative of about 30%. And then if you take all other 16, or all of the other 15 besides Donald Trump, all of those other 15 have very, very similar values, very, very similar rhetoric, very, very similar politics. They could all be one person. And if all of them dropped out and it was just like Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz versus Donald Trump, Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz would have beaten him. But because he was the only person representing the minority, the 30%, and then the other 15 represent the majority, the other 70%, he ends up getting all 30% of that minority, and the other 70% loses out. So it's it isn't true to look at like the Republican Party and say the Republican Party is MAGA. Well, they're not. You look at the majority of all of the other candidates. This is the same as if you look at the 2020 election with Joe Biden, where Bernie Sanders had a small minority of the electorate, but then if you look at like the 2 to 3 most popular candidates, they were the most moderate candidates, while if you add up all of their votes together versus Bernie Sanders and like the hardcore progressive groups, the moderate candidates by far outweighed the progressive candidates. And so it just if you look at it that way and kind of look at like, oh, there's the people who are closer together, like if you group it by like super progressive or super moderate, those are going to be, you'll see like bigger majorities on one side or the other.
Voters, including with a lot of Republicans. But the sliver of Republicans who, as of 2016, vote in primaries loves him. Only about 13% of the country participated in those primaries, and less than half of even that group voted for Trump. But under our weird system, people had to choose between him and the Democrat who'd gotten a different 7% of the vote. That's how our presidential elections work now. Maybe 12 or 13% of voters pick our 2 candidates for us, so that a different and even more arbitrary 20% of voters can choose between them to decide who runs the nation of 330 million people.
Yeah, I don't like the way that our primaries work. Like, I think a ranked choice could possibly be better. Or even just add like almost a round robin sort of voting system, but to add like more processes in there to make it to where something like 10% doesn't win the entire election would definitely be better.
who mostly did not get a say in electing their leader. I just don't know how you can call that democracy. Like, superficially, sure, we vote in elections, the votes are counted, the winner goes on to power, but those individual acts are not the sum total of democracy as its founders intended it. Democracy is meant to achieve representation that speaks for all citizens, elections that are competitive, candidates who have to appeal to the collective good of their district and nation. Instead, what we've got is a system where our leaders are incentivized to ignore most of us and to speak for a tiny few, where we feel that our vote doesn't count because it often doesn't, and where our collective will is not translating at the ballot box. Maybe that's still democracy in a technical sense, but it is pretty far from democracy as politics by and for the people as a whole. And it's getting worse.
Redistricting can be done at any point in time.
This is Todd Hunter, a Republican in the Texas state legislature, back in August, introducing a bill to redraw the state's congressional districts.
The underlying goal of this plan is straightforward: improve Republican political performance.
The goal wasn't fair representation or a clearer voice for voters. It was more wins for his party. I'm not reading between the lines here. He actually said this a bunch of times.
So I had the lawyers come up with 5 seats and enhance the Republican performance. And that's what we did.
The reason I'm showing you this is that this represents the next stage in our system of fake elections. What Todd Hunter is doing is just one part of an orchestrated top-down campaign by, yes, both parties, although I want to come back to the both sides thing because it's a little messier than that, but an orchestrated campaign to convert the last remaining real elections in our federal system to all be fake. And up until now, fake elections have been an unintended byproduct of those recent changes in how our politics work that we talked about. But that's not the case anymore. It's becoming a matter of deliberate party policy now, that elections should be fake, that they should be decided in advance by the politicians. Let me show you Todd Hunter's plan in Texas to illustrate what I mean. He took places like Houston, which is a huge city, very Democratic, and carved it up so that lots of Democratic voters would get shifted into these new districts that have just...
Bro. You did not. This is bait. That's bait.
Just enough of a Republican majority to ensure the Democratic candidates have no chance of winning. So even though Republicans only won a smidge over half of the Texas vote in 2024, they're now pretty much guaranteed to take 80% of the state seats in the next congressional election, and will face no competitive elections at all. This is called gerrymandering, and it basically means when the people in power redraw districts to convert real elections into fake ones where their party is assured to win. It's not new, but what is new is how widespread it's about to become, thanks to 1, the Supreme Court's conservative majority gutting laws against partisan gerrymandering, and 2, Trump pressuring state Republicans to take advantage of this change and to draw new gerrymandered election maps, even threatening to recruit primary challenges against state Republicans who don't play along, which, remember, is a credible threat precisely because so many of them now run in elections controlled by the party's most diehard primary voters. Democrats like Gavin Newsom, the California governor, are threatening to respond with their own gerrymandering. This is the ballot measure asking Californians to vote on whether the state should gerrymander. It even explicitly says that it's to counterbalance the Republican gerrymander in Texas. Listen to how New York's Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul talks about this.
The playing field has changed dramatically, and shame on us if we ignore that fact and cling tight to the vestiges of the past. That era is over. Donald Trump eliminated that forever.
And check out Virginia's plan to redraw itself from 6-5 Democratic to 10-1. Now, look. Maybe you think Democrats are right to answer Republican gerrymandering with their own to balance it out. Maybe you think it proves that Republicans were justified to gerrymander in the first place. I'm not raising this to play a game of who hit first. My point is that there is something much bigger happening here. This is a whole new political system emerging. One where our government is not determined by voters. It's determined.
No, this is, yeah, again, this is stupid. Like, leaving out the context that Democrats are the ones who have been trying to get rid of partisan gerrymandering for a long time. Just, really, like, he is doing kind of the both sides sort of bullshit right now that leaves out all nuance. He is purposefully trying to be without nuance here so that he can make this as like sound as controversial as possible. But this is very this is very misinformed, because if Democrats are capable of actually having a majority and actually being able to enact their policies, then like partisan gerrymandering would be a thing of the past. So it's kind of dumb to ignore that point.
determined by which party can engineer more fake elections in its favor. Look at how rare competitive elections have gotten in the last 20 years. Fewer than 1 in 5. Now, you and I know.
Like I say, yeah, I think he's doing it on purpose. Like, I think he's doing it for algorithmic reasons. Like, he wants to entice the algorithm to have like a hot take, and he'll get like a lot of comments and crap like that that'll push him in the algorithm. So I'm not saying that he's stupid or that he doesn't know what he's talking about. I would assume he probably understands how incredibly wrong all of this is, and that it is just for content. It is dumbing things down for the sake of dumb people. But this is why I hate content creation today. This is why I hate the fucking news, why I hate everyone and everything in politics, is because everything is purposefully dumbed down to make everything just as super simplistic. He's looking at the system objectively. He's not. He's looking at it out of context. I don't know how the fuck you could say that after everything that we've gone over. He has left out the most important context for the majority of things that he's talked about so far. You're leaving out the most important context for subjects that you're talking about is not objective. That's not looking at anything objectively. You're just only bringing up points that will help further the narrative that you're trying to drive home. There's nothing objective about that.
That the core problem here, more than anything any one party is doing, is that original sin of single-member winner-take-all.
It's like he's trying to do the both sides thing. He's purposefully trying to both sides things to say that, like, overall our electoral system is broken. But when he's leaving out like core reasoning for the electoral system, or why it was created, or where the benefits are, for the pragmatic outcomes, so some of the points that he's bringing up are good. Like, I like the fact that he brought up that, like, small percentages of people wanted somebody like Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton in the first election, though I don't know how he came to the conclusion that she was like 6% when she was well over 50, and Donald Trump wasn't 6% either. He was around 30%. So I don't know how he came to those conclusions. But the point is that like, some of the points that he's bringing up are good points. They're just wholly out of context. He is just trying to drive home a point instead of actually trying to come to the correct conclusion or educate people on what's actually happening. Didn't he say why it was created? Yes, and I said he was wrong. Yes, correct. And I said that he was wrong. His reason was that it was just the norm, just cuz. That's literally his reason. His reason was just cuz, because it was that way. They did it because it was that way already. That was his reasoning. But yeah, while the gerrymandering thing again is true, that, like, yes, if it's used by both sides, then this does just tend to disenfranchise even more people. That doesn't, like, give you the reality of the situation that, like, explains that, again, Democrats are the ones who are against partisan gerrymandering. But he he has to ignore that point because he's trying to make it sound like these are just identities from the left and the right, and not actual, like, political pragmatism by two different sides. And that if the Democrats had the numbers, they could get rid of things like gerrymandering. He just totally ignores that and then just says that these are just identities from people.
Districts. It makes something like this inevitable. It's easy to feel stuck in this pattern of faker and faker elections that make our politics feel more and more polarized and broken and out of control. But that is exactly why I think it's so important to see how much of this traces back to this weirdly designed system we have. Because the way that we do things, it's not the only way. In fact, it's pretty unusual. There are these other ways to do things that, look, they're not perfect either, but they just do not have the same set of problems. They don't have fake elections. And there's nothing that says we can't have their system. And in fact, there's a whole movement getting started to bring that about. And if you want to see what America would look like with that different set of rules, how that would even work, how you vote, all of that, let me know in the comments, and maybe we'll cover that in a future video.
Yes, yeah, he said that we didn't have time. They didn't have time to actually consider to build a new system because they were too busy founding as the founding fathers, and so they just went with what already existed, and that ignores why that already existed and the rationale behind why it existed in Britain in the first place. It makes it sound like there was no rationale for Britain to have it, and that they didn't agree with the rationale that Britain had, but instead they just said, well, we don't have time for this, so let's just do what's always been done. And that's bullshit. It was instead that they actually agreed with the rationale that Britain used for building that system and making it based on local politics. That's so it's just wrong. Like, he is just incorrect. But he didn't explain the reasoning. In reality, he just gave a bullshit reason that said, oh, it's just because it was already done that way. He explained why it existed in Britain. No, he didn't. No, he did not. He said that they had just that they created it to give people representation on a local level, and that was it. He didn't say why they did it. He didn't give the rationale or like reasoning for why that's a good way to do it. It's the best system. There are no better systems. People like to say this system is. I've been giving like prescriptions the whole time. I've been giving criticisms of the system the whole time. I hate it when you guys do this, where like I'm sitting here giving like real like suggestions on how to fix things while he's sitting here calling everything fake and gay. And then because I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about and he's just making shit up, I'm now just defending everything just cuz. This is fucking ridiculous. Like I've literally been saying the whole time like what my criticisms of the system are and ways that we could improve it and areas where it could be better. But if you don't know why we have something or where it came from or how we got there, you're not going to be part of the solution. You don't know how to fix anything. If you're like, if there's a you know, if there's an issue with like people becoming more depressed and more and more people getting put on SSRIs, and you think it's because the Democrats are trying to trans all the kids, and the other side thinks it's because technology, like, well, I'm sorry, but one side isn't going to have a fucking clue how to fix this issue because they're given just like the most dumbed down version of things that doesn't help them understand it in any real meaningful way.
But until then, I want you to remember this chart we looked at earlier, showing our real elections gradually getting replaced with fake ones. This is not a conspiracy. No one planned it. It's all just a weird accident of a few 300-year-old design flaws. But it is polarizing, unhealthy, and undemocratic. It empowers partisan hardliners and self-interested politicians. But it's also a choice, even if it's a choice we did not initially realize we were making, which means if we want, we can unmake it. Before you go, there's one other thing I wanted to.
He literally didn't give a single fucking prescription the whole video. He didn't give one. I'm sorry, but this is fucking bullshit. This is bullshit, dude. He didn't give one. The whole fucking time, from the beginning, on every fucking problem that he brought up. Either he's wrong about the problem, or he's wrong about the way that we got there, or whatever. But he didn't have a single fucking prescription throughout this. You gotta be kidding me.
tell you about. I'm building this channel because I believe that we need credible, thoughtful, in-depth journalism more than ever. But I am not building it alone. I'm part of...
I hate this guy. I hate him so much. What a piece of shit, dude. What a fucking piece of shit, dude. Give me a break. This whole time we've been talking about the fact that, like, he's obviously shortening everything, dumbing it down, making it super simplistic, not really getting into the nuance of it because he's just trying to play to the algorithm instead of actually engaging in the real topic at hand. And then at the end, he's, well, guys, I'm doing this because I want to have real nuanced conversations about hard political topics. No, the fuck you don't. No, the fuck you don't. Give me a break, dude. Give me a fucking break. Are there any guys Tom doesn't hate? There is nobody in content creation that I do not hate. I hate fucking everybody, okay? They are all... none of them can live up to me, okay? None of them can live up to me and my principles. None of them can be as smart as me. None of them can be as beautiful as me, and it's depressing, okay? Imagine what it would be like to be me in this world. Like, truly, everybody just sit for a second. Just sit for a moment and consider what it would be like to be me in this world right now. Have some compassion. Damn it.
Of a team that includes a few people whose channels you might also know: Johnny Harris, Sam Ellis, Christoph Hobsbawm, not to mention the people behind the camera. And we're building something larger than any one of us, a new community-driven journalism platform called New Press. It's a space where you as a member can see what we're working on, how we bring stories together, can share your own thoughts and expertise, and even directly participate in the project of illuminating and understanding our world. There's exclusive and behind-the-scenes content, including a special conversation between me and Johnny, and we would love to see you there. Just go to newpress.com to sign up, and you'll get a message from Johnny about what's on offer and what's coming next. Thank you again for watching, and hope to see you here again.
Shit. I was trying to pull up. There's a... Like, this is exactly what Johnny Harris did when we watched his video as well. About, I think it was the Middle East, I think is what it was. Same fucking issue. Let's see. There was a video that we had on Johnny Harris for a long time that I had just sitting in the background that I kept like moving from one day to the next, and then we just never got to it, so I just moved on from it. But there was a person who made a video on Johnny Harris and people like him. And how they just kind of, yeah, this was it. The Modern Middle East Explained. Johnny Harris, a story of YouTube propaganda. That might be it. I thought it was a more recent video. Holy shit. It has all these different channels on here. Is this, I guess, all of them talking about creating their group of channels like that other guy that are gonna work together. Oh, I think this is it.
This week I saw this new video by Johnny Harris, and in it he's lying to you. The video looks amazing. It has mad roll porn, and it's also wrong. He simplifies events, screws up the timeline, and he's rewriting history. As a historian, it's painful to watch. Since leaving Vox, Johnny Harris...
Yeah, we did watch this. Yeah, I see like a bunch of people constantly like talking about the fact that Johnny Harris just overly simplifies events to where he ends up being wrong, even though the statements that he's making in and of themselves might not be wrong. The obvious like communication of what it is that he's saying will be incorrect from every viewer, kind of like what the last guy did, where he was like, you know, talking about the Democrats and the Republicans with gerrymandering, or talking about you know, the systems and the way that they were created, or the identity from voting, or like technically what he's saying isn't wrong, but it's only a small part of the picture, and not even like the most important small part. He's just giving like a very simplistic view of things that doesn't capture the nuance and the truth of the matter, the fact of the matter that'll actually get you to understand any of it. There's something about Harris and the last guy's vibe that gives me Nick Sterile vibes. I don't know who that is, but like I like their videos. I like the style. I like the vibe. I like the aesthetics of it. I like all of that stuff. Oh, Nick Shirley. Oh, no, not at all. Not for me. Yeah, there's something about like I really like the way that they do things. And if you've watched like my documentaries and my video essays, I'd never even heard of these guys when I first started making my stuff. So mine are somewhat similar in some ways, but yeah, I don't like the actual commentary. Like personally wise, not media wise. Yeah, I don't know how you get that from them at all. Like Nick Shirley's videos are just him like with a fucking phone cam walking around in the city, and it doesn't have like good music, good editing, good like I don't know. I don't know how you got any of that.
You've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show, the day after Easter, you noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting,
he most definitely did say that, dude. He 100% did say that. I remember watching him say this and having a conversation about it for a while. He 100% said that Trump might be the Antichrist. What the fuck is he talking about?
Maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows? I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is. If there's just one, I actually tried to understand it. I may have said some.
Yeah, I definitely didn't say that because I don't even know what the Antichrist is. Okay, buddy. All right.
Asking that, I'm not weighing in on that because I don't understand it.
Cool. Cool. Yeah. Jordan Peterson's never talked about God or Jesus before because he doesn't even know what that means. So, I'm sure you guys have seen that The Onion bought InfoWars and are now taking over with a parody of Alex Jones, and they've put out some new videos on this.
Hi, everybody. It's Tim Heidecker here. I'm broadcasting now live on the internet. Thank you for joining me. We have major announcements to go through here. Lots going on. A lot of turmoil the past couple of days. On our road to total victory, we have just won a major battle, folks. Okay, Alex and his gang of liars and scoundrels have been cast out into the street. They have lost InfoWars, Infowars.com, and their various platforms now. They have been cast out, ladies and gentlemen. And make no mistake, we will be the new InfoWars. Now, we got to go through the machinations of the court, and we've had...
He needs to use words like demonic and crap like that a bit more. I've seen a number of clips from this, and he needs to, we have cast out their demonic spirits from this studio, and you gotta throw a lot more of that in there.
Had some setbacks over the past couple of days, but that is not stopping us. It is not tempering our resolve. Over the next several days or weeks, you will see much more coming out of this. So I just wanted to give you that. As you know, in the past couple of days, this third court of appeals down there in Texas has granted Alex a temporary stay, delaying justice for the Sandy Hook families, all right? This is merely a distraction by the courts. We knew this was going to be coming. We've prepared for it. We are continuing the fight. We are never been more resolved to seek restitution and justice for the Sandy Hook families. Now, in the past couple of days, my reputation as a comedian and as a podcaster and as an actor, if I look familiar to you, you might have seen me in the movie Bridesmaids and a number of other pictures and television shows, as well as my own work. My reputation has come under attack by Alex Jones and his cabal of liars and scoundrels and criminals. And I can tell you it's been difficult for me and my family, but my resolve has only been strengthened by this. I can weather these personal attacks. You can come at me all day long, and I will remain firm and strong because we have established a movement now. We are speaking now to the people out there consider themselves info warriors and who are on our side, okay? We have also established something really historic, folks. We have created an
Bro, I bet his voice hurts after like 2 minutes of that shit.
alliance between the Lord God and Satan himself. We have communicated with, through spiritual practice, through demon rituals. We have gotten together, Lord Almighty and his son, to come together at the bargaining table or in a neutral ground. Not heaven, not hell. But we have communicated to them that we want an alliance of hell and heaven to push us.
What's his name? Tim Heidecker. Damn. Wait. He's the pirate. He's the fucking pirate. He's the fucking pirate. Holy schmoly. I was today years old when I realized that Doug is Doug from Bridesmaids. Hold on. He's the fucking pirate, right? I'm not crazy. From Dodgeball? Tom goes to the mayor. Oh, maybe not? That's not him? I guess it's not him? For a second, I thought he was the pirate from Bridesmaids, but I guess not. Not Bridesmaids, Dodgeball. Yeah, I thought he was this guy. That guy.
Just through these final moments here. We have so much to get to. I am confirming now, I am wearing his skin. I've been wearing his skin now for about 2 weeks, and it is tough skin. It is Texas skin. It's leathery, and Old Spice is the main fragrance, as well as various alcoholic beverages. All right. I do want to remind you, you can join theonion.com. The Onion is responsible for the decisions that are being made right now, and the course we're moving forward is guided by them, and they are an institution. We ask you to join them now so you could participate in this fight and become a info warrior, because InfoWars will be coming to you courtesy of me as the creative director and The Onion. So join The Onion now. Get a subscription. You're not going to regret it. All right, we got a couple of phone calls we want to get to. Lots going on here. Do we have anybody on the line?
I want to say, Tim, hello. This is the President of the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, a man that I have recently been feuding with over some of his policy decisions, but a man that...
This is the Chinese Trump, isn't it?
I believe is a good man, and he's going to find his way through all this. But sir, it is a pleasure to have you on here.
Thank you. You know, we're going to have our disagreement. We're going to have our fights, but we love each other. And when we love can conquer all, as they say. And they said it so well in Love Story and after the long weekend. Everyone remembers that movie with Deborah Winger and Legal Eagles. Another great Deborah Winger movie.
It sounds like the Chinese Trump.
Nowadays, a lot of good stuff is made in China. Everybody knows it, right? But somehow in other places, things made in China end up costing more. I don't know why. I don't know who did it, but frankly speaking, it's a little messed up. It's a little messed up.
That's him, right?
A lot of people ask me, they want to know it's so bad. They want to know it's so bad. They want to know, how does America sound in Chinese? In Chinese. Like, how China sound in English. A lot of people ask me.
I think that's him.
Robert Redford, one of the greats, and you're Robert Redford of this incredible war on information that you're going to be beginning. You're starting the fight.
Thank you, sir.
And I know that we've had a lot of disagreements in the past, but I would say someone else I had a lot of disagreements with the King of England, King Charles, or Chuck, as I call him, Chucky Boy.
Yes,
He visited us, and he said, and I'll tell you, you look at Camel, his wife Camel, and she's got 2 humps, that's for sure. And I'll tell you, she won't have a 3rd hump from her husband or from me, because she's not as beautiful as Melania. And I told everybody when we were talking to the people and we were explaining why we love each other, I said, I won't be with you for 60 years. There's no way I could be with Melania for 60 years.
I understand.
Because I'm so old and people keep shooting at me.
Okay.
And it's only a matter of time.
Thank you, sir.
I was at the store when we were at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And that man came running, and we paid him a lot of money. And he said, I can run really fast. and we were supposed to get the shotgun, the shot of the shotgun.
Okay, all right, sir. Well, listen, I understand there's still an active investigation on that, and we should let you go. Any updates on the war, sir? Will you listen to reason, sir? And I ask you, I'm begging you to pull out of this war and take the L on this, sir, if you would.
You know, I'll say what I say to my beautiful granddaughter, Kai. I'm not pulling out until the
Okay,
job
sir.
is done.
Thank you so much. Good to hear from the president. Thank you. Let's let the president
So
go. He's
wonderful. Good
Thank you,
time.
sir. We got another person on the line here who wants to speak with us. We have a Phil.
Yeah, this is Phil. I'm very excited to be on the show. I'm happy to see you taking over InfoWars. This has just been kind of a great day for a lot of us, and very excited to talk to you.
All right, sir. Phil, what's on your mind then?
Well, I've just been kind of perusing around some of the new merchandise, and for a long time I've been into gold and acquiring gold, and I really love this new product you guys have. It doesn't have a great family-friendly name, but called Piss to Gold.
Yes. Yeah, we're excited about Piss to Gold, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just reiterate: we now have a scientific, technological system by which we can take your urine and ship it to us, and we'll be able to extract the gold minerals out of your urine. As you know, our body is made up of many minerals and salt and different minerals, including gold. Gold that comes from stars and is in rocks and in mines and everything. But we also consume gold on a daily basis just through breathing and through the different rocks. If you swallow rocks or whatever it is, I don't know how you get gold in. Okay, but we can get it out now. So Phil, you're gonna send in your piss to us so we can take it out.
Well, yeah, and I'm not a rich man, so I'm trying to I'm collecting up a lot of my wife's jewelry that I'm gonna condense down into urine. So it's a safer way to keep this, because the communists are coming.
The communists are here. The communists are here.
They're
Phil.
going to take our gold. Right? They're going to come
don't
take
delude
our
yourself.
gold.
Don't delude yourself. Don't lie to yourself. The communists are here, and they're running every sector of our economy, and they're running the government as well. Deep state is infiltrated into every sector, and this is the only way to get through that now is to build up your own personal war chest with funds from the gold in your urine. All right, so we gotta let you go now.
Hide it.
We gotta let you go, Phil.
Okay.
Good luck to you.
Well, okay. Well, thank you. I guess.
Feel free to call in anytime. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're reacting to this news in real time. We have a number of people on the line now. If we have anybody else, producer, let me know.
Yep.
Hello?
Hello? Who's this?
This is Tim Heidecker. Who's speaking? I didn't get your name.
Call me AJ. I'm not who you may think I am. But Amazon bought the alphabet. They're changing the alphabet.
All right.
They bought the alphabet, a bunch of new letters. What do you have to say about that?
Well, sir, I don't know if this is some kind of prank phone call. You're trying to steal my skin.
No. Well, no, I wouldn't steal your skin even if I was playing Fortnite, doing that dance that the little boy did with Katy Perry, who is a bisexual devil worshiper. And now they're going to Yale, and she's going to recruit some college boys to pee on them and bathe in feces, baptized in feces.
Sir, I feel like you're making a mockery of what we're doing here, and it is.
All right.
Co-leading and introducing historic legislation to move the federal minimum wage to $25 an hour. That would make it a true living wage. As someone who taught economics at Stanford, let me explain.
Are we about to hear the opinion of a Stanford economics professor on the minimum wage? I don't think so. Congressman Roque on his website says he has a BA in economics and a law degree from Yale. That doesn't seem like the right education background.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, girl, sheesh. Rokana said he taught economics at Yale.
I'm co-leading and introducing historic legislation to move the federal minimum wage to $25 an hour. That would make it a true living wage. As someone who taught economics at Stanford, let me explain.
Are we about to hear the opinion of a Stanford economics professor on the minimum wage? I don't think so. Congressman Roque on his website says he has a BA in economics and a law degree from Yale. That doesn't seem like the right education background for a professor of economics. In 2016, in the Stanford Daily newspaper, he's described as a lecturer in the economics department and says of himself that after he left the Obama administration, he wrote a book about how to bring advanced manufacturing back to the United States. And the Stanford chair of the economics department asked him to teach a class on marketing and competitiveness. Now, I know the congressman just said he taught economics at Stanford. But in my opinion, doing a one-unit lecture where you invite think tank leaders, political leaders, former administration officials to see how they think about economics, because you are a former administration official, doesn't make you an expert in economics generally. And under Obama, Congressman Khanna was Deputy Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Department of Commerce.
As someone who taught economics at Stanford, let me explain why this makes so much sense. In 1968, the real minimum wage was $14 an hour.
Yeah, it would have made way more sense if he had just said that he was part of the Department of Commerce instead of saying he taught economics. Why did he do that?
Today, it's $7.25 an hour. That's right. That means that workers today are making half what they made in 1968.
No. Back in 1979, around 15%, 12 to 15% of workers earned minimum wage. Today, that number is 1%. Basically, very few people earn minimum wage. If you look at the actual hourly wages that people do earn, these are median, meaning the value that half of people make more than, half of people make less than, usual, weekly, real, meaning adjusted.
Even in the last 10 years, it's drastically changed how many people earn minimum wage. It is huge difference. Like after COVID, the amount of people who earn minimum wage had a huge change.
Adjusted for inflation, earnings over time, and it's indexed to be 100 in 1978, earliest year available. What you can see is that workers.
Because being part of the government means you're part of the deep state, or you're part of the Epstein class. That's what it really means.
Today make 12% more adjusting for inflation than they did in the 70s. Now, you can say only 12% more after adjusting for inflation. That's not very good. And I would agree with you on that. But plus 12% is a lot better than minus 50%. This is a plot of the real minimum wage. Real meaning adjusted inflation. Do you see this spike here? That's 1968. $1.60 nominal, 14 adjusted for inflation. That's the one spike, the greatest real value for minimum wage that our Stanford economics lecturer is telling us we should have double that. And for what reason?
At the same time, productivity has increased 2.5 times. That means the average worker is producing 2.5 times more value than they were producing in 1968, yet they're being paid half as much.
No. Congressman Khanna is comparing the average worker's productivity to the minimum wage. Those are two separate metrics. As I pointed out previously, most workers don't earn minimum wage. And if you look at the median, or the value that half of workers make more than, half make less than, you see that adjusting for inflation, the median wage has actually increased. And just like it might be confusing to use the average wage here, because there are some workers who make a ton of money, you could think about a software developer at Facebook who makes $500,000 a year. It would be confusing to average some really high exorbitant salaries with everyone else's salaries because those salaries are non-representative, and it would pull the average up. Well, likewise, it's confusing to use the average productivity measure, because a productivity measure, an average productivity measure, will take into account the massive amounts of money produced by employees at companies like Facebook or hedge funds or wherever.
Hands of the multimillionaires and billionaires. That's why we have 19 billionaires in this country who are worth 12.5% of our economy.
Again, the congressman is confusing statistics. He's taking billionaires' wealth and dividing it by the country's income. So he's saying Jeff Bezos owns 10% of Amazon. Amazon is worth $1 trillion. Divide that by the amount of money America makes in a year. Those are different statistics. Wealth, the money you've accumulated by your stock appreciating in value, divided by income, the value that the country makes in a year. Strange mistakes for a Stanford economics teacher to make, in my opinion. Thanks for your time.
I don't know if they're mistakes. Again, I think that like they're purposefully trying to frame things in a way, because we should be like raising the minimum wage. We should be doing these things. But they're misleading people in this sort of way is, again, like, you're not helping by giving people incorrect problems that don't exist to then give a solution to say this is how we fix it. Because if you're incorrect on the problem, you're not going to be able to find the right solution. It's it is a consistent issue that I have with politicians and content creators pretty much across the board, is that they're always finding some sort of way to push their agenda with other issues, that those other issues, if they don't actually exist in reality, then you're not helping anybody. You're not helping anything. You're just confusing the shit out of people. Yeah, he basically tried to distract us from the fact that he got some stuff wrong, and basically the entire time had nothing to say but wanted to call out Roe for some reason. The bigger issue with Roe is he's controlled by the tech wealthy people, not that he wants to give workers higher wages. Wait, he didn't criticize him for wanting to give workers higher wages. He never criticized him for that. Quick Thoughts is in favor of giving workers higher wages. He's not in favor of people spreading misinformation or lying about things. Literally what I just said. He said he tried to distract us from the fact that he got some stuff wrong. Who got some stuff wrong? Okay, never mind. You're going off on something that has nothing to do with what you just said, so, or what I asked you. I don't know why I even try.
What is the extent of your relationship with Brian Noam?
He was one of my webcam clients. I had never seen tits that big on a man before. He wanted to be like a big titty slut.
And so is it kind of like a therapeutic experience for him?
Yeah, he would like say to me like, oh, I've had a really stressful day. And I'd be like, let's have some fun. Let's take your mind off of it. People use kink as an outlet. He wanted to be, you know, a bimbo slut.
And would you say he achieved his goal?
I would say yeah, absolutely. The tits really stood out. I deal with guys dressing up like women every day. I don't deal with those big ass titties every day. He would say things like, you're making me like such a girl, you're making me such a bimbo.
The guy is showing one chart to try to sum up workers' wages since the 70s. No, he's not. No, he's not. He didn't do anything to try to give some holistic view on workers' wages. He corrected him on the median wage. In saying that the workers make less. That I don't know why the fuck you're
and I'd be like, oh, go put your little leggings on, you know, turn around, spank your ass, give me a little kissy face, things like that. I feel like men have a lot of pressure to be like, this is what a man is. Maybe sometimes the most freeing thing to be to a man is not one. They push conservative family values and they don't uphold them themselves. This was an opportunity for me to be like, look, they hate trans people, and I know it's not the same as being trans, but her husband has tits on, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Andrew Callahan, and you are watching Channel 5 News. The following interview is with notable cam girl and internet personality Lydia Love, aka Your Internet GF, a California-based webcam model who recently made headlines.
Yeah, I don't want to. How do you interview her for an hour and a half on this shit? Dude?
Let's play a little game called If Obama, and I'm hoping my MAGA trolls will answer this.
I'm not a MAGA troll, but Instagram did serve me this video, so let's play, I guess.
I fear.
Oh my goodness, this guy is a fucking moron. All right. What stupid shit is he about to
They lack the capacity.
Yes, of course, starting hot. If you're not a liberal feminist, you're stupid. Also, eating on camera is always a good idea.
What?
There's not just like liberals and MAGA. There's a massive spectrum in between and on the outsides. MAGA is a very specific group of retarded people.
What would they have done if Obama put his face and name on a commemorative coin?
There's a Barack Obama coin available at the United States Mint.
Barack Obama didn't put his face on that coin. Barack Obama did not put his face on that coin. He did not do it himself. That is the difference. Other people commemorating Barack Obama versus Barack Obama putting his own face on the coin. Let's see. Featured on the obverse of the Barack Obama coin is a likeness of Barack Obama along with the inscription 44th President. The reverse features a striking rendition of the Statue of Liberty similar to the presidential dollar. Featured on the Observe Barack Obama commemorative coin is a beautiful educational coin. 2 commemorative coins honoring his presidency as the 44th President of the United States. Trump's hand-picked arts commission approves gold coin with his face on it. Oh, fuck. .24 karat gold Trump coin is approved for the U.S. Mint. Here's why that's unusual. The U.S. Mint is set to produce gold coin featuring an image of President Trump. Caroline Turco, a curator at the Money Museum, says it's a sharp break with tradition that sends a message. President Lincoln is the face of the penny. President Jefferson is on the nickel. FDR is on the dime. George Washington is on the quarter. And as of last week, the U.S. Commission of Fine Arts unanimously approved the design for an official U.S. Mint-produced commemorative coin depicting President Trump. The vote is perhaps unsurprising since Trump fired the entire commission last year and installed his own slate. Also perhaps unsurprising, the coin will be made of 24 karat gold. Joining me now to talk about this is Caroline Turco. She's a curator at the Money Museum, which is run by the American Numismatic Association. Okay. No, Barack Obama did not put his own face on the United States circulating coin, as federal law and long-standing tradition prohibit living people from appearing on U.S. currency. While many Obama coins exist, they fall into 3 categories. Official presidential medals. The U.S. Mint struck official bronze medals for both of Obama's terms. These are not legal tender and are classified as medals rather than coins. Third-party alterations. Private companies created Obama coins by applying colorized decals or portraits of Obama onto standard legal tenders such as Illinois state quarters or presidential dollar coins. These are often sold as souvenirs at retailers like eBay or Washington, D.C. gift shop. Inaugural medals. Obama's Presidential Inaugural Committee authorized a set of bronze, silver, and gold medals produced by the private Metalcraft Mint to commemorate his 2009 inauguration. Obama administration actually suspended the production of the presidential dollar coin program in 2011 to reduce government waste, as the program only honors deceased presidents. Damn. Yes, as of May 2026, President Trump has personally approved and authorized official United States coins and medals featuring his likeness. This move is unprecedented as federal law 31 U.S.C. 5114 typically prohibits living individuals from appearing on U.S. currency. The Trump administration is using specific legal interpretations and the nation's 250th anniversary to issue these items. Commemorative gold coin. In March 2026, the U.S. Commission of Fine Arts approved a 24-karat gold coin featuring Trump's face with his fists on the Resolute desk. The administration argues the Treasury Secretary has sole discretion over commemorative gold coins, bypassing standard currency restrictions. The dollar circulating coin. The Treasury has shared draft designs for a dollar coin for the 250th anniversary that features Trump's profile on the head side. Presidential medals. The U.S. Mint produces official bronze medals for his term, which are considered historic commemoratives rather than legal tender currency. Okay, so Donald Trump fired the entire team that makes the decisions on who goes on the coins, and then put in place a new team that then immediately decided that Donald Trump needed to be on the face of numerous different types of coins and currency. And Barack Obama, when the people who make these decisions independently chose to put his face on coins, he stopped them from doing so to save money, to stop any sort of waste from happening, while, you know, Trump's Doge team and all of this is supposed to be the one stopping any sort of waste from happening. Seems Obama was much better at doing that sort of thing, but seemingly very different things.
Done if Obama put his face and name on a commemorative coin.
There's a Barack Obama coin available at the United States Mint. 1-0 me.
Giant posters outside federal agencies.
Yeah, those are pretty stupid, and we would have made fun of Obama for it. But to be honest, I've never heard a single person ever be like, hell yeah, banner. I don't know. What's the point?
What if Obama decided he was going to commission Obama-class battleships?
The last new battleship commissioned in the United States was in 1944. And honestly, that's pretty insane because even though we have sea superiority, China has a larger naval fleet. In the event that Obama commissioned such a battleship to be created, of which he could, it's highly likely that his name would have been on it as well. You know? Like Obamacare.
What if Obama had put his name on the Kennedy Center?
Obama didn't name it Obamacare. Obamacare was a name that everybody else, especially conservatives, came up for the ACA, not Obama. Obama did not start calling it Obamacare. He never named it Obamacare. It was called the ACA. It was so stupid. So fucking stupid, dude. This guy has no idea what he's talking about.
That his name would have been on it as well. You know, like Obamacare.
What if Obama had put his name on the Kennedy Center?
Yeah, not a great look, and generally nobody was impressed by that. But the name of the Kennedy Center was not legally changed, as doing so would have had been done by an act of Congress. His name was added to the building's facade of the Kennedy Center by an independently chosen board of trustees. And even though, yeah, that's stupid, those people voted to put that name on the facade. So he didn't just do it himself. And again, it's stupid, but that's what it is.
Independently chosen board of trustees. Kennedy Center Board elects President Donald J. Trump as board chair. The John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts announces executive leadership changes, effective immediately. At a Kennedy Center board meeting this afternoon, the board elected President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, as Kennedy Center board chair, replacing former chair David M. Rubenstein. The board also terminated Kennedy Center President Deborah F. Rutter's contract and announced Richard Greeno as interim Kennedy Center president. So they removed the board chair. They put Donald Trump as the board chair. Then they also removed the president of the Kennedy Center and replaced him with somebody else. Sorry, they fired the current board chair and replaced them with Donald Trump. And then they fired the current president and replaced the Kennedy Center's current president with Donald Trump. What the fuck? This is from Britannica, who controls the Kennedy Center. The Kennedy Center is run by a board of trustees, which has traditionally been bipartisan. However, early in 2025, President Trump replaced the board with his own appointees. In February 2025, it was announced that the board had elected Trump chairman. The move was seen as highly unusual considering that no U.S. president has ever served on the board, let alone as chair. President of the United States is responsible for appointing the majority of the Kennedy chair, the majority of the Kennedy Center's Board of Trustees. According to the center established governance, the board is composed of two primary groups. Presidential appointees, up to 36 general trustees, are appointed by the president to serve staggered six-year terms, ex officio members. Approximately 24 members serve by virtue of their government office, including Secretary of State, Librarian of Congress, and the Mayor of the District of Columbia. Okay, so out of 50 members on the board, the president, Donald Trump, selected 36 of the 50, so a good majority of those, and then they replaced the president of the chair with somebody who was a Trump loyalist, and then also made Donald Trump the lead chair of the Kennedy Center, and then voted to put Donald Trump's name on it. That is not a independent group of people. It's not independently chosen when Donald Trump chooses them himself. In February 2025, President Trump exercised his authority to overhaul the board by dismissing multiple existing members and appointing a new slate of trustees. These new appointees, which included figures such as Susie Wiles, Dan Scavino, and Usha Vance, then voted to elect as the chairman of the board. Then voted to elect Trump as the chairman of the board. By December 2025, the board adopted new bylaws that limited voting power strictly to these presidentially appointed trustees, effectively excluding the ex officio members from major decisions. So then they also decide to take away voting rights from the other 24 people who are part of the board. They take away their voting rights and make it to where just the 36 that were appointed by Donald Trump get voting rights now. This is absolutely ridiculous. This guy is so stupid. He's so disingenuous sitting here trying to tell us that these are people who are independently selected. No, they were selected by Donald Trump. And then they also fired the president and the chair and then made Donald Trump the chair and made a Trump loyalist the president. And then once they did that, then they took away all voting rights from 24 of the 50 people. The other 36 that Trump appointed, they get all of the, well, I say 50. That's not 50, is it? That's 60? Yeah. Okay, so 60 people on the board, right? Yes, okay, sorry. So there's 60 people on the board. 36 of the 60 were appointed by Donald Trump. Then, once they put them in, they got rid of the president and put a Trump loyalist as president. Then they also replaced the chair with Donald Trump himself. And then they voted to take away voting rights from the 24 people who were not appointed by Donald Trump. So that is not an independent group. They were appointed by Trump, not independently. And they took away all of the rights. They took away voting rights from the people that were not appointed by Donald Trump. And then voted to put his name on the building. Give me a break, dude.
Or the Institute of Peace.
Well, the Institute did it himself. And even though, yeah, that's stupid, those people voted to put that name on the facade. So he didn't just do it himself. And again, it's stupid, but that's what it is.
Or the Institute of Peace.
Well, the Institute of Peace didn't exist, so how could he put his name on it? But theoretically, he could have created such a thing and done that. So is it just because he didn't, or it's because it exists and you're mad that his name's on, what name should have been on it? Well, who even cares?
What?
It's not about him putting his name on it. It's about him putting himself as the lead of the Board of Peace, and then making it to where when he is no longer president, the fact that he's in charge of the Board of Peace, this does not move on to his presidential successor. This does not go to the next president. He's still in charge, and he's the only person who can name his successor. He made it to where if this is not a presidential power, this is not a presidential position, this is a position just for him and the people who suck up to him.
What if Obama put his name on national park passes or U.S. passports?
The president's name or signature does not appear on any U.S. passport for Trump or any other president. Trump will be featured on a limited number of commemorative U.S. passports. They're only going to print 25 to 30,000 of them, and they will be available if you so choose to celebrate America's 250th birthday. Who's winning this game so far?
What if
he's definitely not winning the game, because even though it is a commemorative type of passport, you still didn't engage with the fact that Obama did not make an Obama commemorative passport, and of the one thing that was made of Obama, which was the coins, he stopped those himself. This is so fucking stupid, dude. How could you think you're winning this when you're just making up half the crap or leaving out all the important context?
Celebrate America's 250th birthday. Who's winning this game so far?
What if Obama created Obama gold cards and sold green card privileges to foreigners?
Yeah, it's not amazing, but it was intended to be used as a fundraising measure. You know, because we're $40 trillion in debt. And though the idea is whatever, generally speaking, it would add more high net worth people to the taxable economy. But the Secretary of Commerce confirmed as of a couple of days ago that they've only sold one.
Correct. Yes, they have only sold one while they've put a lot of money into this. So currently they're in the negatives as far as, you know, getting rid of the debt, just the same as they did with Doge, where they were supposed to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, yet they ended up losing more money through lawsuits and layoffs than they did saving money in the end. So the idea that like, oh, but they're trying to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, or they're trying to save us money because we're in debt, it doesn't seem like it. It seems like everybody was correct and that these are just corrupt measures to give them more power. Because they're not achieving their goal, that's for sure. They're not getting rid of the debt. They are putting us further in debt, just as Trump did in his first term, where he set the record for most amount of debt spent for a single term. By far, even if you exclude COVID, you still by far set the record.
Literally one.
Huh. What if Obama wore a khaki suit? What if?
This video sucks. You prove nothing. I win.
You know this guy is just like walking down the road right now, doing his power walk is, and now he's holding his phone while he's doing it. You guys suck. Donald Trump is the best. You know. Look at it. What is this fucking vest that he's wearing, dude? Is he wearing a fucking bulletproof vest because he's trying to he's afraid the fucking immigrants are gonna come beat him up? Who is this guy? I don't know. I've seen him a bunch of times in the past. Bobby Sauce. He does roasting, politics, economy, America, freedom, business, speaker, Guido observations. Ooh. Oh, and this is his top video right now, is that one.
What are some MAGA-coded phrases you've seen on social media or heard in real life?
Oh my God, why do I do this to myself? This should be good.
I talked to Jillian Wilson for this article for Huffington Post about the pervasive nature of these MAGA-coded dog whistles or phrases.
Yo, the article, to call that an article. Wait till you hear what's in that article.
One I mentioned was traditional family values. I was watching Love Overboard, and there was a guy on there talking about how he's looking for someone with traditional family values. I was like, that guy's MAGA.
Yeah, it's so MAGA to want traditional family. Ah, what a dog whistle.
On the surface...
Okay.
Get ready with me because
Oh, is it Guido? Okay.
I am in a wee bit of trouble
My bad.
for discussing Erica Kirk.
I don't think I've ever seen it spelt before. I don't think I've ever seen anybody spell Guido before. Should interview him, Tom? Yeah, totally.
Erica Kirk a little bit more. For those who don't know, my name is Ashley St. Clair. I was a MAGA influencer involved in MAGA politics for almost a decade. I know. Now, I had made a TikTok about Erica Kirk being upset about the Drewski skit, calling it whiteface, which whiteface isn't real, okay? It's objectively not real, okay? Blackface is real because of the history in this country and the blatant racism associated with it, okay? Whiteface is not real, but I will digress. After I posted this video, I deleted it because I thought the comments to Erica Kirk were too mean, and I don't know, I'm a sap and I don't agree with her on really anything, but I was like, oh, this this woman's being dogpiled in my comments, and as a mother, I don't know, it was just uncomfortable. And I thought I was being a
I'm sorry. I hate this bullshit of like as a mother or whatever. Obviously, Erica Kirk has continued to attack the left. She's continued to add to the divisive language, and the entire video that she did recently in her combat uniform while she's talking about how violent the left is and how enough will never be enough and blah blah blah. Like she is constantly contributing to this discourse, and while it's fine for you to have a problem with it, it's fine for somebody to feel uncomfortable with it, it is, I don't like that, well, as a mother, it just made me uncomfortable that she's being dogpiled, while her followers and the people who are on her side, she will never feel uncomfortable for the way that she goes after people, the way that she misrepresents them, the way that she influences discourse in a deeply negative way. So yeah, I feel like if Erica Kirk was just off to the side, she went behind the scenes, she went and, you know, took time off and got off the internet and left everything alone for a while, I would think it was really gross if people just continued to attack her and continued to make memes about her and make fun of her and crap like that. I would think that that's really gross, but that's not what she did. She is continuously pushing the discourse still today. And if she's going to be part of the conversation and be part of the discourse, then she's going to be part of the discourse. If she's going after the left, she's fair game just like anybody else.
Charitable as possible to Erica, just giving her advice from my experience that I think the people giving her advice are awful. I think she needs to log off and take some time, because that's what was most helpful for me when I was going through a lot. Nonetheless, this video has still been making the rounds on Twitter and going viral despite me not even being on that godforsaken platform, because again, they're suing me. Also, I'm gonna go try this valuable Pro Glow again because I'm so mad about the Luminous Silk still.
Oh my goodness. That's so much.
I made a big mistake. I've put too much on, but we're gonna roll with it.
Holy crap.
Now, if people want to keep me in this conversation, whatever, then I will keep talking about it, and I will tell you guys how I really feel, because I also have text from Charlie that I think could help everyone in this moment. Now, Erica Kirk goes on this long rant about dehumanization, and that the epidemic plaguing this country is dehumanization, and we're not.
Her husband was publicly executed. You're being insane. I'm sorry, what does that have to do with anything? Her husband was publicly executed so she can come and say whatever she wants and lie and smear people and just make shit up and continue to propagandize people and radicalize people, and we can't go back at her for it. People aren't making fun of her for her husband being killed. Like, if that was what we were talking about, that would be relevant, but that's not part of the conversation at all. Like, they're not making fun of her for her husband dying. You just said she has the smoke coming. Yes, because of her being part of the discourse. Yes, that's what I said. Because she's part of the discourse. Because she's also taking shots. Because she's also going after the left. Because she's also calling people out. So yes, of course, I didn't say because her husband was executed. You're bringing in something wholly irrelevant. And oh, are you kidding me? Her husband was executed. That had nothing to do with what I said. That had nothing to do with what I said at all. As I said, if she, after her husband was executed, she stepped away and was in the background and was not in front of cameras and was not still engaging in politics, then yes, it would be crazy for people to keep going after her, as I said. But she didn't do that. She is still in the conversation. She's still part of the discourse. The fact that she's like, her husband died, so now she's in this like free to just make shit up and lie and criticize without any sort of without any sort of criticism back or anybody going back at her, and she's in this ollie oxen free area, is just complete bullshit. It's thrown her face constantly. You're pretending, not me. What am I pretending? Be more clear. What is it that I'm pretending? Accurate, Joe Blow. Very accurate.
Even going to go into the rhetoric of Charlie towards the end of his life, okay, because it wasn't great, okay? Saying that you're not gonna get on a plane if there's a black pilot, like, dude, what the fuck? Nonetheless, if we all remember, in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, many people got fired, okay? The right wing and MAGA went on a freaking jihad over anyone who said something, anyone who really wasn't sad that Charlie had died.
Well, yeah, like, Kyle, I don't have an issue with her, like, doing the shows and doing the speeches and doing, like, all that other stuff. Like, I don't have an issue with that. It's not, when people say, like, folks grieve differently, like, I've said before that, like, when I've had issues, I go and I work a lot more, and I do just kind of, like, just kind of bury myself in whatever job I have at the time. And that is what she had. On top of that, I do think it was kind of weird for them to make her CEO right away, where they could have had like an acting CEO or interim CEO or something like that. Because if right after Charlie's death, if they had just disappeared and just kind of logged off for a long time, that would have been weird. That would have been bad for TPUSA. TPUSA, like what it is that he built, that would have disappeared. And so they couldn't, that wasn't really an option for them. They did have to kind of hit the ground running and give it a new face and a new brand so that his legacy wasn't dead. They had to do that. There wasn't much of a choice there. Otherwise it would have disappeared. It would have been gone. So I don't have an issue with that. I wish they had given somebody else the CEO position so that somebody else was doing it instead of her, but fine, it's her, she's doing it. It does make sense that somebody would grieve in this way to me. That's not odd, but yes, again, if you're part of the political conversation, you're fair game. You are in the conversation. You don't get to claim ollie Oxenfree just because you had some sort of accident. Unless you're saying people making fun of them for that accident or something like that, sure. But that had nothing to do with what I said. I never said we should do that. I never justified that. I never excused that. I never said anything about that. So for people to turn around and act like that's what I'm excusing or that's what I said, there's no fucking way you think I said that. I was very clear about what I was saying.
They were not understanding about this at all. And to me, I get a lot of criticism. I have people who are still very angry at me for my contribution to the harmful rhetoric and this goddamn dictator Oompa Loompa in the Oval Office, okay? And you know what I do? I'm understanding of that because I am being introspective about my own contributions here.
His org was never under fire until he was. There's no way you think that. There's literally no way you think that. You realize that there was a big movement called, have you ever heard of UFAT? Have you ever heard of UFAT? Unfuck America Tour? It's a bunch of people that I'm close to, that I've talked to a lot. I know the lead organizer, Z, they literally built an entire movement off of combating TPUSA, specifically TPUSA. They built a whole fucking movement off of just targeting Charlie Kirk and TPUSA and combating them in their rhetoric. But either way, even if what you're saying is true, it's just not relevant. Like, it's not relevant in the least. You're purposely strawmanning me because you're all up in your feelings about Charlie Kirk. Whereas it doesn't matter what I said if you're applying it to something that I didn't say and that I wasn't talking about, and that is excluded from my rationale. it is insanely bad faith of you to then take that and implant it as though it was part of my rationale. It was part of what I said. I did say people should attack her for her dead husband and blah, blah, blah. You know I didn't say that. You know that I didn't say anything like that, but you pretended as though that's what I was saying because you're all up in your feelings. You're getting uber defensive over something that has nothing to do with me or what I said. But you treated me like it was. You didn't just say, like, well, also there's this. What do you think about that? You said, are you kidding me? No way. Like I said something despicable. Semantics, I never heard about them. I'm sorry, even you adding turning point at the end, I still have no idea what you're saying. You had never heard of turning point before? Is that what you're saying? You had never heard of turning point until Charlie Kirk died? Is that what you're telling me? You said Erica Kirk is reaping what she sowed. I didn't say that, but whatever. You're not gonna engage with what I'm saying. You're too up in your feelings to have this conversation.
Here, but they don't seem to have this introspection. Instead, they got people fired. They have not followed up with these people. They have no idea the damage they did to people's lives because they got them fired from their jobs. There's a professor who won't get tenure because they disagreed with her sentiments on the death of Charlie. And all of this is in the name of, honoring a man who was killed. But if you want my real opinion, I don't think anything has been more dehumanizing and disrespectful to a dead man than what Turning Point, Andrew Colvett, and all of those folks have done to him after he died.
It really is weird that they're posting from Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel. Not just Turning Points, but from Charlie Kirk's. That's weird, dude. That is odd. I'm not gonna lie. Even if they did it before he died, which I'm not saying they did, I don't know if they did, but that is weird. That is odd that they just keep posting from Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel. It could be like a commemorative YouTube channel. It could be like a channel where he is archived and his channel is there for people to remember, but instead they're still filling it up with a ton of other content that isn't him. It's weird. Like if I died and people just started posting from my YouTube channel, I would find that just insanely odd.
Died. One thing about Charlie is Charlie liked results. Charlie liked when things were viral. Charlie liked when there was social media engagement, and I don't think he would be too happy that they have been posting from a dead man's account and keeping his show alive just for it to fucking flop, okay? The videos on the Charlie Kirk Show YouTube channel are flops. I could get more views doing a stupid...
Thank you, Joe Blow, for the 10 jewels. Also, we are at 25 out of $50 if we want to continue stream after. We got to get another $25 in. We got an hour left on the stream, so if you want to donate to the channel, consider using the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat so that we can hit that goal.
Stupid TikTok sound, then these people are getting on the Charlie Kirk Show
what
YouTube
up, Mantis?
page. Nonetheless, okay, they do this whole video, this live stream, a special message from Erica Kirk. And something that has gone rather unnoticed because it wasn't in the live stream, but it is on the YouTube channel, is halfway through this special message from Charlie's widow is a fucking ad read from Andrew Colvett.
He's so unhinged that he is able to teach children by day and then attempt to murder the President of the United States by night.
On TikTok, teens get over 50 built-in protections from the start. But for parents, further visibility and control of content can help create the right environment. That's where family pairing comes in.
Who the fuck puts an ad read? By the way, it's an ad read for...
It is weird. Now, it's possible that they have a contract that says that they have to put these ad reads on all videos that go up. Maybe it would be a good idea to not post it on YouTube then. Because on the one that we watched on Twitter, it wasn't on there. The one that she posted to her Twitter account, it was not on there. So yeah, it might have been better to just not post it on YouTube if that's the case. But it's probable that they have a contract that says that if they post videos on YouTube, they have to have that ad read on it. If not, that is even more weird. If not, if they don't have to, then yeah, that is even worse.
For TikTok, ironically enough. Who the fuck puts an ad read?
Wait, that was on TikTok?
Who the fuck puts an ad read? By the way, it's an ad read for TikTok, ironically enough. Who the fuck puts an...
Oh, it's an ad read for TikTok. Oh. Okay, that's weird too.
An ad read on a message from the dead guy's widow on his show that you guys are insisting that you run. Weird enough, right? Okay. But then she goes on this rant about dehumanization, and basically she's blaming Drewski, Candace Owens, and the left. That is what MAGA's doing. They are saying that these people are the ones dehumanizing people. But from my own personal experience, I had engaged in a lot of harmful rhetoric, transphobic rhetoric to the trans community. At no point when I was engaging in this harmful rhetoric did any trans person or someone who supported the trans community threaten to take my children at gunpoint.
Well, this is a thing that I think is like very, very unspoken about, is even small left-wing content creators get a lot of death threats from the right. Like, we are pretty consistently flooded with death threats from the right. And the fact that, yeah, again, the right does seem to have just an insanely disproportionate amount of murder attempts on their side does say that, yeah, these are things that are probably going to be taken even more seriously because of that. But I feel like the right will heavily politicize any sort of death threats that they get consistently. That like they will constantly, screenshot them, post them, talk about them relentlessly. Whereas on the left, it is just kind of like a normal part of being a content creator, is that you're going to get a bunch of death threats from the right. It is just a fact of existing. So yeah, I find it like when people like Rob Noor, he will freak out over the tiniest little things that he will perceive as some sort of threat that's very, very vague in general, as will even like Benny Johnson and all of these other bigger right-wing content creators. Whereas I think, damn, dude, like I get way worse shit than that pretty consistently. How the fuck is that like so bothering to you when it seems like everybody on the left gets way worse shit all the time?
That did happen, however, after someone decided, and all of MAGA, after I was remorseful and I humanized the trans community and I said, hey, I'm actually remorseful about my dehumanizing rhetoric. I am remorseful about the damage that I did to trans individuals. After I posted this, the entirety of MAGA and the right wing, with their trans panic, dehumanized me and my children and said they want to take my child at gunpoint. I am just absolutely sick of these people blaming the left and everyone else accept themselves for the current conditions of the United States, okay? We have an administration who is arresting Don Lemon and MAGA is cheering. We have an administration who is arresting James Comey, okay? And you want to sit here and talk about dehumanization? Do you really think James Comey and Don Lemon are our biggest issues? Why don't you speak out about that? Why are you only speaking out when people are saying not nice things about you? When you really think about it, you just want to speak in broad terms about dehumanization, but you don't really give any examples, and there are plenty on both sides, one more than the other. And that's the side you're a part of.
Yes.
And again,
Thank you.
whether
Glad she
we
said
like
that.
to admit it or not, Charlie played a big role in this towards the end of his life. And I don't think that anything is going to get better unless there's a recognition about your own role in the nightmare that is currently plaguing America.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying when I'm talking about Erica Kirk. Like, she is continuing to be a mouthpiece for this sort of disgusting rhetoric and actions and narratives and propaganda. And like, she does not, yes, she is not in Ollie Ollie Oxen free zone. She doesn't get to just like say and do whatever she wants and then bow out when it gets directed back at her.
I mean, if you want a good example of a man, Lindsey Graham. There's a guy right there. He's not even gay at all.
Yeah, that's great. What do you think of the Biden administration funding Ukraine?
Hated it. We should have been keeping that money in America.
What do you think about the Trump admin funding Israel?
Love it. I think as American Christians, we should also be Jewish.
What do you think about the FBI's narrative that JFK was killed by a lone gunman?
Not likely. You can't trust those guys.
What do you think about the FBI's narrative that Charlie Kirk was killed by a lone gunman?
Well, that's what happened. You heard the FBI's report. They make...
What was the first
What
one?
do you think about the FBI's narrative that Charlie Kirk was killed by a lone
Not likely. You can't trust those guys.
FBI's narrative that JFK was killed by a lone gunman?
Oh, JFK.
Not likely. You can't trust those guys.
What do you think about the FBI's narrative that Charlie Kirk was killed by a lone gunman?
Well, that's what happened. You heard the FBI's report. They make me so mad. Can you believe all these idiot grifter conservatives out there betraying Trump? The woke Reich. That's what I call them. Because it's a pretty clever name.
You agree with everything Trump's doing?
Yeah, 100%. That's what my critical thinking leads me to believe. 100% agreement with everything Trump says.
Even when he changes his mind or betrays a campaign promise?
He's never done any of that. But you know who has changed? The woke right. Fucking roasted him again. The Tucker Carlsons, Alex Joneses, people on Twitter, these people supported Trump for years. Then all of a sudden they betray the guy. Like, what is up with that?
So as a Trump loyalist, you don't even think it's been you and Trump that's changed?
No, I haven't changed my stance on anything. I've stayed true to my values. Unlike these crazy nut jobs.
Right. What do you think?
I mean, when your values are support Trump no matter what, you are consistent. He's not wrong.
About Trump's campaign promise of no new wars?
Loved it.
And what do you think about being in a new war with Iran?
Love it.
Do you know you're contradicting yourself?
No, I'm not. Trump promised no new wars. Wars, plural. We're in a new war, singular. He didn't start new wars. He started one new war.
True. True. Hey. He's not wrong. That is, even if it turns into a world war, it'd still technically be one world war, right? Not two world wars, so.
Or idiot. Like, Trump didn't break any campaign promises.
You gotta be kidding me. Do you think it's okay that Trump just wants to move on from the Epstein files and not prosecute anyone?
Yeah, that's what's best for our country.
Have you always thought that?
Yeah.
All right, what about when you wrote, #1 priority is to arrest the Epstein criminals? Trump will do that. Kamala won't.
I don't think I ever wrote that.
It's on your Twitter.
I might have wrote that, but you're taking that out of context.
That's your whole tweet. It's the entire context.
No. Like the context of the moment. Like in different times, different words have different meanings. Words change with the times. It's evolution. Like, get with it. And you know, those traitors like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie, they're just trying to push this stuff because they want to backstab Trump. That's what they're doing.
So you don't like them?
Not at all. They're despicable people.
On MTG's tweet from a year ago where she pledged to fight to get arrests made, you commented to her, "Thank you, MTG. These Epstein criminals need to be brought to justice. You're doing God's work and are a true patriot."
Well, did you know she's a traitor?
All right. What do you think when all the leftists were calling Elon and other conservatives Nazis?
But just psychopathic leftists. They're just trying to smear the character of good people because they don't have the legs of truth to stand on in their own political positions. It's just despicable.
I can see on Twitter that people like you and Mark Levin are repetitively calling other conservatives Nazis a lot.
That's because they're Nazis. Like Tucker Carlson, he has an actual gas chamber at his house, from what I hear.
I'm pretty sure that's a sauna.
People to die. I mean, could you find me a more unpopular guy than Tucker Carlson?
You say that Tucker's unpopular, but he's got the #1 news podcast.
Oh, give me a break. You actually believe statistics. Tucker's always been a fraud.
From this pic of Tucker campaigning for Trump, you said, "The great Tucker Carlson campaigning for Trump and America first. I love this guy."
Are you funded by Qatar? You seem like it. Tucker is. I know that for a fact because Laura Loomer said he is. And she's mentally healthy. And I'm really starting to think you're a foreign agent, maybe with the Soviet Union.
That's not a country anymore.
Well, it won't be a country for long.
She's mentally healthy.
Along with all the nukes Iran has.
All right. What do you think about the members of Congress getting rich off of insider trading?
Lock them all up. It is not right for them to personally get rich when they should be focusing on bettering the lives of Americans.
Since Trump took office, Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who's negotiating with Iran, is now a billionaire. Trump's sons have allegedly increased their net worth by 800%, and Trump's net worth went from 1.4 billion to 6.5. What do you think about that?
Hey, the world's a casino nowadays. Don't hate the player.
Any final message to the former Trump supporters that have been?
Nah, that is not the argument. It's well, that's not as bad as Nancy Pelosi and Hunter Biden. That is the fucking argument. It is straight to Nancy Pelosi and Hunter Biden every fucking time.
Abandoned him?
Yeah. To those low IQ morons, I would just say, you guys are hypocrites, and the establishment has your best interest in mind. Just surrender to it. Oh, dude, look at this. I love what Trump's doing with Palantir. Heads up on the dog poop right there. So you're doing all the right things. Earlier nights, more walks, better foods, but you're still waking up.
Nope, none of those things.
The West has fallen. Why? Because of like degeneracy, and the evidence of that is often like suggest like look at modern architecture compared to a cathedral.
Right.
You know, how did this happen, Western man? Right. Ridiculous meme posts. We used to be a proper country. Like, and the image attached.
The left is freaking out about this, saying that like she's gone far right and shit like that. I haven't watched this interview yet. I know I have seen too many of the leftists freaking out about this to where I gotta see it. I gotta see what the fuck this is.
Attached to that caption is a 7-Eleven ad from the 1970s. So it's like,
really?
Yeah. It's
Wow.
like, look at this advertising image from 3 decades ago.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better if we were still like that?
Welcome to Doomscroll. I'm your host, Joshua Citarella. My guest is Natalie Wynn, a video essayist and content creator. I have to talk at the EU Parliament later this month.
Really?
About how the left can compete with the online right. What should I tell them?
One reason I have a difficult time answering this question is that a lot of the reasons why the online right has the reach it does are things we would not want to emulate. For example, a lot.
I'm really annoyed by people's like responses to this almost every time because there isn't a way to do it. Like, if you end up emulating the online right, you end up ruining everything that you stand for as, you know, Democrats or liberals or the left or like whatever. It's it all ends up just completely tanking because you've lost like everything that matters and everything that will actually make the country better. You're your principles have just gone completely out the fucking window because we want everybody to just be brainwashed monkeys instead of critical thinkers who are holding their politicians accountable and actually like moving towards a better world. And yeah, you just like, there is no emulating them. When people do this, like, oh, we have to do X or we have to do Y, like, there are things that we can do that will be beneficial. There are things that we can do to emulate them in some ways, but we cannot be them, because that would literally just be the end of everything.
A lot of online right commentators are frankly backed by money.
Yep.
Like not like crowdfunding money,
Yep.
like institutional money.
Yeah.
Big
money, deep pockets.
Yeah, exactly. So sometimes it's like, do we want that?
Mm-hmm.
I think that for a lot of people on the left, the idea of having like
Yeah, we do.
oligarchs backing you would be kind of defeat the purpose.
Well, the
right?
NGOs,
Yeah.
those
No, that's
exist,
true.
liberal
That's true.
NGOs.
That's
yeah.
true. For a couple years now, people have been talking about like, what if we had a leftist Joe Rogan? Like, wouldn't like, do we want a
Oh,
leftist
yeah, I've never heard
Joe
that one
Rogan? Do we
before,
want
yeah.
a leftist Joe Rogan? I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't. But would it be useful to have one?
Mhm.
Maybe. I'm sure I would hate it.
Mm.
But so what? I mean, I think
Maybe Ezra Klein wants to be the leftist Joe Rogan. I was just thinking, like, who is like, since then, who's like a large podcaster who's become a little like fence city on some issues and become, you know, done like a lot more interviews talking to people on both sides and really like making the left side sound better. And yeah, my immediate thought is like, I guess it's Ezra Klein. I guess he's become the left's Joe Rogan.
I think the reality, you know, like if I will lecture men for not wanting to be in a coalition with their mother. Well, I also think I'm gonna have to deal with being in a coalition with some kind of leftist manosphere.
Right.
And I'm prepared to just deal with that.
Right.
Right. Like I think that part of my like realistic electoralist idea about politics is accepting that I'm gonna have to be in a coalition with a bunch of people I don't like, because that's at a national election in the United States means having the support of a very wide group of people.
You're telling me that
Yeah.
77 million people can't belong to the same subculture?
Yeah, 77 million people are probably not going to look into the camera and say, I'm the same kind of communist you are. Like, it's
Damn it.
never going to happen.
I
means
can't
accepting,
possibly
like,
vote with them.
it means accepting, like, a wide amount of ideological diversity.
Mhm.
And I think that...
Well, yes, the left only wants to accept ideological diversity, and they only want big tent politics if it's moving much, much farther left. They don't actually care about like having a wide range of ideologies. They don't actually like want to represent a large group of people for the sake of like you know, democracy or anything like that. They only get mad like, well, we should be a big tent. We should represent everybody. We should be doing this. We should be doing that, when it's only the things that like benefit them and their side. They don't really care about representing both sides. ContraPoints pre-watch, Tom. Yep.
I mean, I think the reason that Joe Rogan is so successful is there's this kind of like front of like, I'll just talk to anyone and everyone is welcome. In practice, that's not really true because he doesn't really have very much in the way of like, I don't think there's ever been a trans person, for example, on Joe Rogan, except maybe Blair White, a conservative,
Oh, yeah.
you know, reactionary trans person.
There's an ideological strain to the particular type of guest that you
Yeah,
could,
for
you know, say
sure.
like
Yeah.
libertarian to, you know, whatever kind of skeptic.
But I also think that like the right is so talented at kind of, in a soft kind of way, they love bomb, right? I mean, I've experienced it myself when in periods, this has happened on a recurrent basis for 10 years. As every, you know, few months, like some large faction of the online left decides that I am like the villain of the month, right? And it will just be a mass, you know, it doesn't bother me that much anymore because it's kind of become like, well, there's only so many times it can happen before you start like taking it less seriously. But I think that it used to really upset me, as it upsets most people when it happens initially, because it's kind of not. I mean, the normal when a bunch of people are screaming at you and telling you you're a horrible person. I mean, the ego's instinct is to defend itself, right? But when that's often happened to me, I often am reached out to by people on the right who are like, hey, like I see what's happening to you on Twitter, and that's like really horrible what they're saying to you. Like, do you want to come on my podcast sometime? And, like that's kind of their like recruitment.
Yep, I say this all the fucking time. All the fucking time. The right is always standing there with their arms fucking wide open, just waiting for you to defect so they can use you as another way to propagandize and point at, like, look, even this person thinks the left sucks. See, even they don't like the left anymore. See how bad they are? Like, they are always looking to do this, and the left is not so much. The left would rather find every single person that they had an issue with at some point for being too right-wing or too dishonest or whatever, and too grifty, and continue hating them because you hated them before. It's we went through this numerous times, just talking about Ashley St. Clair and her videos and what it is that she was doing, and I was like, but she's literally like doing all the right things, and people are like, yeah, well, I don't trust her. I'm like, does it matter? Like, do you need to trust her? Because I don't care about trusting her. Like, I think that she has a message that's beneficial for us that we should probably be capitalizing on right now, and not doing so just seems really fucking stupid.
Method is like they reach out, they sort of exploit the divisiveness and the vitriol of leftist spaces to kind of like lure people out.
Sow division.
Yeah. Well, and especially because like there is like a genuine kind of like tall poppy syndrome type thing on the left. I mean, we sort of talked about
what
this.
Is tall poppy syndrome?
Okay, so tall poppy syndrome is a notion that like tall grass gets cut. Let's say. So like if you rise to a certain level of prominence, the left
become
turns
the target.
Turns on you. Yeah. And I think part of that is the same hipster mindset that leads leftists to turn on a politician who gets elected. Right? Is that it's like, well, now you're the establishment. There's a little micro version of that happens in influencer world where, I mean, early in my YouTube career, a lot of people, I think I was probably
it is especially like you become a target for other YouTubers, especially. As somebody that I point to a lot is like, what's his name? Pirate Software. That guy popped off like a motherfucker did. That guy was a firework. Just shot right into fucking superstardom. Just what he became the biggest streamer out of nowhere. Like his shorts and his streams all getting millions of fucking views all over the place, out of nowhere, on every fucking platform, Twitch, on YouTube, on Kick, on like everywhere. He was everywhere, out of nowhere. And immediately, dude, just the pointless like soy crybaby fucking hit jobs on him were so fucking stupid. Like the shit that people hated on him for, like, okay, fine, like if you don't like him, whatever, but they were like this, like, what, he needs to be canceled for this, like nobody should ever watch him again, he has no principles, blah blah blah. And it was over the dumbest shit, and lots of times we like even went and debunked whatever it was that they were saying about him, and just they were lying about him consistently. And it's just so fucking annoying how as soon as you gain a lot of viewers and you get some sort of prominence, it just seems like jealousy. That's what it comes off as. It just comes off as jealousy, where like the hater channels just start popping off.
have lost a large percentage of my earliest audience because a lot of people liked me because they saw me as this kind of like, you know, a queer transgender underdog who was like like they related to. And then I got too big and they don't relate to me anymore and they resent me for getting too big. And it's like, I think that then like caused like a kind of extreme moral, extremely like, you know, stringent moral purity that was expected of me and that I was not able to deliver on.
The degree to which the audience can turn on the creator also is fanatical because it was their like favorite thing. It was that subcultural identity before, and now that they feel in some way betrayed, it's like they just kind of unload all of that kind of parasocial fanaticism.
I don't know if you guys haven't been around my channel for a while, but this literally happened to me, where like I had a lot more viewers, and out of nowhere there was like this one little issue that like was not a big deal. I still stand pretty firmly that I did literally nothing wrong throughout this, except for maybe the way that I handled the issue. But the amount that like people, friends, content creators that I like worked hard to help grow their channels, and longtime viewers, and you know, top like fans and everything. The amount of like all of my moderators, my the amount of people who just immediately, bro, just went from like one day, like, I got your back no matter what, bro, like, don't worry, we're gonna get you through this, to literally the next day, like, he's the fucking worst, he's a fucking devil, he's a rapist, he's a pedophile, he's a fuckboy, he's a this, he's a... True. And it wasn't like you changed all your views or something drastic. It literally, not only was it not something that I changed my views on, it was literally just like the same things that I had always fucking said that people all of a sudden took issue with. And it's like, okay, like if you want to disagree with me, that's fine. Like this level of fucking hatred and volatility over this shit is stupid. Like this is, you've known this about me the whole fucking time. Like, this is fucking insane. So yeah, it was, not only was it not something that I changed views on, it was literally shit that I had always talked about, always preached, always held, you know, views that I always held and like was open about. It was just because of Jew stalk allegations. It wasn't even because of that. Like again, I don't think Jew stalker or like Queeman or any of them had any much to do with it outside of like really fanning the flames. It was Zonia and Sassafras, like that. It was just them, just being some lying pieces of shit.
Into this new outlet of, oh, I actually hate that person, I've hated their stuff the whole time.
And that's not just a leftist thing. Like I do think that on the right,
I think it's just a social media
everyone
thing.
kind of hates each other, right? Too, right? Like, but they're somehow able to like. I think maybe it's because they believe in loyalty on some level. They when it counts, like they come together to support daddy. Whereas the left doesn't do this, not really.
I see.
So I don't know. It's not that there's no leftists online, but I also think that like there's a struggle to convey leftist ideas to like less radicalized people. So I mean, I think that's what Joe Rogan's real utility is to the right.
To talk to normal
is that
people.
He seems like a normal guy.
Yeah.
Right. Or at least there was a time when he seemed like a normal guy. He is now kind of a little bit.
He's moved. But he's also backed off of the Trump stuff too.
Yeah. No, that's true. But I think
big audience has to include normal people who are not like political ideologues.
And it's tough to do that on the left because if you have a guest.
Obviously, the leftists are probably going to be really upset with her for saying that, because that is a point that we as liberals bring up pretty consistently, is that the right is really good at like congregating when it comes to voting time. Like they're the thing that they purity test on or gatekeep is just whether or not you vote for Trump. Like that is the beginning and the end. Like you just got to support Daddy Trump. That's the end of it. And the left does not do this. And so this is something that liberals bring up a lot, is like, yeah, the leftists are just kind of fucking this up, where everybody on the right has been able to gatekeep based on voting, and the left gatekeeps on like literally everything else. And this makes it to where we're just not electorally efficient like they are. And yeah, leftists hate that fucking idea. So with ContraPoint saying that right there, I know that a lot of people are going to be really mad about that. Also, whatever happened to, she called Hassan out, said that she wanted to debate him. She literally said, "Debate me, bro." And I don't think anything came of that. Just the same as the other day when we were watching the Dave Smith thing between Hassan and Dave Smith. I don't think anything ever came of that either.
Who has said, you know, XYZ problematic thing, there'll be a bunch of leftists online screaming at you for platforming fascists or whatever, right? So the temptation is to maintain the boundaries of the cloister. I don't know. It's hard to say like what the solution to that is. I mean, like you've had the Democratic politicians like Gavin Newsom like do this, where he's like, I'll talk to anyone. Like, yeah, I'll talk to Ben Shapiro. Yeah, I'll talk to, you know. But people don't like that on the left. They don't like it.
Yeah.
Or like I know trans people in particular feel super betrayed by Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, it is annoying where people say like he platformed a fascist, like he platformed this person, he platformed that person. It's like, I don't have it's kind of stupid to like talk about platforming. Like, it's irresponsible platforming that matters, not just platforming them. That's a really stupid fucking criticism to just say he platformed somebody.
Like saying he's willing to kind of back off on the trans stuff because it's not popular. It's not popular.
Well, that's so I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but just to kind of recap, there's trying to diagnose this is actually it's a pretty big situation. Like famous Media Matters study, I think 24-25 says that 90% of alt media is conservative leaning, right? So the temptation is to look at that as a reflection of where the political sentiments of most people in the country are. Obviously, social media is a very distorted mirror. Not 90% of the country is conservative, obviously.
So I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean,
there actually is a volume problem.
It's extraordinary. So they're doing a quantitative survey. There's different ways to slice the numbers. They're including like Trevor Noah is part of the left. We could dispute the way that they classify it, but I think obviously whether it's 90% or 80%, it doesn't matter. Alt media overwhelmingly conservative. And the
Wait, why wouldn't Trevor Noah be classified as part of the left? Because he's considered a comedian and not political or something? What? If you do political comedy, I think it makes sense. Like, what are we not going to include? Steven Crowder either? I don't know. I don't know why the fuck. I remember now that people were like pointing out that like they had issues with them including people like Trevor Noah for that reason, because he was a comedian. I'm like, wait, he's obviously doing politics though. Like, who cares how he does the politics? He's doing fucking politics. What do you mean? He talks about politics. He's on the left.
Reasons, I'm just recapping some of the things that you said, so jump in if I'm mischaracterizing, but asymmetry of resources, so you got big donors, and then just like bait, they can kind of sow division, look at trend cycles, whatever's trending, and jump on sensational topics. And then the third is that some of the positions on the left are unpopular in a majoritarian democracy. So we can fix 1 and 2. How do we deal with 3?
Well, I actually think, people aren't going to like this. I mean, I think there's certain issues in the left that the most high-profile spokespeople are actually like warranted in avoiding. Like, I personally think that
like trans issues
at this point, like the Democratic Party should not talk about trans people.
Bro. Oh shit. Oh shit, dude. Oh shit, bro. Fuck. I mean, while I know that that's like that's an obvious like truth, I am very surprised that she says it out loud. I am very, very surprised that she's actually saying this out loud. Like, that's fucking crazy, dude. I cannot believe she just said that.
And I think that because, I mean, it's frustrating for a lot of reasons, right? Because so much of what the general public thinks, the Democratic thinks about trans people, is completely information that they've gotten from right-wing propaganda. Because it's over, like the Democratic Party already, they hardly ever talk about trans people to begin with. Like I've seen so many people suggest, for example, that like, oh, Kamala Harris, like, you know, she pushed everyone away with all that trans ideology. And I'm like, what trans ideology? How many times on the campaign trail did Kamala Harris even mention trans people?
Yeah.
Not a lot of
I
times.
heard a lot about
Not a lot
black
of
men's
times.
crypto assets, but
Yeah,
not trans people.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's so I think that people have like really been convinced what the left talks about by right media, and in part because like, well, I think right-wing media, they've also kind of mastered rage bait, right? And that you can just like churn out this content that's just designed to like irritate people. Look at what's happening in your daughter's sports. They're letting grown men beat girls up, right? Okay, is that true? Doesn't matter. Makes people angry, gets attention, right? So I think that you say that, you know, a lot of right-wing media says that, and they say this is what the Democrats are doing. And it's like, how much are the Democrats talking about trans sports? Basically not at all is the real answer to that question. But the right has really succeeded in convincing the public that that's what the left talks about.
Yeah.
So
And they do it 90% louder.
90% louder, yeah, as you say. Well, the question of how to respond to that, is it to publicly start arguing on the topic of trans sports? I don't think so. Because I think that one is so losing that it's like, I mean, I think deflection is kind of the answer. Is to say like,
what is deflection?
When they like, I don't know, in a debate situation, for example, if they want to go on and on about men and women's sports, observe that they are the one who keeps bringing this.
Yeah, that you're the one who's obsessed with trans people. Yeah, that is probably the best way to do it. Is yes, you're the one who's shoving trans shit in my face all the time. You're the one who's trying to push your ideology on everybody and force everybody to abide by your values and crap like that. That is definitely, I think, generally the way to go, because it is hard. Like, you would think, okay, well, the way to do this is to just combat them with, you know, telling people what it is that the left really believes when it comes to trans people. And it's like, okay, we've been doing that the whole time. Like, that hasn't worked. So, like, what what now? Like, just keep going with the same losing strategy? Like, as she said, it's annoying because they are just a lot louder than us. There's not much that we can do about it. Like, they're just way louder. They're able to, they dominate alternative media.
Up. We're not talking about this. This is not part of our agenda. You are obsessed with this, right? In other words,
Graham Flatner does this a little bit.
Yeah. But to flip the obsession, to flip the obsession accusation.
Oh, I see.
Right?
I see.
Because it is like, I mean, I think back to like the sort of gay marriage debate in the Bush administration. I think one effective, or even like going back to like the 70s and the like.
What was going on in the 1970s with the origin of the gay rights movement?
With Anita Bryant, who was a big anti-gay, I mean, she'd originally been like a musician and who became sort of an anti-gay celebrity spokeswoman. Her credibility, I think, was destroyed in pop culture, in part by characterizing her as this sort of priggish moralist who was obsessed with what other people are doing in bed, right? I mean, I think that the way, here's a more positive and likable way I can say my point. Like, I think that one mistake that I genuinely think that trans people have made in our political messaging is that it's always better to, especially in America, where the national character is kind of averse to being told what to do. Like, there's this kind of individualist cowboy thing where it's like we resent the government saying how to live our lives. So I think that the posture of the trans activist should be, don't tell me what I can do. Don't tell me what hormones I'm allowed to take. Don't tell me, you know. The mistake that goes the other direction is to lecture everyone about how they need to put pronouns in their email. Because now, you're not telling them not to tell you what to do. You're telling them what to do. People don't like being told what to do.
Right.
So don't tell them what to do. Don't tell them what to say. Tell them to leave you alone, right? And I think that's the kind of more convincing line, is that my temptation is to kind of argue from...
She is 100% correct. Like, even in debates, that is how it, like, normally it normally ends up working out where the other person's like, these people just want to live their lives and be left alone. And, you know, normally the conservatives will end up saying like, yeah, well, okay, like I'm not trying to like tell them what they can or can't do. I'm not saying like, you know, somebody can't transition if they want to or something. Like I'm just, you know, they end up kind of conceding those points by far the majority of the time, because it's a bad look to be the one who's trying to like demand everybody acquiesce to your politics and your value set.
From the kind of triviality, like really, you're expending this much resources on preventing essentially 10 people from competing in professional athletics. Why is this a major part of your platform? Don't you want to talk about the economy? Why? How about the price of gas? I noticed that's had been increasing lately. Maybe that has something to do with the war that your party started. You know, I think that could be a pretty effective, like, whataboutism kind of retort to the transgender sports thing. It's like, why are you talking about transgender sports when the price of gas is you know, well, we'll see how it is in a couple of months, but I imagine you know, $5. Yeah.
There's I picked this phrase up from you, but in your conspiracy video, Brandolini's Law, that the amount of energy needed to refute bullshit, in meaning conspiracy theories in that context, is an order of magnitude bigger than that needed to produce it. So yeah, if you're trying to argue a point that is maybe not winnable, it's a useless expenditure of energy, you should be talking about. I think Graham Plattner literally does this, where someone was trying to bring up trans issues in Maine, and he was like, well, what about this healthcare thing that we're not able to talk about? So I totally agree with this. I'm not going to leave you hanging out on a limb by yourself, but I think that that is actually, while it may be unpopular for people who have, you know, political sentiments or share the same ideas that we do, this is what we need to advance in a majoritarian democracy, which is a uncomfortable but necessary conversation. You mentioned the leftist Joe Rogan before. I'm going to take us down a little bit of a path here because I want to hear your thoughts on this. This is maybe like the meat of what I'd like to discuss today. So post 2016, there's all of this right-wing content on YouTube. I think the premier example of this was the Kill Stream with Richard Spencer as a guest. This is like 2015, 16. We're going back here. I don't fully remember the history. It's at that time the most quantitatively or unprecedented amount of viewers on YouTube. They're like, oh shit, there's a really big problem here. And so the solution we came up with at that time was, if the right is dominating alt media or social media platforms, the left needs to have a role in that. And I was one of the people who argued vigorously for this in The Guardian and mainstream publications. The thing that we came up with was the leftist video essay, because our arguments were less mimetic. They needed to be explained in long form. And then you were one of the premier, most celebrated creators in that. I have immense admiration for your work. Fast forward 8 years, 2024. The podcast election, so to speak, we're talking about Joe Rogan and the Manosphere and the Nelk Boys and who else? All these other guys are named and thanked in the inauguration or Trump's victory speech by the campaign. So our solution now is to make left-wing podcasts, right? I think Adam Friedland is doing a great job at this. There's many different examples to look at. But I see pretty much a direct analogy where this was the strategy before. Now the left needs to participate in social media. And the right is winning in the influence space, and so now we need to participate. When do we get to the point where we admit that the platforms themselves are the problem?
Well, that's a good question, because if the platforms are the problem, then what? I mean,
it is a hard issue, because where they say like the left's positions are less mimetic, the point to take from that is that there's like more nuance, there's more information, there's more like education that you have to have in order to understand a left-wing position. And, you know, people regularly, like, you know, Mantis will say, like, yeah, like Tom doesn't do like short posts or short videos or short statements. Like, and that's obviously because, yes, I care more about like actually understanding. I care more about like actually getting the truth out than anything else. And there's not really a way to like engage in social media in a way that is beneficial to the left, because our positions aren't mimetic. They are much more nuanced and like educated and have a lot more understanding that go into them, and a lot more history, and it's there isn't a way to turn like real information and politics into a meme. Whereas the right, they can dumb everything down into its most simplest form and get a bunch of people to be like, yeah, true, yeah, oh, yeah. So yeah, it's Tom doesn't have the editing skills to make his points concise. Yeah, that's the issue. As we're sitting here with like two of the most verbose people of all time on the screen.
I have a few ideas of then
well,
what, but
I'll just say that I basically agree with the history of that you've drawn. Like, I mean, I think that I was also there in 2015, noticing these exact same thing happening. I had the same experience you just described of like I was like telling everyone about
I
this.
named
was like,
you in all these articles.
I was like, look what's happening with like the internet is going fascist, and everyone will be like, well, so what? Like that's just the internet. They're just trolls. Like why don't you ignore them? Like why do you care about that?
Now they're in charge of the government.
Now they're in charge of the government.
It's
so
a
like,
big deal.
So right, we were right to take it seriously. In other words, now I think at the time I had a far over optimistic idea about how it could. I mean, my solution, and the one I tried to enact myself, was to make counter content, right? To make content that would sort of debunk or argue against or attempt to present like an attractive alternative, right? Where, because at the time, what I diagnosed as the problem was that you had this kind of right wing that seemed sort of fun in terms of like their edgy, transgressive.
Do you know how fucking hard it has been to get people on the show to admit that it was like attractive to people? Yeah, that it was like countercultural, it was edgy, it was punk.
It was completely intuitive to me at the time.
If you're like a 14-year-old boy, like that shit is awesome.
Especially,
you know?
Yeah, and because like so much of that content, well, at the time it wasn't called woke, it was called SJW, Social Justice Warrior, and so much of the right wing media on YouTube at the time was about dunking on that, taking angry feminists, triggered feminists, and then dunking on them. Ha ha ha! You're so stupid. You're so illogical.
Sargon of Akkad.
Yeah, exactly that type of content. And so my idea was to counter that by creating a persona, basically a persona that's not that far from my actual personality, which I'm also irritated by moralism, basically, right? Like I find that I'm attracted to the transgressiveness, right? And so I thought, like, look, I can do this in like a non-priggish way, and I got somewhere with that. But the thing is, like, ultimately, I think partly it is Brandolini's law type stuff, and partly it's my own artistic ambition in a way that impeded the ability of me to mass produce content in the way that the right wingers do.
It was also people in like our role is that we're in media, and journalists would say this too, but indirectly they were saying that people like me are the answer, that we can make better narratives, and that was also allowing them upward mobility and opportunity. But you've anticipated exactly where I'm bringing this. Brandolini's law, I recognize at a certain point that, you know, whatever kind of downward mobility, post-neoliberalism, whatever we're in now, this was producing more right-wingers than we could recruit and educate by using alternative media. Do you feel like the DRAD project was a success in that period, or how do you look back on it now?
I don't think I would say it was a success. No, not the de-radicalization aspect of it, and that's for a couple of reasons. One is I just don't think the leftist video essay is not a solution to the problem of overwhelming right-wing propaganda.
Right.
It's just too niche, and it appeals to, it has an audience that it appeals to, certainly, right? Which makes it a viable career. But is it a solution to right-wing radicalization? No.
Right.
I think part of the reason is that here's a way I've really changed in how I view de-radicalization.
Okay.
I actually don't think anyone gets de-radicalized on the internet. I think that the internet is where you get radicalized.
Sure.
I think what de-radicalizes people is being offline, is having community, is having meaningful work, is having connections to other people.
Not being socially atomized.
Not being socially atomized. Yeah, that's what de-radicalizes people.
Yeah.
So I think that everyone on social media tends to get radicalized. A worry that I have about the leftist podcasts as a solution to the right-wing podcast is that it also kind of becomes a new form of radicalization that I question the utility of. In other words, a lot of political podcasts, in one way or another, end up having a kind of like Fox News-like function, or like Rush Limbaugh-like function, where like I do think that in some ways the political podcast is kind of like Fox News for millennials,
Mhm.
where like, okay, you're listening to an angry man talk to you all day about what to be angry about.
Yeah.
That's obvious. I mean, that has been a winning formula
Yeah.
for decades
Mhm.
for media. And I think that would I prefer them to be listening to a leftist angry man? Absolutely.
Well, I think this is also why, like, left-wingers are much more engaged in like live streams where they'll go on for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours at a time, really getting into like the details of a topic and really explaining them in with nuance and with you know, all of the necessary angles. And when we're talking about like right-wingers having stuff that's mimetic, we're not talking about whether or not they're concise. We're talking about you can make a statement that conveys so much that's it almost feels intuitive. Like anytime a trans person is brought up, and a right-winger can just say, men aren't women. That's it. That's all they have to say. Men aren't women. And it's like consider like the majority of people who look at a statement like that in response, they're going to be like, yeah, that is true though. That is true though. Men aren't women. Ooh, men aren't women. Or whenever you criticize Trump for like anything, and they respond with, "Ooh, orange man bad," like it really like downplays anything that you have to say, any criticism of him, anything that's gonna really, even if you're correct, it just kind of says like, who cares? You're gonna complain about Trump one way or the other. So even if you're right this time, like you're gonna, yeah, TDS, like we don't have these same like punches. Oh, Tom, I forgot to tell you, Euro and Trashy got banned from the line for using slurs. What's the line? I listen to smart, clever men. Yes, Tom, nuanced and witty. I also appreciate Destiny's and Tom's occasional righteous outrage. I've never been outraged. Ever. But yeah, we're not just talking about being concise. We're talking about mimetic, like things that are just intuitive. They're just correct. It's just like they're obvious. You just say something so simple, so easy, and it communicates so much that just feels true on its face. Those things, the left does not have that. We don't have that, but the right has it for everything. Even the leftists have that. Leftists do the same exact thing. Leftists do the same exact fucking thing. Cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. Socialism is when no house. Like they're able to make the like complex issues or real statements, real arguments, like they're able to turn them into the dumbest, most shallow fucking statement that just feels correct to people. And so even if it's strawmanny, even if it's just a, you know, it doesn't even engage with the overall point, it feels like enough for most people. To be fair, I feel like Destiny has become more blue MAGA by the day. I agree. Yes, I agree. I feel like as much as I think most people would say otherwise, I think Pisco is probably like the blue MAGA guy. I think I think that he really likes to take like the statements that are like somewhat true, but like hyperbolize them to the fucking moon. Like him defending the DNC chair was cringe. I mean, I don't think he should be fired. I don't know what they said. I don't know what their arguments were. I obviously thought the guy did horribly. I think I reviewed it before anybody else. I when I woke up the next day, everybody else was talking about it, and seemed like everybody had the same positions as me. But I did see people saying that he should be fired. Like Hutch, I think, said that he should be fired, and people are saying this is the end of his career. He needs. I think that's way overboard. I think that's ridiculous. So if that's like Pisco's defense of him, then I think I agree with Pisco. Also, we got $25 left on the goal. We got 3 minutes left, so I'm gonna head out if we don't hit the goal pretty soon. We get 5 people to donate $5 each. This is pretty much like hitting the blue button, guys. Okay, so for all you guys who made such a big deal about the blue button and trusting your community and all of that crap, go ahead, donate your $5. Let's see if everybody else supports you. Because what happens is there's a lot of people here who think, okay, I mean, I would donate $5 if I knew that it was going to lead to hitting the goal. But if I donate $5 and we don't hit the goal, then I just feel like I kind of wasted $5. And so don't do it. Hit the blue button, guys. Donate your $5. Let's see you act it out in the real world. As I said, you red buttoned us. Oh, I did, but that's because again, I think you're hitting the red button in real world. So just prove me right again by not donating. Yeah, just say liberals, we don't have the same mimetic statements. We're not able to do the same thing with short statements, and the few times that we have done it, it's been very bad. It's been very bad for us. It has not gone well for us. The few times that we've been able to put out something, Black Lives Matter, #MeToo, like, you know, believe all women, like, it does not go well for us. We get fucking slaughtered every time. Defund the police, like, we get fucking rocked every time. We can't do it. We can't do it. These statements are not good for us. They're not beneficial for us. We do not do well with mimetic slogans. It is not beneficial. And a lot of times, like a lot of the people who are farther left, when these things happen and everybody gets outraged by it, and then you get polling that says, like, you know, 60-70% of Americans disagree with this, you know, believe all women, blah blah blah. You'll have so many people coming out saying, like, yeah, but the whole point is to be provocative so that we can get people's attention, and then they start to learn about it. It's to bring attention to the issue, and it really helps in the long run. I don't think it did. I don't think it did. The fact that people still to this day talk about Me Too as though it was some total disaster, and that everybody, like, all it was just a bunch of women making false accusations. I don't know where the fuck they get this shit from, but that is not the case. That is definitely not the case. But that's what people believe. When people talk about #MeToo, they talk about a bunch of women making false accusations against men and getting away with it. There being no repercussions for them, and yeah, it has not gone well for us. So Pokemon go to the polls. I didn't see that, but I've heard about it since. Give Tom your money so he can build the Tommune in New Zealand. Yup. Rip Brokey's in chat. Yeah. Are you a blue guy or a red guy? Just so you know, I'm blue because it's the most logical option. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a red guy because it's the most logical option.
But I also think that, I don't know, sometimes I just look at the state of it and it's like, okay, well, we've gone from like Fox News screaming about the Democrats all day to Marxist podcasters screaming about the Democrats all day. You know, I know that I'm regarded as a Democratic shill in many of these spaces, and I'm certainly not beating that allegation at the moment. But like the reason that we view the right-wing media as so damaging is that it causes people to vote for Donald Trump. Don't we want people to not to vote for more liberal candidates? Like, to me, that's the goal. And I worry that the kind of left-wing radicalization, it lures the audience into a kind of impotent radical chic or something, where it's like, okay,
Subcultural.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're in an oppositional counterculture that views non-participation in politics as
If you weren't here, we went over the blue-red button thing for the first like hour of stream. So if you want to go back and watch that later, it was yeah, it took like an hour for us to have that conversation.
basically the pragmatic outcome of you know, because posting isn't participation, it doesn't count.
Can I
Like,
give an
yeah.
example here, just to,
Sure,
to kind
yeah,
of like
yeah.
codify what we're talking about? So the thing that I think was missed in the Joe Rogan analogy is that it's a mainstream podcast that's not about politics. That's why normal people like it.
I'm pressing the blue button because my crippling gambling addiction prevents me from doing otherwise. Yeah, well, that is, I mean, to me, that is the biggest reason why it's stupid to press blue, is because I think it's just a massive gamble. I see 0% chance that the majority of people hit blue. Just 0% chance. There's no fucking shot. I see hitting the blue button as just suicide. Now, every poll that we looked at from people showed that the majority of people, I think it was like 52 to 56% of people in every poll said that they would press the blue button. I don't believe them. No shot. No shot do I think that if you actually have your life on the line, you actually believe you're going to die, if you hit blue and more than half of all people don't press blue, you're actually going to die. I see no shot that people press that button, and I gave tons of examples, real world examples, where you can see that that's just obviously not the case. The majority of people do not hit blue.
Because they're talking about all sorts of stuff, and it's, you know, fun or lighthearted. Politics is happening, and so that's the thing to comment on if you're in like a weekly news cycle. Here's what's happening today is my take on it.
Yeah.
That kind of naturally happens. But the problem with the kind of political media first, or like left-wing Joe Rogan or leftist video essay thing, was that the buyers of political media are not the median or modal voter in the US. And so if you look at these quantitative analytics from subcultural communities, I'm going to give a weird example here, so bear with me. In the furry community, there's a staggering statistic that 70% of the people who participate in that subculture have purchased an original piece of art, meaning they have like spent their money to consume something from that subculture. If you're publishing, let's say like a Substack that's about tennis or whatever kind of mainstream thing, you could expect to monetize about 7% of your following. So if you look at the fringes or subcultural interests that are not mainstream, there's an order of magnitude increase in people's willingness to pay and contribute towards that. And when you lead with the politics, kind of just as we described before, the asymmetry of resources, the distortion of the attention economy, all of these things, that is an additional multiplier on how distorted the landscape is of people's actual sentiments. So it becomes really, really difficult to advance the necessary broad coalition of 77 million people that are all going to make a shared decision and have a coherent narrative if we're starting from the like vanguard political leftist position.
Right, which is not going to attract 77 million people, which is not.
It's not. No, it is necessarily a vanguard. It is not the popular will.
Right. Yeah, well, I do think that some of them.
Dear Rito31 tipped $15. This might be my last weekend of working before I can finally have a life again, so keep the stream going, lol.
Hey, yo. Dear Rito with the $15. Let's go. All right. Well, that gets us $10 off from the goal. I'll wait just a couple more minutes before I get off, so you guys gotta help Dorito out.
I mean, even in the video essay peak left video essay era, like a lot of the people who were doing that most effectively helped build an audience in part also by talking about some other thing, video games, movies,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And then politics was
Video
kind
games
of
are fascist
a
also, by the way.
ways. Yeah. Well, video game, like Steve Bannon figured this out in 2014, like that way that he noticed that online gaming spaces were basically a huge resource of frustrated young men without much political direction, and he just saw that this was exploitable. And so that
They are, however, in functioning economic socialist models, like the internal guild organization
guilds,
is a
well,
workers' co-op. So
yeah.
there is an incredible irony here.
But I feel like that has not been effectively used as effectively.
Ariana tipped $5. It makes sense.
What makes sense? We had like a long argument because there were a bunch of people in chat who were saying that they would press blue, or that pressing blue is the logical choice or whatever, and I obviously do not agree with that for a ton of different reasons, but mainly because yes, I don't think that most people are going to hit blue.
Effectively used by the left as it has by the right.
Yes. Before we get too sidetracked on this side quest of video games, I wanna refocus us on how do we make online discourse work? I think it's in the conspiracy video, but you talk about we need good conversations to do democracy. I'm paraphrasing here, but what are the kind of preconditions for this Habermasian public square? How do we have good conversations for deliberative democracy?
It's harder than ever, is my feeling. Like I used to think this was possible. I mean, I used to go on these like debates even with So there was two problems with it, with doing the debate.
She had a debate a long time ago with Sargon. I think it was pre-transition, but I think Contra went by I think she called herself not a lady boy, but it's like something similar, like a femme something or another. Femboy, I think is what it was. Oh ho 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 ho. Yes. Yeah, I think back when she was a femboy and femboy presenting and was not as passing, she debated Sargon.
Dating right-wing people. One is that the right-wing people they're not interested in participating in a Habermasian public square. They're interested in owning you for clicks, right?
Damn it.
Yeah. The second,
That's all I had.
And then the second problem is that your own leftist audience feels betrayed that you dared talk to someone on the right, because they suggest that maybe means you're betraying them and you're maybe thinking of going over to the right, because why would you talk to someone on the right if you weren't on the right?
Right.
It's very hard to overcome this guilt by association thing. So it's like a pincer. Like you're discouraged from doing it both by the way you're treated by the right, which is as an exploitable resource for them to create attention moments.
Yeah.
And you're criticized on moral grounds by the left for associating with the enemy, which kind of made it, to me, just not worth doing at all.
Right.
Now, I'm sure some people are able to do this. Like, men have to do this. I'll just say it. I can't do it. Like,
debate.
Yeah, debate favors men.
Yeah.
Because it favors assertiveness, aggression.
I 100% agree with this. I've talked about this a bunch. There is a certain aesthetic that you have to have in order to debate, and this heavily favors men. And there are very few women who have this this characteristic, this trait that they're able to where they're able to pull this off. I think Warren Southern is somebody who's good at it. I think Not So Erudite is somebody who's fairly good at it. But it is hard for women to debate. It is an aesthetic that you have to be capable of pulling off.
Owning the enemy with facts and logic. Oh, even like, it's not that women can't do that; they can. It's just that when women do it, it's perceived as like unfeminine aggression.
Did you ever see
Yeah,
that
that's
movie,
controversial.
Town Bloody Hall?
No.
Jermaine Greer and who was the I forget the name of the writer. Do you remember the writer? Norman Mailer, right?
I
He
have
writes this.
seen. I have seen that. Yeah.
But it's like I'm not on his side of the argument, but like his basically being a dick to them was incredibly powerful versus these like very comprehensively and like well-spoken arguments against him, and he's just like, yeah, that's all bullshit. Like, and it was it's really strong in a debate format.
Yeah. Trump, just
He's
by
the
pure force of
perfect- yeah.
intimidation
Yeah.
and like aggressive posturing, is able to be perceived as winning.
So I agree that debate is in some cases necessary. And I don't think, just to be very clear on all these things, like it's good to have leftist video essays. It's good to have leftist podcasts. We're just saying that it is insufficient to win in the scale of a national election. And if that's a strategy that we're trying to achieve, we need more on top of it. What do you think about, what about repealing Section 230 for platforms that have algorithmic recommendation?
I don't know. I mean, I algorithmic recommendation as opposed to what?
As opposed to like Substack, Patreon, you voluntarily opt into a thing. It's not recommended to you. And so that reduces proportionally the sensationalism and the advertising revenue engine. It doesn't necessarily eliminate extremism, but it means you have to like click in.
Almost,
you gotta opt in.
It's hard not to think that that would be good at this point for me. I think it's, I don't know I don't know. I think that's going to be thought very intensely by the most powerful people in the country, because that's how they make a lot of money from it.
So I agree.
Yeah.
But we are watching with this takeover of TikTok.
Yeah.
Right. I'm trying to chip away at this because I agree. These are the libertarian, like techno-capitalist class is basically the most powerful people that have existed in human history.
Right.
How are we going to like force a law against them?
Yeah.
But they're kind of doing it already with TikTok.
Yeah.
Like
no,
they
that's
may
true.
actually put parameters around political speech on social media anyway.
Yeah.
And so there may be a few
does
avenues
TikTok
of
have
attack.
like American? I mean, because I feel like with TikTok they're able to sort of frame it as like foreign interference with American media.
No, we don't even know what it is that like TikTok bans or suspends, or, you know, what they consider to be community guidelines violations or not. Like there are so many videos of mine that have been taken down that I truly have no fucking idea why. Like not the fucking slightest clue why. And all it says is community guidelines violation. Yeah, I get that. I get it. When as soon as I see my video was taken down and I'm suspended or I got a strike or some shit, I already got the part that it was a community guidelines violation. I assumed it wasn't like, you know, personal subjective bias violation. Like I figured it was the community guidelines, but which community guideline? I have no fucking idea. No clue. And that to me is really scary, because it does seem, and the same with like their algorithm and the way that they kind of downgrade videos. It seems like they really can just downgrade things based on like their own political bias. They can just say like, oh, this person said something mean about Trump, let's downgrade them in the algorithm, and we would just have absolutely no way of knowing. And I hate saying this because I start to sound like MAGA in 2016, where they, you know, whine and complain about like censorship and shadow banning and all of this stuff. the problem is though is that like when that was happening, the right was like dominating on every fucking platform. They were dominating on YouTube, they were dominating on Twitter, they were dominating on Facebook, they were dominating everywhere, and then they're still whining and crying and victimizing themselves. Whereas the left isn't dominating on like any of these fucking platforms. The right dominates TikTok too. Like there isn't a single fucking platform that the left dominates unless it was a platform that was built for the left, like fucking Blue Sky or some shit like that. But no like major media platform does the left dominate on. And there's tons of studies on this showing that like the right just consistently has more engagement with their content. Now, engagement doesn't necessarily mean that it's all right-wingers, because I think the left is more likely to like actually engage with right-wing content in a way. That's obviously not true for streaming. I think for streaming, right-wingers are more likely to engage with streamers. I think the left is more likely to engage with just idea content from the right, but it is worrying when I look at it and think, damn, dude, they really could just push us out of the fucking algorithm. We would have no idea, no way of proving it.
Yeah, whereas, you know, we have like our own domestic oligarchs who are going to defend Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and YouTube, right? But I do think that, well, I don't know. I mean, Twitter's kind of a fascinating situation because I feel like Elon Musk took that thing over and basically they trust busted themselves, basically, right? Like they completely unforced, like created all these other Twitters that you can join, Threads, Blue Sky, you know. I mean, I don't think those have the...
Not yet.
Yeah. I mean, the other problem is that like the thing about that algorithm is it's like they really are they're selling us crack. They really are.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
I'm hopelessly addicted to the thing, like to be honest, to Twitter anyway.
Okay.
And it's partly because of the chaos and the... I mean, I find Blue Sky boring.
It is boring.
It's boring.
Yeah. I also don't believe that if a platform is predominantly leaning in one political direction, that like we should just send all of the liberals and leftists over to Blue Sky. Like I think you actually need to have those voices in the right-wing dominated platform like Twitter. And I picked this up from Ro Khanna, actually. I wasn't sure that this was an actual thing that people are going to move forward with, but it does seem like there's legislation around it. And I'm kind of, you know, I've put the now like 8 years of my adult life into this kind of research and material and the Gen Z social media interviews I did. I think that we need to get upstream of this process. And this is kind of the best thing that has come across my desk recently, because I think it is basically Brandolini's law. If we're trying to fight the right, what can we actually do in this space? It's clearly 90% dominated by them. We have to pull different levers.
Yeah, well, the idea of like regulating, I mean, I think that some kind of increased regulation of social media probably would be massively beneficial if it were done by the right people. I guess I'm always somewhat anxious about anything that counts as feels like censorship for fear of it. But I don't know, they're already doing censorship. Like
that's the problem. Is they're already
Like
I mean, I wouldn't want this to happen under the Trump administration.
No.
But like advancing a proactive politics for the left, maybe that should be part of the 2028 platform, right?
No, maybe
jobs
it should.
guarantee and repeal 230 for platforms.
The trick would be to find a way to sell this to the public in a way that doesn't seem like, that can't be so easily framed as like authoritarian leftist takeover of free speech.
I got a suggestion.
Yeah?
You flip the trans thing. They're coming for your kids. The platform.
Yes. No, that's actually a good idea. That's a good idea. And focus on like, I don't know.
Did you see that the lawsuit where this...
That's literally what I was just thinking of. Like, this is a common argument when people talk about like, oh, they're trying to brainwash the kids. Like, it's a common rebuttal to say like, what the Christians, you mean? The ones who are like constantly pushing Christianity on their kids from a very young, early age and like demanding that they have to go to church or they'll get in trouble or they'll lose their allowance or they'll get kicked out or whatever. Like they're literally being coerced and forced into Christianity from a young age. Like, you want to talk about somebody brainwashing a kid, bro. Like that's something that is brought up fairly often, but when you consider like what it is that right-wingers are talking about when they talk about like trans issues, and their first thought is like, you know, a kid going and getting surgery and making like permanent changes to their body or something like that. Like Christianity isn't going to have the same scare to it as something like that. And one of the really frustrating things for me is like the idea of trans ideology, where there's like this thought process that like everything trans, it's all one thing. And there's so many right-wingers who come into my chat and they'll just say like, so what are your thoughts on the trans issue? I'm like, what is the trans issue? What is that? Like, but for them, like, trans people is one issue. It is one thing a lot of times. And it's like when they call it the trans ideology, which isn't a thing. There's no ideology behind being trans. There's no, it's not, you can't, like, it's not transgenderism. It's not like conservatism or liberalism or anything like that. But to these people, they have been kind of propagandized already into this way of categorizing things that to anybody outside of our country, it won't make any sense to them. If you say transgenderism to like anybody else, they're gonna be like, what the fuck is that? Like, what? The trans issue, like, what does that even mean? What is the trans issue? So it's hard to compete with that. It's hard to, like, when somebody says, you know, what are your thoughts on the trans issue, to even begin having that conversation, like, my first reaction has to be like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Like, what is the trans issue? And now I have to deconstruct this, like, entire thought process or way of, like, categorizing all of these, you know, trans people in sports, trans kids taking puberty blockers, adult people taking puberty blockers, adult people getting surgery, adult, you know, like, whether or not they're allowed in different bathrooms, whether or not we should allow them to change their gender on their passports, whether or not they're you know, like, all of these, there's so many fucking things that are put into one single simplistic category that, again, it's just how the fuck do you compete with that? How the fuck do you compete with stupid? Like, for a lot of people, change is automatically scary. Change is, you know, things that are different are automatically thought of as bad. So when this is like a thing that's like inherent to people, it's intuitive, it's automatic. How do you compete with something like that when the majority of what you're trying to do is to convince people of change? You're trying to convince them that, like, the change is good, that they should want the change, and, like, there is no way to make that simplistic. You can't simplify those things. The people who want things the same, they will always have an easier time making those arguments, always. So I don't know how you strategize against that. I feel like it's always going to be just like an extremely long-term project, like, you know, gay marriage is, where, like, it's going to take a long fucking time to get people in favor of gay marriage, to where it can finally be a thing, because people are not going to immediately get on board with something like that.
What is it? This girl, I should know the details of this if I'm bringing it up on the podcast. She was like 16 years old, and they're suing for anxiety and emotional damages, the big platforms.
Yeah.
And this is now setting a precedent where
yeah.
Rial's the producer of this show, but he was telling me there's now class action lawsuits opening up against the platforms.
Well, that's a smart way to start. I mean, I think that I like your suggestion of doing it as some kind of think of the children thing, in terms of, I don't know. I just feel like it's gonna end up you being like gravitate towards banning pornography, which like I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea that like pornography should maybe be slightly more ghettoized on something like Twitter, right? Where as opposed to just like, oh, there it is in your feed all the time.
Right.
And certainly when you have like a significant portion of the website's users are underage. But then when it comes to something like vaccine misinformation, I mean, this was tried during the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
Where like Facebook and YouTube all kind of attempted to like instate misinformation restrictions, and that was viewed by many people as tyrannical. I don't know. I don't really have a solution to this, honestly.
So I'm asking you. I don't have a solution for it either, but it's something to explore. The last thing I want to touch on here for this topic of like counter messaging and so on and so forth. Is there some degree to which like BreadTube and Peter Kropotkin type politics from like 1892 was insufficient to scale to the crises of like 2020? Was that part of it too?
I always thought it was crazy that we were talking about Kropotkin so much. The term BreadTube, which derives from the conquest of bread, I have no idea where that came from. I always thought it was weird that it was applied to me.
Yeah.
I don't talk about Kropotkin. Like, I'm not an anarchist. Like, I don't know. But yeah, I do think that like I don't want to entirely disparage the activity of reading theory, but I do think that like this kind of like priestly tendency of the left that there's this.
I like it. Okay.
Well, it's interesting. Yeah, if you're an intellectual. But like I think that is 19th century social and political theory like really the thing that we need to insist everyone be literate in? I don't think it should be. I mean, I think it's like, again, useful for, I suppose you can call it a vanguard. I don't call myself a vanguard. That seems a little too self-congratulatory. I mean, I don't think that I'm useless. I'm not trying to be overly self-disparaging when I say that video essays are not the solution to the media environment. But I also like recognize that there's like serious limitations to how...
We wouldn't be doing this if we thought it was useless.
Right, I wouldn't be doing it if I thought it was useless. But it's also, like you say, insufficient.
To watch part 2 of this episode, you can support the show on Patreon.
I found the exact same thing, which is that like when you switch from academia to social media, you know, you get rid of one problem, which is the like hyper specificity of the like. I mean, the reason the moment I dropped out of my PhD program was the moment when I was having to transfer from getting a master's degree, which I was doing as part of the PhD, to like, okay, it's time to write a dissertation and choose a specialty. And it's like, do I want to spend the remainder of my 20s thinking about the same 3 paragraphs of Hegel? Like, no, I don't. I don't want to do that. That is like
you don't want to do that?
A profound like waste.
I know people who've been doing that for free.
Yeah, right.
Some people will.
So it seemed, because like what I liked about philosophy, like as an undergrad, is like how it's this like sweeping tour from like Plato to like Foucault or whatever. And it's you know, you're doing like a different thing every week, and it's like really exciting to encounter all this new stuff.
Sure.
And so I thought like, you know, social media might be a better place to do that. But you end up having the opposite problem, which is everything's so superficial. There's not very much depth. You can do research, but if you do a lot of research, it takes forever to make the video. I'm now on about a 1 main channel video per year schedule, which is not, is not certainly not sustainable for someone who's trying to get big on social media. That will never get you there. I can do it because I've spent 10 years getting to the point so I can get away with it.
Yeah, you can take basically a research sabbatical,
and
then you produce
and that's
like
basically
the
what
book
I do.
or the video.
Yeah, that's basically what I do. But yeah, that is not that is not going to make you a TikTok star. Like that's not, you know. And I used to do much smaller, you know, lower ambition videos, which is how I kind of built the following in the first place.
Yeah, but you have to kind of like mature in your creative practice, and then also just the world changed a lot.
It changed a lot
in that time.
Yeah,
so,
completely.
Yeah, I had this like, we've got so in addition to the podcast, I run a arts nonprofit, and we have an educational wing for that. And Tommy, who runs the courses over there, was saying that, you know, this whole syllabus, like all this material, is kind of like around the Mark Fisher slow cancellation of the future, like capitalist realism, and like that, like we're in the new world now. Like Trump broke neoliberalism. Like we actually know what comes after, and it's like something worse. It's multipolar, it's imperial, whatever, mercantilism. But the way that the world transformed and your maturation in your creative career, you have to kind of like tackle this new thing in a different way. And I don't think that there's, at least in my survey of the space, I haven't seen someone who's producing like short 20-minute kind of interesting, useful commentary on it. It's more like this long form, almost documentary video essay format that you're doing at the stage.
Well, no, that's really true. I think a lot of the way that I feel like my content has changed over the last 6 years in particular has to do with, well, I used to have a very like progressive like idea of the arc of history, like And
Yeah.
I think that's the product of, the first election I voted in was 2008.
Okay.
Obama winning that year.
Yeah.
I mean, now like Obama has lost so much reputation among people on the left that it's like hard to explain how it felt in 2008.
I remember that. Yeah.
But it was like 15s that were on Mamdani's.
People were partying in the street.
They were partying in the street,
Yeah.
yeah. And it felt like, I think it probably.
But I feel like that is part of the progressive arc. Like, I do feel like that's part of it, is the fact that, like, when people look back at Obama, the fact that he isn't progressive enough, I feel like that is part of, like, the process of things becoming more progressive and the left becoming more progressive, and that, like, at the time he was such a shining leader and example for everybody, that now obviously that's not the case. But because I feel like it's because the left has continued to become more progressive, that's why. Oh, that's you.
I think of that like Hunter S. Thompson line about how it felt to be in the summer of 68 or whatever, and there's like this inevitable sense of like good triumphing over evil, and that like
Yeah.
like racism was over, and now like we were just gonna live.
That worked out great.
Yeah, and then 2016 happened, and it was possible to sort of I think I had all kinds of cope for that and all kinds of explanations of why it wasn't actually that bad. And like, well, there's all kinds of reasons I can imagine people voting for Donald Trump. Like maybe they just uniquely hated Hillary, as many people said they did. Maybe they just wanted to try something new and anti-establishment and like,
Sure.
all this. But then when they reelected him last 2 years ago,
That was something different.
that kind of crushed my
Yeah.
idea that things were going to get better. And I now have a more like, well,
So when you say
Yeah.
a progressive arc to history,
yeah.
you're not talking about like a, multiple centuries teleological development or arc of, feudalism, capitalism, socialism. You're talking about the recent social history of generally people are becoming more progressive, and we'll get Obama and then we'll get someone else who's like more socially progressive.
Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking,
Yeah.
right?
I assumed the same thing. I think that was a plausible, reasonable thing to think at that time.
And it was kind of an unconscious assumption, I think. Like, I don't think I would explicitly have stated, oh, yeah, we're definitely getting more progressive, politics from here on out. But I think I felt it, that this, like, Trump thing was a kind of, like, bizarre aberration
It
that
was
was
an
going to go.
I definitely think that's. I felt that way, and I think I still feel that way for the most part. I think that there has been like a trend towards the left, especially socially. I think that the left did kind of win the culture wars. I feel like Obama was kind of like the end of that. And that even going backwards to any extent is not going to go as far backwards as it was before Obama. So this is like an example that a lot of people bring up is that like, even Nick Fuentes isn't like against, black people voting or, has black friends and shit like that. Like what a neo-Nazi is today is a way more progressive version compared to, the KKK or the Aryan Brotherhood or these sorts of things. I do think that like things have continued to progress in a certain direction to where even like now trans people have become like way more prominent and accepted within society in a very short period of time, and have really made a lot of inroads. Obama was end of culture war. No, not Obama. I didn't say Obama was the end of the culture war. I'm saying that like when he got elected, like that, like his presidency was the end of the culture war, like that period. Not like him specifically. He didn't end the culture war, but that the culture war was won in that period. That like everything kind of trended in one direction, where gay marriage became legal, trans people became more accepted and more prominent. There were like ideas of like systemic racism and things like that became culturally culturally normal, I guess is the way to say it. There's just a lot of like drastic changes over that period of time that aren't going backwards. Like we haven't moved from those things.
Go away,
Yeah.
and it's not.
Mhm.
So that has kind of forced me to reconsider things. I mean, it also reconsiders the content I kind of make. Like I don't really do a de-radicalization so much anymore.
Oh,
in
I got a
part-
whole like page
Okay,
on
okay,
this.
we're gonna do yeah.
Okay, I've got a good
Okay.
one to throw at you.
Okay,
So
let's yeah.
we were talking
Let's get into
about a
it.
general like kind of social progressivism that's happening over the last few decades, and when we're younger, Obama gets elected, and we think it's going to be this way forever on this kind of like constant arc of general social progress. Trump happens, that's a big interruption. However, we have this very weird postmodern conservatism now where
Yeah.
Kristi Noem's husband is hyper conservative, but also dabbling in some, shall we say, unusual habits and behaviors in private.
Well,
the right did hate Obama. The right really hated Obama. Like the video that we watched just a little bit ago was like bringing up the fact that like I think they said they were doing all this stuff that Trump has done, and then saying, what if Obama did this? What if Obama tried putting his name on buildings? What if Obama posted pictures of himself portraying himself as like the Messiah? What if Obama did? And the last thing that she said is, what if Obama wore a tan suit? And it's like, yeah, that's one of the things that they made such a fucking massive deal about. Just the fact that he wore a tan suit one time, or that he put his feet on his desk. Like how disrespectful this was to the office, and how like and there's a more recent video of like all of the people on Fox News saying that this is beneath the the Oval Office, this is beneath the office of the president, this is beneath the White House, and blah blah blah. Like the amount of arguments that they made for being beneath the Oval Office, when Donald Trump has done all of those things times a fucking 1,000, is actually fucking insane. But I mean, he was too much that the right had to hate him. Oh yeah. Yeah, the whole like radical Muslims thing, the whole like he wasn't even born in America, he's not an American thing, the like conservative radio just really was fucking unhinged about Obama, dude. They were off in Never Neverland over that shit.
Oh, Republican cross-dressing scandals are not like the most novel thing. Like, I mean, I don't know. In the Bush era, I can remember like Larry Flynt and like the wide stance in the bathroom. Like he was cruising in airport bathrooms, basically. So that's not necessarily a novelty. I mean, I think there is like somehow the absurdity of the cosmos seems to have like escalated. Like the kind of the notion that it wasn't just like he wasn't just cruising, like that there's like ridiculous details like balloon breasts and bimboification and hypnosis and like God knows what else we already know about. But like,
oh yeah, what don't we know?
Yeah, I'm sure there's an oceanic depth to the
I was thinking,
hit,
where
like,
would you
closet.
hide a pair of fake tits that big in your house? Like she's got to know about it.
Maybe inflates them. Well, I think
But yeah, they were balloons. So it made it to where he could literally just blow them up anytime he wanted and pop them and then blow them up again. Like, seems pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that probably she probably knows.
She has
Like,
to
I
know.
think that if you're married
Yeah.
to someone for decades and they are habitual cross-dresser, there are usually indications that that's going on. And so I'm a little skeptical. But it also, like, fascinatingly, I mean,
Yeah, I think it's hard for me to believe that she didn't know. I feel like she had to have known.
that scandal in particular kind of, like, fascinatingly makes you think on, like, the right's relationship to bimboification in general. A lot of people have observed that, like, well, people call it Mar-a-Lago face.
Yeah.
But there is a kind of fixation on this particular type of presentation of femininity, of, like, a very topiary approach to, like, female, gender expression. That, I mean, people always used to talk about this, like, Fox News bombshells or whatever. But
Sure.
I think how much work has Christy Nomad done? People comment on this a lot. This that she's a grandma and she's, like, kind of, like, turned herself into a Barbie.
I've heard from people that one of the reasons why fascism is so fixated on aesthetics, like, I think of that image of her with this $50,000 watch in front of this backdrop of, like, all of these prisoners.
Yes.
It's an incredibly powerful image, right? And also
Yeah.
these, like, giant breasts. It's a really striking image.
Yeah.
But fascism is so focused on aesthetics because that's all that they have to offer. Like, they don't have a comprehensive, like, compelling offer for political economy, so they can just give you these, like, incredibly potent images.
Well, they sort of don't believe in. I'm trying to say they almost don't believe in reality. Like,
Yes,
they don't.
no, literally. Yeah.
Like,
Well, yeah, that is the point, is that everything has to be turned into some sort of like alternate version of reality, to where in order to get people to want to follow you. And this is what I say regularly, like, when it comes to, like, content creators and people like that, a lot of times your ideas come secondary to, like, whether or not people think you're cool and whether or not they like you as a person, whether or not they think you're personable and they find you to be interesting. And like, they have to think you're cool first, and then after that it's, oh, okay, well, I'm willing to listen to him, and there's some sort of respect for you, and then from there, yes, like, they're willing to hear what it is that you have to say a lot more. And so this is similar with politics as well. This is why we talk a lot about, like, a politician being personable and being likable, and how unlikable somebody like Kamala Harris was, because people need to like you first. And so the whole Trump thing, like, people say, like, oh, he won us when he started insulting this person and that person. It's like, that's such a fucking weird thing. Like, you're not it's not about, like, policies, it's, oh, he called out Jeb Bush, or he called out Hillary Clinton or whatever. It's just they need to be looked at as cool and flashy and interesting first, and then everything else is just hoping that, like, the machismo and all of the other stuff will carry that forward because people find it interesting or attractive.
Like
We should
they
explain
don't
what we mean by
believe
that,
in
but-
material reality, but they
Yeah.
also sort of think that, like, the problem. I mean, a lot of the right wing, or the fascists particularly, diagnosis of what is wrong with the world is aesthetic, right?
Yeah.
The West has fallen. Why? Because of, like, degeneracy, and the evidence of that is often, like, suggest, like, look at modern architecture compared to a cathedral.
Right.
How did this happen, Western man? Right. But I do think that what they're interested in is, there's, like, these, like, famous, ridiculous meme posts. We used to be a proper country, like, and the image attached to that caption is a 7-Eleven ad from the 1970s. So it's like,
really?
Yeah. It's like, we
Wow.
used to be, like, look at this advertising image from 3 decades ago.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better if we were still like that?
Mhm.
And it is very like, again, this is not like, we're not talking, they're not giving us data about like wages or about inequality or
We
about
used
they're
to
not
be a
I
proper
mean,
country.
right? We used to
Wages
be a
and
proper
productivity were
country.
aligned.
Right. But like, but well, I don't know. But you sometimes see like people point to like, oh, before 1971, like you know, there inflation has increased so much and wages have not kept up.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that's like a data point
Mhm.
that sort of corresponds to something that is involved in reality. Whereas pointing to advertising from the past and being like, it's sad how commercialized Coca-Cola has become.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
what are you talking about? Like, it's just like a fantasy, like that they're engaged in, right?
That like an
Yeah.
ad agency dreamed up on
Yeah.
Madison Avenue that these
Yeah.
people like posit as their vision of the utopian future.
I mean, and the idea that fascism as the aesthetic
Is Medicine Avenue from... Is that from Mad Men? I can't remember.
fetishization of politics. I mean, isn't that like Benjamin or someone? Like communists have been saying this since like the 30s.
Speaking of taste, okay, I'll throw you a few. We'll clear the trash mobs here. Let's talk about your recent video. Speaking of bad taste, you recently watched all 10 Saw videos
Many
and
times.
spent
Many
several
times.
hours
Yeah.
writing about it, thinking about it. Why did you choose Saw?
Well, I was procrastinating a few years ago on another video, and I procrastinated by watching the Saw movies, and it struck me as like really. I was like, there's ideas here that I have not really seen, like been given like the philosophical escalation treatment, and I think it was that combined with the fact that this movie had once traumatized me that I think interested me.
Right.
Right? Is that well, it's a very Freudian idea that like there's something kind of sadistic or say inherently sadomasochistic about like morality itself, about the psychology of morality, right? I mean, it's something that really gets neglected in philosophical ethics, where I guess this is kind of my beef with philosophy in general, is that philosophical ethics tries to rationalize ethics, morality, and turn it into like in like the Kantian tradition, you turn it into reason, or to derive all of ethics from laws of reason.
Right.
And I think this is like very clever, it's very smart, it's very impressive. I could not have come up with it, but I also think it's completely wrong. Like, or at least it's completely alien from the way actual ethical thinking happens in situations that matter.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Like, I don't think that I mean, the categorical imperative, Kant's like ethical maxim, a fancy, sort of a fancy golden rule for those who don't study Kant. Like, this is a game. It's like a game that's being played by this German intellectual who never left his hometown in the 18th century. That's not how ethical reasoning works. Like, I think what I think is much more close to Freud based on my observation of the way people actually engage with ethical questions. It's about, well, it's emotional, right? I mean, and
It's interpersonal.
there's philosophers who've suggested that ethics is derived from emotions. It's called emotivism, and it's like, you know, a lot of like British empiricists said that, for example. But those people don't really have a lot of insight into emotion either. Whereas I think
How many points did I have? Like 23. Oh, damn, I thought I was in first place. But I was not. I was in second place. Fuck. I keep trying to get it to buffer and it won't, and now I can't see how high my score was. I think it says 28,000. This always says something different here. Oh, it does say 28,000 this time. 28,872. Okay. Oh, and it keeps track of my best length as well. 40,500. Oh shit, I didn't know it kept track of that there. Super auto pass? No. Yeah, I had 28,000. at the end there, which is pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, I gotta head out. I will be back on tomorrow. What is Super Auto Pets?
Hey guys, Blueberry Piper here, and today we're going to go over a few common beginner mistakes that I often see people make when playing Super Auto Pets. Let's just get into it. Number 1. First up is one that is very easy to fix as long as you can notice the problem. This is combining units in the wrong order. Often I see people combining two weaker, lower stat units before combining it with a stronger, higher stat unit. This is actually a mistake, as your resulting animal will be missing out on a 1-1 in stats. This might not seem like much, but why not have more stats for free? Due to the way stats add up when you combine units, you want to always combine with your strongest unit. The only exceptions to doing so would be if you wanted to wait until the next turn to level up, or if your animal has a special level up effect, like the fish. In those special cases, you can still avoid losing your stats if you give your strongest unit some EXP before proceeding with the combination. But I'm not going to go into that much detail about why this is the case, because I've already covered this mechanic in my initial mechanic video, so if you're interested in understanding this further, you can check out this video. Okay, and the next
an auto battler game. I don't normally like these. There's only 1 or 2 games that I've ever liked like this, and that's there was a war game that I used to play that did this. But Clash Royale, probably one of my favorites. Clash of Clans and Clash Royale. I really like those 2 games. But alright, I should be back on tomorrow. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, link is in the description. And then also make sure you follow me on Twitter. All of my socials are in the description, including TikTok. I'm probably going to be working on a video later tonight to kind of redo the video about the misinformation on the murder stats, or the political murder stats, and post that on TikTok. So I'll try to do that later, but it's a little hard because I think for that I'll have to like learn how to use the green screen and everything like people do on TikTok that I don't normally do. I normally record everything, upload it to my computer, edit it, or onto, record it all on my phone, then upload it to an editor on my phone, and then edit it, and then publish it, or then render it, and then upload it to TikTok. Whereas most of the people who do those green screen things where they're like, you can see here on this screen, like those they record them on TikTok. So we'll see. But all right, I will be back on tomorrow. Do me a favor, hang out for just a minute and leave a comment after stream. It really helps push the videos and the streams in the algorithm, makes it to where a lot more people find my channel, and it has been helping. A lot more people have been popping up lately, and we've been getting more views, especially people who stay longer. One of the biggest differences is while my views haven't technically gone up, they've stayed about the same, about 500 to 700 viewers on average. The view time has drastically changed. We've gotten more consistent viewers. I went from a 28-minute average watch time to, I think, a 45-minute average watch time, which is fucking huge. Like that is a massive difference. Like that's like a 1/3 difference. And yeah, you can see here we're at 430 viewers, but 40 minutes on average watched. So that is a pretty big difference. And then like concurrent viewers average has gone up. So again, while overall views hasn't gone up, average concurrent viewers has definitely gone up. So yeah, leave a comment relevant to the stream, relevant to something we covered, whether it was ContraPoints, whether it was the blue button, red button, quandary, whatever, whether it was, the video about how democracy is breaking down, leave a comment after stream. Just hit the refresh button when we end, and leave a comment letting me know what you thought about stuff, and it'll really help push us in the algorithm, and hopefully we'll have more people back here tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.